Hey guys, we are back with new fanfiction. What if Goku was in high school? So without wasting much time, let's move on story. Goku held her hand and brought comfort to her with his bright undiminishing smile, gently caressing the hands of her frail body. He had begged her to let him use the Dragon Balls to wish her back to health, but she declined, stating that it was her time to go and prolonging it would be unnatural. He had taken her decision hard but understood why she felt this way. Finality is the defining characteristic of life, and so it is that death is the natural resolution. The Dragon Balls were meant to be sacred, a means of preventing catastrophe in times of great exigency. The abuse of their sanctity unleashed the greatest evil ever to visit Earth in the form of Omega Shenron. No matter how much he wanted to save her, Goku agreed that it would be selfish to use the Dragon Balls just to prolong her individual life. Kai, on a hospital bed in West City surrounded by her family and friends, began to reflect on the life she shared with her childlike husband. 7 years after the defeat of the Shadow Dragons at the hands of her husband, Goku, she was diagnosed with breast cancer, and now her failing health had finally caught up with her. Even though she had to raise 3 children, including her husband, she of course did not regret marrying Goku in the least. She had not seen him since he left with Shenron to go train. He was devastated returning to find her in this state. However, she long ago accepted that he was too important to the universe to have been a more attentive husband and father. Her burden was sharing him with the world when what she wanted most was to keep him with her always. His courage and compassion knew no bounds, turning even his fiercest enemies into his strongest allies. His gentle nature radiates with greater amplitude than his power, and it has always been his most powerful weapon. With him she had 2 sons, Gohan and Goten, who like their father grew up into powerful heroes, but with an education she provided, if not overbearingly, for them. And therein lies the problem. Goku, she uttered, struggling to find the words. I want you to promise me something after I pass into the other world. Anything, he replied cautiously. Now that you have grown up again, I want you to do something that is very important to me. With a slight grin she continued. You have the body of a teenager now, you have always acted like a child, so I would like it if you got educated like one. I enrolled you in a high school, and classes start in a week. What? The entire room repeated in unison. Everyone except for Goku started laughing. Their tears of sorrow were replaced by gasps for air as they struggled to regain their composure. Can you imagine Goku in high school? Yamcha, I don't think even the Eternal Dragon could grant this wish. Chuckled Krillin. There was another round of laughter that was interrupted by a familiar spiky-haired Saiyan with a pronounced widow's peak. Still laughing, Vegeta began. As much as I would like to see Kakarot learn to spell his own name, he and I are warriors. He should be training for when we next fight. Besides, the only place that he would fit in at is clown school. Nevertheless, laughed Kai. I want him to learn how to do something other than fighting. And even though I can't believe I am saying this, if you meet someone else, Goku, that you love, I would not want my death to keep you from being happy. You have my permission to be romantically involved with another, but only if she is a nice girl. Kai professed teary-eyed. It pained her to say it, but she meant every word. The room was stunned into silence. No one could believe what they just heard. This must be the end of creation, because Kai would never let Goku go. Everyone assumed she must have been delirious, it was surely something she would not say in her right mind. Goku was the first to recover. But Kai, I love you, there is no one else. Listen, I am saying that if you find someone else it's okay, do you understand? Don't let your love or fear, interjected Rashi, who promptly had his head smashed in from the blue-haired woman standing behind him. Thank you, Bulma. As I was saying, don't let your feelings for me cause you to live the rest of your life alone, okay? Okay, Goku said after some pause. Good. Now come here, my family, and hug me one last time. Ox King, Goku, Gohan, Videl, Goten, and Pan moved in to embrace her one after another, while the rest of the crowded hospital room watched on in silence. After a long moment, Pan was the last to release her, tears streaming down her eyes. Kai looked up at her and wiped her tears away, and spoke for the last time. Goku, the school is called Imkai Academy, the instructions are in a manila packet on the kitchen table at home, don't be late. She closed her eyes, smiling. Dad, you need to hurry or you're going to be late for school, Gohan shouted to his father. It was a strange feeling to be more mature than his father, and since Goku was accidentally wished into a younger form, Gohan could not help but feel that he switched places with his father. Goku, who was busy pulling his orange guy over his dark blue undershirt, walked towards his son. Hey Gohan, tell me where the school is, and I'll be there in no time, Goku said enthusiastically, referring to his instant transmission technique. Gohan read off the address on the admission letter that his mother had mysteriously procured, undoubtedly by using nefarious methods. It then occurred to him that his father could only use his instant transmission to move to places when he was locked onto someone's life force. Dad, I don't think you know anyone who lives by there, so you're going to have to fly anywhere, right? Well, in the old days you'd be right, but I've been pushing myself to the limit for the past 7 years, and I decided it was time to upgrade my instant transmission technique, Goku replied proudly. Now I can go anywhere I please like the supreme case. Dad, that's amazing, how did you learn to do that? Shenron helped me tweak my technique a little. If you ever find time to get away from your books and research, we should train together like we used to. That'll be the day. I have so much work to do, and now it seems I have to raise you in Pan. You've no idea how hard it is being a parent to a college freshman, Gohan joked. They both started laughing as Goku gathered up the school supplies Gohan had bought him. One more thing, Dad, you're not going to school dressed like that, are you? What's wrong with these clothes? This is how I always dress, well, at least before I started training with Oob, Goku protested. Before Gohan could answer, the two Saiyans heard the high-pitched whines of turbines and went outside to inspect the source of the sound. They found a Capsule Corporation jet and watched as Bulma, Trunks, and Vegeta emerged from the vessel. Wow, this is a surprise, are you guys here to see me off for my new adventure? Goku asked excitedly. No, Kakarot, we are here to have a picnic, Vegeta stated, rolling his eyes. You guys brought food? Great, I'm starving. Fool, I was making a joke. You shouldn't joke about food, Vegeta. Bah, grumbled the Saiyan prince. We came here because this could very well be the last time I ever see you, Goku, Bulma said, holding back tears. You never visit or call. If we didn't fly out here, I don't think we'd ever see you again. You're always leaving for years at a time on your silly adventures. I'm not some alien monster that never changes or grows old, you know. I'm not getting any younger, she said, bursting into tears. She ran towards her oldest friend and threw herself at him, gripping him in a tight embrace. She buried her sobs in his shoulder. Bulma, don't worry, the spiky-haired teenager said soothingly. I'll never lose touch with you, I promise. She nodded and let go of him, her cries replaced with a smile. He always had that effect on people. Anyway, we knew you would be wearing these clothes, she said with obvious distaste. I thought I might put my fashion expertise to good use and make you some more suitable apparel. Goku nervously smiled, trying not to cringe while thinking about Gohan's superhero outfit. That's really nice of you, but I'm comfortable in what I. Kakarot, you will wear these clothes. Their cost was over 9,000 zeni. Vegeta interjected, threatening. Goku waved his arms defensively. Well, if you guys insist. Bulma motioned to Trunks, who produced a small capsule from his pocket. He clicked the top, releasing a cloud of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, a mobile closet, of sorts, appeared. Inside were various dress clothes and one peculiar item that caught Goku's attention. The last garment I personally insisted Bulma include. After all, you'll need something to train in, so you can at least put up a decent fight against me. Hey, thanks Vegeta. Goku said while taking the Saiyan armor off its hanger for a closer look. It was similar to the model Bulma made when he was training for the Cell games, however this one was all black. Thank you for helping out my dad, he's going to need it if he wants to fit it, Gohan graciously thanked them. Oh, and Dad, before you go, I think it's worth mentioning that you should try to keep a low profile. Don't tell anyone what you are and try to hide your strength if possible, otherwise you might freak out your classmates. It will be easier to fit in, plus people will become afraid of you if you don't. And you should look into getting a tutor, because well, you're kind of a few years behind everyone, Gohan finished as everyone started laughing. Will do, son, I'll do my best to fit in, Goku said, laughing. Everyone looked at him unconvinced. Hey, Goku is goating around. We're supposed to meet up for a double date later today, Trunks spoke up. Oh, I asked Piccolo to take him out training this morning. Although it's been a while, I hope Piccolo isn't being too hard on him, Goku thought to himself with a chuckle. Okay, I guess I'll wait here for him. No you won't, Vegeta growled agitatedly. Dating is for the weak, Trunks. But Dad. I'll tell you what. If you can land a punch on me, then I'll let you go out on your date for an hour. How's that? You're on, Dad. Father and son began fighting, much to the chagrin of Bulma, while Goku and Gohan looked on laughing. Well everyone, thanks for everything, but I've got to get going or I'll be late. Goku waved goodbye and grabbed a hold of his luggage with one hand. With the other hand he raised his middle and index finger to his head. Vegeta cast a glance in the direction of his departing rival and friend, carefully hiding a smile. It was short-lived as he felt a sudden pressure on the side of his face. "Ha, gotcha," exclaimed Trunks as he watched his father's trajectory lead straight into the nearby mountainside. Trunks looked around triumphantly, expecting cheers. Surprised at the silence, he noticed Gohan rushing back inside the house and his mother boarding their jet. Bulma called out to him nervously, "I'll see you at home, sweetie," and quickly flew off. "Mom," he exclaimed. He was about to take off after her when a sudden yell stopped him in his tracks. The mountain seemed to scream and it erupted with a bright flash of golden light. Uh-oh. His sudden appearance startled the bus driver slightly. A spiky-haired boy just seemed to appear out of nowhere. However, the driver, well accustomed to the bizarre, quickly recovered. After a slight pause he asked the young man if he was going to Imkai Academy, with knowing smirk on his face. This had to be the kid the chairman mentioned. The young man nodded with a smile and boarded the bus. So kid, where's your school uniform? It should have arrived in the mail. I don't think I got, do you think that will be a problem? When we get there just check in with the school's tailor and I'm sure you'll get what you need, replied the bus driver. With no further delay the bus pulled away from its stop and began its journey. Goku decided to take a nap during the ride and closed his eyes. Awakened by a sudden lurch, Goku opened his eyes to see the bus had stopped. Peering out the window he saw a wooden sign planted next to a scarecrow reading Imkai Academy. Though of course Goku did not see that since he never learned how to read. Are we here? Goku asked. Can't you read the sign? No, actually. Yes, we are on Imkai Academy grounds, the bus driver responded, sounding a little surprised. That was quick, Goku said. Is traveling by bus really necessary with a ride, that shorty asked as began to leave. There are a few twists and turns to the route, you might get lost if you tried to find it yourself, said the driver eerily. Be careful kid, Imkai is a scary place. Are you ready for it? Goku thought for a moment before replying, this is probably going to be the toughest challenge I ever faced in a way, but I'm ready, he replied with a smile. Good answer kid. The bus driver pointed head that way and you'll find the school in no time and be sure to stop by the tailor. What's your name by the way? I'm Son Goku. Goku, is he really the one? He has an interesting air to him, thought the bus driver as he closed the bus doors and pulled away. Goku headed off in the pointed direction and started to make his way through the forest. It seemed peculiar to him that all of the trees were dead and bordering the forest appeared to be a blood-red lake. As he began to take in his surroundings, he heard a screaming sound coming from behind him. He turned quickly to find an out-of-control bike heading towards him. With impossible speed he dodged the oncoming rider and managed to pull the person off before the bike went crashing into one of the lifeless trees. Looking down he gazed at the girl with the pink hair he was now holding in his arms. She looked up at him with emerald green eyes and blushed as she took notice of her savior's handsome visage. He smiled and politely set her down. I'm so sorry but I lost control of my bike. I guess the ground is steeper than I thought. I'm Akashi Moka by the way, she said with a friendly smile. She eyed him subtly. Wow, he's quite cute, she thought to herself, slightly blushing. Nice to meet you, I'm Son Goku. I'm glad you're alright, Goku said. He glanced curiously at a cross hanging from a choker on her neck. Immediately after he spoke she felt this pang in her body, his scent washed over her, intoxicating the girl's senses. He smells absolutely delicious. I bet his blood is unbelievably tasty, she thought, drawing herself nearer to him, lost in a trance. You seem like you might be dizzy, maybe you should lay down for a bit, suggested Goku. She stumbled slightly and he moved to assist her. As they came closer she found him irresistible. I'm sorry, but you see I'm a vampire and you smell wonderful, she said as she brought her lips to his neck. Wait, what are you do? He was cut short by her attempt to sink her now exposed fangs into him. He instinctively raised his power level to protect himself. She might have noticed the small energy surge otherwise, but much to her surprise, when she tried to bite his neck, she could not break the skin. What the she started. How could that have happened? Well, I've never actually done it before, maybe I was doing it wrong, she thought to herself with a puzzled look on her face. Oh, I must have thick skin or something, Goku replied, snapping her out of her bewilderment. He was laughing while scratching the back of his head, slightly embarrassed by the situation, taking the fact she tried to bite him lightly, as was his way with everything. Though he could not believe this seemingly innocent girl was a vampire. The only time he had heard anything about vampires was from the trouble the Earth faced with Garlic Jr. years ago. He had unleashed his black water mist upon the planet, bringing nearly everyone under his influence. Piccolo described to him that people had become vampire-like as a result. But right away he could tell Moka was nothing like that. Although she was giving off a strange energy, a power unlike any he had felt before, he was inclined to believe her. Hey, would you like to be my friend? I just got here and I don't know anyone yet, he offered with a beaming smile. She immediately perked up. Oh really, you're not afraid of me? I used to go to school in the human world and I didn't have any friends there, so you're my first too, she exclaimed before jumping on him. Goku, unsure of how to act, stood still while she fiercely hugged him. Why would I be afraid of you? You seem really nice, Goku affirmed. Well, I may seem this way now, but if I move this Rosario around my neck, I'll turn into my true form, a powerful and scary vampire. Most monsters are intimidated by my kind, she finished sadly. Monsters? Hey, I've met plenty of monsters in my time, and you are definitely the nicest, he told her warmly. She looked up at him and nodded with a smile, still clutching him tightly. Oh, by the way, where's your school uniform? She asked, releasing him from her embrace. I think it got lost in the mail, anyway I'm heading over to the school tailor now, would you like to walk with me? Oh, I'd love to, but I think the welcoming ceremony starts soon. You should hurry up so you don't miss it. Well, in case I don't make it, let's try to meet up for lunch later, okay? His stomach growled. Oh boy, I don't know if I can survive until lunch without getting something to eat right now, he thought. He resolved to put aside his hunger for the moment and prioritized getting his uniform first. Deal, she said happily. Goku could see the school through the trees as they came upon the main path. The pathway leading to the school was a dirt road, lined with tombstones. Upon reaching in, they said goodbye and parted ways. In his haste to get a school uniform, he had not paid much attention to the energy that permeated the eerie atmosphere. But now, as approached the school building, he began to sense multiple energy signatures that were similar in nature to hers. That's weird, I don't feel any life forces that are human. What kind of school is this? He thought to himself. Trying to find the office, he wandered aimlessly through the hallways. Do you need help finding something new, guy? Goku turned around to find a boy wearing a red headband was the source of the question. Yes, I'm looking for the tailor's office. It's on the second floor across from the nurse's office, the room with the red cross over it. It's the last room at the end of that hall. Thank you, I'm Son Goku by the way. Gane Morioka, and you're welcome. As Jin turned to walk away, he picked up his nose. That guy smells weird, he thought to himself as headed towards the girls' locker room, camera in hand. Finally, Goku found himself at the tailor's office, or so he thought. He was greeted by a raspy voice as he walked in the room. Ah yes, you're the boy without a school uniform, said an elderly woman in a white one-shoulder dress. I've been expecting you. Oh, how did you know, asked Goku puzzled. You're not wearing a uniform, are you? Goku sheepishly grinned at his own stupidity. I guess you've got me there. One moment please. The elderly woman stood up and disappeared into a back room. Goku surveyed the office and noticed a nameplate on her desk. If he could read, he would have seen Ms. Morai printed on it. A moment later, she returned with a green jacket, tan khakis, a white button-down shirt, a red tie, a brown belt, and brown shoes. She handed the garments to him saying, I have a feel for Destiny's kid and you have something very interesting in store for you. Okay. I hope you're ready, kid, she chuckled ominously. I'll try my best, he said laughing. As Goku left the office, he could not help thinking that he had been told he needed to be ready twice today. Smiling to himself, he was happy that the school's employees showed such a great concern for the students. He quickly changed out of his orange guy and matching pants. He replaced them with his new uniform sans tie, as he could not figure it out how to tie it. His new clothes were surprisingly more comfortable than he thought they would be. He made a mental note to thank the woman when time allowed and ask her how to tie a tie. Right now he had to head over to class to avoid being late. There was a rumbling noise from a drawer in Ms. Morai's desk. She opened it expectantly, placing the crystal ball on her desk. The visage of a robed man appeared within the glassy sphere. So what did you think? Spoke the man. As you said, he is very interesting, and I can see why you wanted me to personally meet this one. I think he'll serve your purposes well. Is there anything else, my lord? No, that's all for now, Clotho. Keep me informed of any developments. Of course. Goku walked into the classroom late, only to hear the tail end of Ms. Shizuka Nekonom's introductory speech. And make sure you all stay in your human forms while you're here, in case, she finished brightly. She glanced over to the newcomer. Meow, she quickly covered her mouth with her hands, embarrassed by her outburst. Everyone glanced back and forth between their teacher and the tardy student. He's strikingly handsome, the Catwoman thought naughtily. Her face turned slightly red when she realized her class was staring at her. Quickly regaining her composure, she announced, welcome, I'm Nekonom-sensei. I've already called roll, so you must be Son Goku, correct? Yes, that's right. Goku-kun. Goku searched for the source of the voice only to be quickly ambushed by one of Moka's fierce hugs. Oh Goku-kun, it looks like we're in the same class, I'm so excited, and look, there's an empty seat in front of me. Come sit. Moka led the flustered Saiyan by his hand to his seat. He didn't hear the whispers of his peers. Who is that guy? Never seen him before, and how does he know her? Also, she's ridiculously pretty. Gorgeous, really. This is unfair, how come he gets to sit by her? What a punk, said a sloppily dressed student. His top collar was unbuttoned and his shirt untucked. He sported brown disheveled hair and a pierced lip. An ominous smirk plastered on his face. That's all for today, class, you guys can go early, explained Ms. Nekonom. There was a rustling as students packed up their things to leave. Goku and Moka left the classroom together. While walking down the hall, she moved her fingers over his and held his hand. He looked down, surprised, but did not move away. Hey, so I noticed you haven't tied your tie, want help? She asked innocently. Yes, of course, that'd be great, Goku said earnestly. He knew if Kai was still alive, he would be killed for looking anything less than presentable. Just as she finished adjusting it, the couple was approached by a certain onlooker. He cut in between Goku and Moka, holding out his hand. Hey there, I'm Saizu. I couldn't help but notice that you were being bothered by this loser, so I thought I should step in." Moka backed away nervously. Goku watched as Saizu stepped closer to Moka. "Hey Saizu, it's nice to meet you, I'm Son Goku," the Saiyan happily called out. Saizu turned around and sneered. "I wasn't talking to you, scum, get in my way and I'll be forced to end you," he said bluntly. "Are you saying you want to fight?" Goku asked hopefully. You wouldn't last the time it would take to walk off school grounds, but you're on, punk. And when I win I'm taking Moka," he said, throwing a snide grin over to the cowering girl, wincing at his words. "Oh great, but can we go after lunch? I'm so hungry," Goku replied with a laugh. "This is great, I already have someone to spar with," he thought happily. "No, we will fight now," barked Saizu. "You better be in the woods in 5 minutes or else." He turned his back on the duo and headed for the exit. "Great, I'm gonna crush this punk, take his girl, and establish myself as the toughest guy on campus." "Goku-kun, don't go, you could get hurt," Moka protested. "No, it's okay, I'll be fine. Besides it's just a friendly bout, what could go wrong?" he asked cheerfully. "Well, what kind of monster are you?" "Oh wait," she said, catching her mistake. "We're not supposed to reveal our identities, so I'm sorry about earlier." Goku thought for a moment, realizing he did not know of any other kinds of monsters. He was supposed to keep a low profile after all, and he could not tell her he was a Saiyan. Darn it, he thought to himself. That means I can't fight with Saizu. "Hey, it's only fair I tell you since you already revealed yourself to me," reasoned the Saiyan. Moka leaned in closer anxiously. Goku said the first thing that came to mind. "I'm human." "You're what?" exclaimed Moka. How could this be? He seemed so friendly, but the humans she had met in her early school days were cruel and mean. "No, you can't be, you're too nice," she whined aloud. "Also you can't be here, this is a school for monsters." "What's wrong with humans? We're great once you get to know I mean us," he replied smiling. "And what do you mean this is a school for monsters?" "Ugh, never mind. But you do seem really nice, so I guess I can be okay with this. I won't tell anyone your secret, Goku-kun. Anyway, you're not going to seriously fight Saizu, are you? He will kill you." "Yeah, I guess I can't fight with him." "Why does he sound so disappointed?" she thought. "Well good, I'll go tell Saizu that you're not coming," she said. "No way, it was my fight, I should be the one to tell him," Goku said, running off towards the woods. "Why?" Moka yelled after him. "I'm coming with you." Goku sped off through the dead forest with Moka hot on his heels. He's really fast, she thought. They both arrived at a clearing where they found Saizu with his back turned to them. He heard their approach and grinned. "So you decided to show up, I'm impressed," Saizu mocked. "Oh, it was no trouble," Goku chuckled, clearly not understanding Saizu's intentions. "But I thought I'd let you know that we can't fight today, sorry," he said, sounding genuinely disappointed. "Are you serious? Do you think you can just back out?" Saizu yelled back. He began to transform, his clothes wore torn as he rapidly increased in size. His hulking form soon towered over the two. Moka was shaking with fear, while Goku casually watched Saizu's transformation. His hands grew disproportionately large in comparison to the rest of his body. His tongue elongated, protruding from his mouth lined with pointed teeth, dripping saliva at his feet. "He looks like a monstrel," Moka said with a hint of disgust. She tried to take a deep breath to calm herself down, knowing she was in grave danger, unless. "Well sure he's big, but he looks dumb to me," Goku replied with despair. He had been excited to see the true power of a monster, but he was sorely disappointed with his first encounter. "You idiot, you're not going to have the chance to regret that while I'm gnawing on your flesh," Saizu screamed, charging forward. "You better run because if I catch you it's severe." "Oh okay, I'm up for a chase, haha, catch me if you can," Goku said, laughing. He was glad he could have some amusement if was not going to fight. He grabbed Moka by the arm and started running. He was thoroughly enjoying the thrill with his usual carefree abandon. "Oh, can you be so happy about this?" she complained. "This human obviously has something wrong with him, doesn't he realize that we're in danger?" Moka was led through the ominous forest by the laughing Saiyan, who seemed to be having the time of his life. As they made their way through the uneven terrain, they came across a cliff gap spanning a little over 10 feet. The bottom was at least 50 feet below them and was populated with jagged rocks. Goku turned back to Moka with a grin. She looked confused, but panic quickly overtook her as she realized his intentions. "No, why we won't Maki," she did not get the chance to finish as she found herself being pulled by the leaping Saiyan. However, he slightly miscalculated. He landed on solid ground, however she was not so lucky. Her hands struggled to maintain their hold on the edge of the drop. Goku turned around, realizing her peril, and came to assist her. He reached for her hand but missed. She yelled out before falling into oblivion. "Uka!" Goku cried out. He was about to fly down after her, but found himself surprised by what he was holding in his hand, Moka's Rosario. Suddenly a red flash erupted from the pit and a large colony of bats poured forth from every corner of the spooky forest. Goku covered his ears from the deafening roar of flapping wings. The bats blotted out the sky, turned red from the unleashed aura and funneled into the pit. Everything suddenly went quiet. Goku peered down into the pit, unaware of Saizu's approach. He quickly backed away as a woman leaped out of the darkness in front of him. She stood with Goku on one side of the ravine with Saizu on the other. Goku looked at her with awe. She looked like Moka, but she had light silver hair that matched a bright full moon in the background. Her eyes were a dark crimson red, and her pupils appeared to be serpentine. Her usual gentle expression was replaced with a fang-barring scowl. This transformation is similar to my Super Saiyan form, he thought excitedly. Her monster form and aura was far more impressive than Saizu's, although Goku had to admit that her power level was not very high, at least by the standards of the Z fighters. She turned her steely gaze on Goku, obviously displeased. "You foolish boy, your nonchalant idiocy nearly had me killed," she vented. Goku was taken aback by her sudden change of personality. This version of her is not as friendly. "But I guess I did almost let her get hurt," he noted, feeling guilt. Saizu was motionless, his gaze fearfully transfixed on the powerful monster. "You're he stammered. "A S-class monster, a true vampire," he gulped. She turned her attention to the would-be attacker and snickered. "You're an even bigger fool than the one standing next to me if you think you can pick a fight with me, monstrel," she stated flatly. "Her Imki aura is overwhelming, but if I can beat her, I'll be untouchable. Teaching this vampire bitch a lesson will make me into a legend," he thought before leaping across the gap to strike her. However, he landed his attack where she had been standing only to find no one there. He looked around, bewildered. He suddenly turned around as he felt a powerful spike in Imki. He barely caught a glimpse of her before feeling a sharp pain to his gut. He backed away slowly, kneeling in front of the vampire's fist. Saizu slowly stood up, regained his balance, and launched a barrage of punches at the vampire. She dodged all of his efforts with little effort. He desperately tried to hit her, lunging forward with a kick. She caught his leg easily and smashed the flat of her hand into his chin, causing him to spit up blood. She aimed a kick to his knee and let go of his leg. He fell again, staining the ground with his blood. "You bitch," he screamed, choking on blood, and tried to regain his footing. "You think that your kind is better than me, but I'll show why." "You will show me nothing," she interrupted. "The only thing that will be shown here and now is your—" She paused, winding up her leg. "Place," she yelled, her foot connected with his face, sending him crashing through the woods, covering the leafless branches with drops of blood. He broke through several trees before he skidded to a stop, creating a dirt wake. Satisfied, she turned towards Goku, who watched the short fight with great interest. Strangely, he was not at all intimidated by the silver-haired vampiress. "Hey Moka-san," that was he began. "Silence, don't thank me, fool. I didn't act to save you, but no one attacks me," and walks away from the encounter. Deep in the woods, Saizu was crawling on his stomach towards the school. "Continue to act so recklessly human and you will also find yourself on the receiving end of my foot, understand? I'm not the same girl you met earlier today, so do not presume to be my friend." "Actually, I was going to say that you used an unnecessary amount of force," Goku criticized. "We should probably go apologize, don't you think so, Moka-san?" Moka was stunned speechless by this human's insolence. She had just saved his life from a monstrel who intended to kill him, yet here he stands telling her to apologize. Who the hell does he think he is, she wondered angrily. "Listen boy, I'm not going to apologize to that trash. But it seems to me that you are also in need of being put in your place, and I'm happy to oblige," she growled venomously while winding up another kick. She was about to attack when she heard him laughing. Bewildered, she asked, "And just what the hell is so funny?" Goku pointed to her feet. She looked down and noticed she was standing in a pile of manure. In an uncharacteristically feminine manner, she shrieked and pulled her shoes off and threw them away. Goku was still laughing while rubbing the back of his head. The proud vampire felt extremely embarrassed at her moment of weakness. "Hey, I'm okay with you wanting to kick me now that you took those shoes off," Goku joked. Moka cursed under her breath. "Idiot," she muttered to herself. The red-eyed woman walked over towards him and snatched the Rosario from his hand, placing it back on her choker. She instantly fainted into his arms, her silver hair ebbed away, replaced by its normal pink hue. After a few moments she recovered, looking up at Goku, her lips trembling. "Goku-kun, I'm sorry," she whispered meekly. "My other can be a bit harsh, though she means well," she explained. He smiled, signaling to her it was okay. She smiled back, licking her lips. "I can't help but notice you smell delicious today, can I?" she asked innocently. Goku was a bit puzzled by the girl's personality flip, but he nodded and relaxed his body so that she would be able to this time. She edged towards his neck slowly and inhaled. "Capuchu. That was delicious," Moka gushed while wiping her mouth. It was the first time she had ever drunk someone's blood before and she was hooked. She was not sure if it was because she had just fed or that Goku's blood was special, but she felt invigorated. She was having a hard time coming to terms with the sensation. She felt powerful, yet she was still sealed. Goku watched on curiously at Moka as she seemed to be in a trance. "Hey Moka-san, are you alright? I thought blood was good for vampires." "Oh yes, I'm more than fine," Moka said dreamily. "I think I'm addicted, his blood is amazing. I've never felt this good before," she thought. After a few moments her aphrodisiac passed and she asked him to walk back to the dorms with her. He nodded in agreement and they set off at a modest pace. "Come to think of it, I'm not sure where the girls' dormitory is located," Goku mused. "Just follow me, okay?" It was built on the other side of campus, far away from the boys' dormitory. "Oh, would you like to come up to room Goku-kun?" she asked eagerly. "What for?" Goku asked. She was flustered by how oblivious he was being. She really liked him, but so far he did not seem to get any of her hints. "It's just that well it's been a long day and I thought maybe you might want something to eat. I can cook you something in my room." "Really, that sounds amazing, I can't wait," Goku exclaimed. It seemed that she had found the Saiyan's weakness. As the two headed back to Moka's room, they quickly found themselves surrounded by a group of boys. "Hi Moka-sama, we're in the same class together, want to study sometime," said a frail-looking boy with glasses. He pressed himself up against Moka despite her protests. "No way she's going to study with me. Moka-sama, I love your long pink hair, can I brush it? I just want to smell you. Please, just a whiff." Moka screamed and tried to push past the crowd of suitors that had swarmed to her. Goku watched the scene unfold with a confused look on his face. Why is everyone acting so strangely, he asked himself. "Goku-kun, come on. Moka-san, should we ask these guys to come over as well, they seem to like you." "Ugh, no Goku-kun, just hurry up into the building and we'll lock them out." "That seems kind of rude, ignoring them like that." "Oh well, I guess it's a good thing because there will be more food for me," he thought happily. "Hey, how come he gets to be with her?" the group complained. The blue-haired girl stood by and observed the whole spectacle take place. "Who does that girl think she is? She's hogging all of the attention," she fumed to herself. "It's time I start taking what's rightfully mine as a succubus. All of the boys will be eating out of the palm of my hand, all I have to do is. Hey boys, over here." The crowd turned to see a shapely blue-haired beauty waving at them. Perfect. She had their attention, so she let her womanly charm do the rest. Meanwhile Goku followed Moka to her room. "I can't believe I'm going to have him in my room, it's a little sudden, but I feel pretty strongly about him. I can't believe I'm finally going to get something to eat. It's been too long." She opened the door revealing two modestly furnished rooms. One had a bed, bookshelf, closet, couch and desk, while the other was a kitchen outfitted with basic appliances and a table. Goku sat down on the couch, happily awaiting his meal. Moka went into the kitchen and after retrieving a few ingredients from her cupboard and refrigerator, got to work. She glanced over to see Goku lying on the couch with his eyes shut. She tiptoed over to him nervously. "He looks so peaceful when he's sleeping, and he smells delicious. I wonder if I can just take a little bite without him waking up," she thought, blushing. She moved closer to him, her mouth dripping slightly with anticipation. "Hey Moka-san, what are you doing over here? Is the food done yet?" He yawned, his eyes still closed. She backed away blushing heavily. No, not yet, I was just curious to see if you were sleeping, that's all," she recovered. "How did you know I was here?" "I sensed you," he said without thinking. "Oh, I see, what do you?" she started to question before she realized she needed to take the pot off the stove. She rushed back to the kitchen before she could ask him what he meant. After what seemed like an eternity to Goku but was actually a few minutes, she called to him that the food was ready. His body sprang from the couch immediately. Upon entering the kitchen he was met with the sight of a large pot filled with rice, vegetables and small pieces of diced chicken. It was a very plain dish, but Moka did not have a lot of time to prepare anything else. "I hope he likes it," she thought, trying to hide her worried expression. Goku wasted no time in digging in. He picked up the chopsticks and in an extraordinary display of speed and hunger, devoured the contents of the pot in seconds. "Wow, that was really good, thank you Moka-san," he said smiling. "Hey, you don't happen to have anything else to eat, do you?" She looked at him mortified. How could he have eaten all of that so quickly and he's still hungry? "I'm sorry Goku-kun, but that was all I had," she fibbed. "I'm going to have to go grocery shopping if I want to invite him over for dinner again." "That's alright, I think I can manage," he said after some thought. "But thank you for inviting me over. I think I'm going to try to find my room and get some sleep. I'll see you tomorrow." "Why don't you want to stay and maybe talk some more? I'd like to get to know you better." "There will be plenty of time for that tomorrow. Bye Moka-san." He waved to her as he opened the door and walked out. She was disappointed at his departure, but she felt happy that he had enjoyed her food. As Goku walked away he tried to ignore his stomach pangs. "Hey King Kai, can you hear me?" "Yes Goku, what is it?" "Do you think that maybe I could come to the Grand Kai's planet, another world? I need to get some food." Well, it's funny you should mention that. I'm actually going to a banquet right now, but you're not supposed to come up here because you're alive. The banquet, that's fantastic, I'll be there in a flash. Wait, Goku, didn't you hear what I said? You can't come here because he yelled in surprise as Goku materialized in front of him. Hey King Kai, how have you been? Actually, let's catch up after we eat, okay? His former mentor nodded. Some people never change. He followed after the alien man-child. He had a chance to see all of the friends he made when he was dead. He was most excited to see his greatest rival from the other world tournament. Goku, it's great to see you. I was able to win the title again in your absence, but I must admit, there isn't really any competition with you gone. Haha, thanks Pikin. You're too kind. I'm sure if I was here you would have won anyway, Goku stated sincerely. He ate his fill and spoke with some of the other case, includes the Grand Kai himself. Hey Grand Kai, I'm still looking forward to our training session. It's only in a couple hundred years, right? Yes Goku, that's right. I'll train you in 250 years, he said, wiping the sweat drops from his brow. I'm going to need another 250 to get ready if I'm going to keep up with that boy. Goku nodded, smiling. He was happy to see everyone again and was reluctant to leave, but he decided he needed to head back to school. With a smile he waved goodbye to everyone in the Grand Kai's banquet hall. But before he could use his instant transmission technique, King Kai asked him to take a walk. Goku of course obliged, wondering what King Kai needed to tell him. Goku, you are bound to figure this out soon if you already haven't, but Imkai Academy is not a normal school, at least by human standards. Yes, I discovered that pretty quickly, he said, chuckling. The school is in the Imkai realm, which is a dimensional barrier created to separate Ayashi from humans. You see, they have never really got along well. Earth isn't the most receptive place in the universe, you know. And the monsters, despite their advantage in power, are smaller in number. They are afraid of humanity. But I've lived in the human world for years now. So has Vegeta and Piccolo, and if Piccolo can do it then anyone can. I think people can be accepting if you give them a chance. I know Goku, but this separation occurred a long time ago. Humans may be more open-minded, but the inhabitants of the Imkai realm don't know this. They tend to stay in their realm, and even the ones that do disguise themselves in human form. Basically, they are very distrusting. Also, Piccolo spends most of time meditating in solitude, so he doesn't count. Good point. Anyway, the school you're going to was set up by one of the three Dark Lords. They are the de facto leaders of the Imkai realm, as they are stronger than anyone else, at least for the moment. The point is that your acceptance to the school is not an accident. You were mostly likely recruited to go there to suit the school chairman's purposes. It's important that you know this. I understand, thanks for telling me. Is there anything else I should know? Nothing that you need concern yourself with at this point. Goku thanked him again for his warning and placed his fingers to his head. Goku arrived back on campus and headed over to his dorm. He realized he had been gone longer than he thought, as it was already morning. He forgot that time passed more slowly in Otherworld. Realizing he needed to grab some things from his room, he sped off in order to avoid being late. He arrived in his room and began rummaging through a suitcase. He found himself wishing he had unpacked earlier. Finding a notebook and pen, he ran out of his room towards the main academic building. He laughed to himself, thinking he did not actually know how to take notes, but he thought it was important that he was prepared for class. He made a promise after all. As Goku walked in, he noticed something strange with the student body. All of the boys seemed to have a vacant stare plastered on their faces and kept muttering the same phrase repeatedly. It sounded like they were saying Kurumu. He heard the clicking of high heels and turned around to see a blue-haired girl. She was wearing a yellow sweater vest over a white long-sleeve shirt adorned with a bow tie. He did not get a good look at her before he was trampled by the male zombies in the hallway. As he started to get up, he heard his name called out from behind him. Goku-kun. Hello Moka-san, what's got into everyone? It seems as though that girl over there has captured the attention of every boy in the school. He looked to her for answer, but instead was met with a crushing hug. Oh, thank goodness she didn't get you too, I was worried. Oh, what's going on? He asked again, feeling uncomfortable with the hug's intensity. That girl over there is a succubus named Kurumu, and she charmed every boy in the school. Only girls were in class today, and when you didn't come either, I assumed she got you too, she pouted. So all of these people are under her control. Yes. Their reunion was soon interrupted as Kurumu Kurono walked past her giant band of groupies over to the duo. What do you think you're doing, Moka? I claimed all of the boys in the school. You were just hugging my property, exclaimed the angry succubus. Goku's not your property, she declared while pulling him possessively to her side. Oh yeah, we'll see about that. Kurumu planted her gaze on Goku to charm him. Hey, we haven't met before, I'm Son Goku, he said warmly. Why are you staring at me like that? But why isn't my charm working? I should be able to use his sexual desires to enslave him. She thought, gritting her teeth. It seemed impossible that any man could resist her, even if she was a young succubus. Well anyway, I was wondering if you could release everyone else from your spell. It isn't right that you have taken away their free will, you know, Goku lightheartedly admonished. He didn't notice the strange looks he was getting from Moka and Kurumu. How is he not under her control? Thought the vampire. How is it that you are resisting me? Kurumu yelled. No one resists me. My slaves, attack these idiots right now. Although he loved a good fight, the Goku knew he needed to keep a low profile so he would fit in, and he also did not want to fight anyone while they were not in control of themselves. An idea came to him. Goku, Moka exclaimed, noticing her Rosario was no longer attached to her choker. The mass of would-be attackers stopped in their tracks. Moka's body emitted a powerful red aura, filling the entire hallway with its light. The shattering of glass could be heard throughout the school as swarms of bats broke through the windows. In an instant Moka's body was completely obscured by the colony. Though they were entranced, the faces of Kurumu's slaves distorted from their stupor, having been struck by an indescribable fear. All at once the bats flew off her, revealing the awakened silver-haired vampire. Her red eyes glared down at the petrified crowd. No, it can't be, she's a vampire, Kurumu said meekly. She was absolutely terrified, but she willed back her composure. No matter, there is too many of us for even a mighty vampire, she said utterly without confidence. Attack them now. The army hesitated. Moka yawned, covering her mouth with her hand, dismissing the terrified crowd. As she started walking towards them, they began to back up. Moka-san, make sure you don't hurt them, they can't control themselves, Goku said concerned. The proud vampire ignored his words and launched herself into an attack. Powerful kicks landed on every boy in the hallway, none were spared. Having completely thrashed Kurumu's retinue, she turned her attention to the aforementioned succubus. Kurumu was openly in her true form. Bat-like wings flapped behind her, elevating her slightly below the floor. Her tail curled around her body and she pointed her fingers, which were now claws, at Moka. Do you really think that you have a chance at beating me? The vampire laughed. Kurumu remained silent. Her only advantage over the vampire was flight, however she was currently inside the school. She needed a way to lure the vampire outside. She looked over at Goku. You and I are going for a ride, she exclaimed as she swooped forward and snatched him. Gosh, he's heavy, I hope I can make it outside. Goku did nothing to stop her. He had not taken to the skies in a while because he was trying to avoid drawing attention to himself. Goku was actually enjoying his unplanned flight. Moka on the other hand was not pleased. You little bitch, how dare you, she barked, chasing after the succubus. She almost caught up to her, but Kurumu was able to pull up upon exiting the building and began to increase her altitude. Moka stood by powerless as Goku was hoisted up in the air. Give up, vampire, or I will drop your boyfriend, Kurumu threatened, now hovering directly over the roof of the school. She was easily over 100 the rooftop. She was feeling quite confident that she had beaten her opponent. Grabbing the Rosario from Goku, she threw it down to the enraged silver-haired girl. I saw that your powers were released after that cross was pulled off. Put it back on and I won't drop him, Kurumu said smugly. Don't take too long because if I get worn out, I might prematurely let go. Oh, can't we go for a ride longer? I haven't flown in a while, Goku protested. The succubus looked at the spiky-haired boy in bewilderment. Looks like this guy has already been dropped on his head, she joked to herself. Little did she know that she had hit the hammer on the head. He's not my boyfriend, Moka yelled back as she caught the Rosario and gritted her teeth. Her instincts told her that she should just let her drop him. But she felt an attachment to this boy, one she would not dare admit. She needed to come up with a plan quickly. Okay, succubus, you win. I'll concede. But first you have to meet me halfway. If you drop him from there he will surely die, so lower your altitude in case you start feeling, as you put it, worn out, she suggested with trace hints of menace. Deal. Kurumu did not trust her, but it did not seem as though there was anything the vampire could do to thwart her. Her overconfidence got the better of her and she slowly began to descend. That's it, fool, just a little closer. Moka tried to ready herself without alerting the succubus to her intentions. She took care to hide the killing intent in her imki. As soon as Kurumu got low enough, Moka quickly uprooted a nearby tree with inhuman speed and with incredible force, hurled it at the surprised succubus. In an attempt to dodge the incoming missile, Kurumu let go of the Saiyan and tried to fly above it. At this range she was, however, not fast enough. As Goku fell towards the building, Moka propelled herself towards him, caught him in midair, and somersaulted down onto the rooftop. Stay here, she barked, leaving no room for argument. She quickly jumped down off the roof as Goku looked on. She's definitely has some technique, maybe she would be a challenge for Pan, he mused, thinking about his granddaughter, who liked to fight almost as much as he did. The thought of those two fighting brought a smile to his face. The vampiress landed on her feet and sauntered over to the defeated succubus. There was a trail of blood from the blue-haired girl's attempt to crawl off and hide. Spotting her enemy, Kurumu crawled over to a tree, leaning against it for support while breathing heavily. Escape was impossible, so she decided to face the vampire in a gesture of bravery. The vampire took note of the girl's action and harumphed. She came to a halt and put her hand on her hip. The two women glared at each other in a moment of silence. Kurumu was the first to speak. "I'm sorry, Moka. I promise I'll leave you alone if you let me go," she asked pleadingly. "If I let you go, what's to stop you from attacking me again?" the vampire answered coldly. Kurumu broke under the weight of Moka's blood-red stare. "Please don't kill me," she cried desperately. She looked into the eyes of the vampire for a hint of mercy, but found none. "I'm not going to kill you," fool, Moka stated flatly. Kurumu breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps vampires do have some compassion after all. "However, there is one matter that must be addressed. The only advantage you have over me is your flight. Without it, you're nothing but a hatchling that has fallen from its nest." She paused with a slight smile. "I'm going to tear your wings off. No, please somebody help." Moka began to strut towards the damaged girl when her path was intersected by a spiky-haired boy. Goku now stood in between the two girls with his arms outstretched. "Idiot, what do you think you are doing? Move now or I will move you." Goku smiled at the vampire's frustration. "Listen, I know that she attacked us, but I think you are going too far. You should not be trying to teach her a lesson with violence, but rather, with compassion. Can't you see she's been through enough already? I won't let you hurt her anymore." Kurumu couldn't believe that this boy would stand up for her after she had attacked him and Moka. She felt emotionally overwhelmed and began to cry. "Moka-san, we should be friends with her, like you and I are," Goku said. Moka growled at the Saiyan boy, but made no move towards the succubus. "Listen, Goku, you and I are not friends. Do not confuse me with my outer personality. The fact of the matter is you are still standing there because your blood is delicious, nothing more. Otherwise I would have just let her drop you, but that mean no more blood for yours truly, now wouldn't it? All you are to me is a blood bank," she finished. Despite her harsh words, Goku's smile never wavered, much to her annoyance. She narrowed her eyes at a muttering fool before putting the Rosario back on her choker. She fainted in Goku's arms. The next day as Goku was heading to class, he heard his name called and turned his head to see his pink-haired friend walking towards him. As soon as she reached him, he once again found himself in one of her strong hugs. "I'm sorry what the other Moka said to you yesterday, Goku-kun, but she didn't mean it. It was brave of you to stand up to her like that." "It's okay, Moka-san, I'm just glad no one was seriously hurt in the encounter. The nurses told me that Kurumu-san is going to make a full recovery," he beamed. "That's good," Moka said, trying to hide her lack of enthusiasm. She didn't like that he attributed the same honorific he used with her to Kurumu. "Oh, there you are, Goku-kun, I've been looking everywhere for you." Goku eased out of Moka's arms to face Kurumu, who was happily skipping towards him. Before he could do anything, he found himself victim of another embrace. "Yahoo, after you stood up for me like that I learned my lesson. I'm not going to try to hurt anyone anymore or use my charm. I've decided that I'm going to be a one-man woman from now on." "That's great, I'm really happy for you," Goku exclaimed, genuinely pleased that the succubus changed her ways. "I'm glad you agree, because I've decided that you are my destined one. I want to be with you, Goku." "What?" blurted out Moka. "Okay, we can all be friends," proclaimed the clueless Saiyan, clearly not understanding what Kurumu meant. "That wasn't what I meant," Kurumu said, slightly dejected. "Hey, do you want to walk with me to class?" she said, perking up. A tick mark appeared on Moka's head. This girl, whose enormous boobs were now pressed against a boy she liked, thought she was just going to take him. "No, Goku-kun is going to class with me," she told Kurumu vehemently. The two girls began a tug-of-war match with Saiyan, each holding onto one of his arms. "Wow, he's really muscular," they thought together. "Hey, wait a minute, we're all in the same class, right? Let's walk together," Goku proposed, pleased he solved their problem. They looked at him imploringly, but conceded. They walked off to class together reluctantly. As they walked, they glared at each other behind Goku's back. The happy Saiyan did not notice. "But look at this guy, now he has two of the hottest girls in school hanging on his arms," complained a passerby. Soon other boys joined in on the protesting as the trio walked the halls of Imkai Academy. "Looks like Goku is going to have his hands full," chuckled King Kai. "Hey South Kai, want to hear a? No, not another joke out of you, North Kai. Listen, naive one, something is off with that boy. I do not think he's been completely honest with us," growled the Rosario. The pink-haired Moka was surprised with the frequency with which her inner self was communicating with her. Usually she did not have much to say, but recently the Rosario was quite active. She was startled the first time it had happened in human school during class, giving her advice. Talking to herself did not seem to increase her popularity. Her inner self, her Yura as she called her, cautioned that Goku's behavior was extremely unusual. How could a human be so calm in the situations he's been in recently? Moreover, it seems he enjoys the conflicts. And how was he able to get in between the succubus and us the other day so quickly when we had left him on the roof? And his blood, it's incredibly delicious, but there was that side effect. We gained a strange energy boost for a short period of time. I know you felt it, Amit, said Yura. Inner Moka seemed to have much to say the subject of Goku, her thoughts were numerous and often. You may be right, Yura. But I think he will tell us in time, so we don't have to push him now. By the way, you usually don't say much. How come you've been talking about Goku so much? Ugh, never mind, Amit. Okay, Yura. The pink-haired girl was brought out of her inner conversation by a knock on the door. She had invited Goku over for dinner again, this time making sure she prepared beforehand. She opened the door to find the spiky-haired boy next to Kurumu. What's she doing here? Hey Goku-kun, I didn't know you were going to invite Kurumu-chan. Oh right, I should have mentioned that. Since we are all friends now, I thought it would be nice to invite her. That's okay, right? Sure. I know we haven't had the greatest start, but if Goku-kun wants us to be friends, I'm more than willing, said the succubus as she wrapped her arms around Moka in a hug. Moka had to admit that she would not mind having another friend. But it made her uncomfortable that her new friend had so openly declared her affection for Goku, though he did not realize it. Sure, Kurumu-chan, I think we can be best friends, the vampire agreed sincerely, returning the hug. Great, I'm glad you guys are closer now. What do you say we eat? Also, it seems there is no end to his hunger. How can a human eat that much? Quite, Yura. The unlikely trio ate their meal in peace, that is to say, the two girls watched in horror and with interest as Goku devoured everything in sight. He noticed their stares and started laughing. I mean friend Gohan says that I have a high metabolism, the Saiyan explained, although he was not sure what that meant. The succubus and vampire joined in with his laughter at the remark. It seemed as though Goku was able to bring two unlikely friends together, yet again. The next day Goku nervously went to see the rankings that were posted. On the ranking exam he guessed on every question, since he couldn't read it. He arrived at the bulletin board where the list was, where he found Kurumu and Moka waiting in line. Hey guys, I got 13th, how you do? Moka beamed proudly. Hey, I got 321st, replied Kurumu meekly. Don't be so hard on yourself, Kurumu-san, after all, you did better than a lot of other people, said Goku smiling. Thank you, Goku-kun, now let's see how you did. I don't see your name anywhere. Oh Goku, you're second to last, Kurumu said, slightly shocked. She thought he was smarter than that. Really, I didn't come in last, that's fantastic, Goku exclaimed happily. The two girls gave him a strange look. For the honor of last place, it seems you beat out some girl named Shirayuki Mizer, probably because she didn't show up to take the exam, observed Kurumu. Goku-kun, no offense, but that really isn't good, you know, said Moka said diminutively. That is when you can't read the exam, Goku replied laughing. You're illiterate, the girl said in harmony. This is the first school I have ever gone to, so I have never actually learned how to do that, among other things. The two girls buried their faces in their hands. Goku-kun, you know you won't be able to graduate if you don't pass your classes right. The succubus pointed out. Oh, I didn't think of it like that. I made a promise to Kai, so I guess I better try harder. Well, you can study with me if you want, Kurumu said seductively. Or you can study with the 13th best in our class if you want, said Moka, trying to one-up her competitor. Thanks for the offer, but it seems as though I need to get a lot of studying done in a short period of time. Do you guys think that I could learn how to read and write in a year's time? That should be more than enough, Goku, but you don't have a year, Moka answered, unsure of where he was going with that line of thought. Okay, great, I'll catch up with you guys later. I need to see someone first. Okay? They replied in the same puzzled voice. That boy is strange. Yura, don't you think about anything other than Goku? Goku walked through the school asking people where he could find the chairman's office. No one seemed to know until one person spoke up. The chairman's office is located on the top floor, answered the headband-wearing boy. Dene-san, it's nice to see you. Thanks for helping me again. You're welcome, of course. By the way, it's senpai to you, he pointed out. Sure it is. Well, thanks, I have to go, Goku said in a hurry. Knowing that the chairman probably already knew much about him, Goku decided he did not need to hide his abilities in his presence. He checked around to make sure no one was watching and tapped his fingers to his head. He materialized in a dimly lit room. The walls were lined with bookshelves filled with dusty leather-bound books. Behind a dark wooden desk sat a robed man as he peered curiously at the visitor. On the wall directly behind him were strange symbols that had been hand-carved. If he was surprised, he hid it flawlessly. I was wondering when you might make a visit, Son Goku, said the robed man. Still, most do not enter my presence unless I bid them to. Why have you come? He asked, a little sternly. I'm guessing most are afraid of you since you're a Dark Lord, Goku pointed out. Ah, so you know, the Chariman replied, slightly surprised. Yes, but I did not come to tell you that, replied Goku. Naturally. I need to graduate from this school. but I lack the knowledge to do so. I'm asking if I could take a leave of absence for a day to study. I will return when I have finished. I'm aware that you have plans in store for me, and I'm willing to help you, as long as it's for a good cause and not against my morals. I ask only this one thing." The chairman sat motionlessly, thinking upon the Saiyan's request. "Very well, I will give you your day. But tell me, what good will one day do when you are lacking a lifetime of education?" Goku laughed. "Haha, don't worry about that. I have my ways." He waved goodbye to the chairman and smiling, he touched his fingers to his head. Goku rematerialized in his dorm room. He had almost finished packing up the books he needed when he heard a knock on the door. He opened it to reveal Kurumu, who had a basket of cookies in hand. "Hi Goku-kun, I baked these for you," she said as she jumped towards him, pushing her breasts against him generously in an embrace. "You can have them now, or me, if you want," she said suggestively. "Thanks for making these," he said, ignoring her hint. "I'll have to take them to go, because I'm leaving for a little bit to go to the human world to get some studying done." The human world, not one of my favorite places for sure, but how are you going to get there? The bus only leaves once a month. You know you're stuck here, right? She asked, confused. "Don't worry about it," Goku said with a nonchalant smile. "I'll be back before you know it." Goku exited the room with books and cookies in hand, leaving behind a very confused succubus. Once he was sure he was alone, Goku used his instant transmission to go to the world of the Supreme Kais. He was greeted warmly by Kibito Kai and Old Kai, he had not seen them in a long time. "Goku, what brings you to the world of the Kais?" asked Kibito Kai happily. "I'll tell you," said Old Kai with a deviant smile. "He's taking a break from those beautiful girls he's been associating with recently. I've been watching you, Goku," he said with a perverted chuckle. "You have? Well, thanks for looking out for me. Anyway, I came here hoping that you would be my teacher for a year. I have a lot of catching up to do," said the Saiyan to their astonishment. "What? Goku, you can't miss school for that long, and can't you ask Gohan to help you?" "Well, Gohan's busy working for Bulma at Capsule Corporation. And I think we both know a place where I can get a year of studying done in one day. I want to use the hyperbolic time chamber." "Goku, I'm a Supreme Kai, don't you think I'm busy as well anyway? Don't you remember that Piccolo destroyed the entrance? And besides, you've already used the chamber to its limit. Even if you could go in now, the door would disappear and you'd be stuck there. It's the one place where instant transmission does not work," the Kai said, thinking he won the argument. "Well, there are two of you, so I was thinking Old Kai could watch over the universe while you helped me. And Dend actually repaired the chamber, so that's not going to be a problem." "Really? How did he do that?" "I'm not sure. You can ask him when we get there. But go. Also, I have a way to get out of the chamber, so don't worry about it," he interrupted with complete confidence. "But. Listen, Kindergarten Kai, Goku saved the universe how many times now? I think the least you can do is teach him his ABCs," scolded Old Kai. "Yes, you're right, Venerable Elder," sighed Kibito Kai. "Great, then it's settled. Let's go," exclaimed Goku. He grabbed hold of his belongings and the Supreme Kai and departed for the lookout. "I bet Dend and Mr. Popo will be excited to see us," thought the happy-go-lucky Saiyan. "Oh my, you want to what?" asked Mr. Popo, who was astounded. He never thought that Goku would ask to use the hyperbolic time chamber for studying. Truly, he had now seen it all, serving as the Earth Guardian's assistant. Dend could not believe it either. Goku seemed to have an unlimited capacity for surprises. The pair finally assented and the unlikely student and teacher entered the chamber. "Wait, Goku left?" exclaimed Moka. "How could he just leave and not tell her? And why did she have to hear it from the succubus?" "That's what I said," replied Kurumu. "But he can't leave because of the bus schedule." "That's what I told him. Like I said, Ahmed, he's strange." "I guess you're right, Yura. I wonder how he was able to leave. And for studying. How will one day do any good?" The girl's contemplation was cut short by a scream coming across the corridor. They saw a small girl with a pointed hat cornered by three boys who seemed to be the source of her discomfort. Moka and Kurumu walked over and overheard what their leader was saying. "It's a disgrace that a half-blood like you was let into this school, witchling. You're more human than anything else. I don't usually tolerate border races, but I'm going to be nice and give you a chance to leave, but if catch you on campus after school lets out, you're going to see us again, understand? But the bus doesn't come for another month, how am I supposed to leave?" She sobbed. "Doesn't matter to me, camp out in the woods for all I care," snickered the aggressor. "Hey, leave her alone," Moka shouted at them. The three bullies took notice and scowled. The leader motioned for them to leave and the others followed suit. "Hey, we heard what those guys said, but there is no need to worry. If those guys bother you again, we'll thrash them," reassured Kurumu. "I'm Kurono Kurumu, by the way." "And I'm Akashi Moka," said the pink-haired girl with a friendly smile. "Wait, you're Sendo Yukari, right, the child prodigy? You're the highest ranked in our class." The small witch nodded shyly. Most of her peers alienated her for being a witch, and being several years younger than her classmates did her no favors. And if that was not enough, her intelligence engendered jealousy and hatred, further isolating her. She did not expect anyone to talk to her, let alone stand up for her. "Thank you for offering, but I wouldn't want you guys to be in danger because of me," she spoke sadly. "Nonsense, it's no trouble at all," stated Moka. "We'll be your friends." "Really?" Moka and Kurumu nodded. The girls started talking about how best to deal with Yukari's situation and formed a plan. Yukari Sendo, encumbered with a few empty luggage bags, began to depart from the school grounds. 3 pairs of eyes followed her as she journeyed into the dead forest. "Perfect, she's off school grounds," one chuckled. The 3 moved from their hiding spot and started to follow the witchling. As they gained on the witch in a stealthy approach, they were surprised when one of their group was snatched up into the air. The succubus, Kurumu, grabbed one of the boys, who was now trying to squirm out of her grasp. "If you wanted me to put you down, all you had to do was ask," she laughed before letting go of her victim. He fell to the ground incapacitated. The girl's ambush had worked. Moka appeared from the woods coming to Yukari's side, with Kurumu landing in front of them. The odds were now in their favor. "You bitch, we will make sure you regret that," cursed the leader. He and his remaining comrade changed into their monster forms. The girls now faced 2 angry lizard men. "Yukari, if you can distract them with your magic, I'm sure that we can finish them off," Kurumu stated. The young witch nodded and raised her wand, and brass washtubs began to pour down from above. The lizard monsters did their best to dodge the incoming assault before being knocked senseless by Kurumu and Moka. The outer Moka was not much of a fighter, but she still had enough strength to inflict considerable damage when she had to. They never stood a chance against the formidable female trio. One rolled on the ground in his own blood, clutching at his claw wounds, the other was knocked unconscious with a giant bruise on his face. The girls turned their backs on them and headed for the school, satisfied. "Wow, Yukari, you really washed the floor with them," Kurumu joked. The 3 friends started laughing. "Hey Kurumu-chan, I have to be honest. I wasn't too excited about being your friend at first, but you really are a good friend. We would not have won today without you," Moka professed sincerely. "Thank you Moka-chan," Kurumu beamed. "I'm glad we're friends too." The girls hugged, they were glad that fighting together had brought them closer and earned them a new friend. "You know Moka-san, you're pretty great as well. You're so smart and beautiful," Yukari said, pressing herself close to Moka. Thanks Yukari," Moka said nervously, the witch was a little too close for comfort. "Ah," she shrieked. "Yukari, what are you doing? Your boobs are so soft," Yukari said dreamily. "Ooh Moka-chan, looks like you have a girlfriend. I'm going to head back to my room and cook Goku-kun some food for when he returns." Kurumu laughed as she walked away. "Kurumu-chan, wait it for me," Moka pleaded. She tried to hurry after the succubus, but her progress was hindered by the witch dragging along behind her, who was still holding onto Moka's chest. "Goku, it's time," observed the Supreme Kai. Had been a grueling process indeed, especially considering the environment. The hyperbolic time chamber isn't the most comfortable place to spend a year. And his student right now Kibito Kai was seriously thinking it would have been easier if he fought Majin Buu himself when he was resurrected. But somehow he and Goku made it through. He was the foremost god in the universe after all. He had no choice if he wanted to live up to his title, and what greater miracle could he have performed than this one? "How do you feel about the progress you made, Goku?" I probably could work at Capsule Corporation with Gohan now," Goku said with a laugh. "Indeed, you have come unimaginably far in comparison to when we started. However, none of that will matter if we cannot escape from this dimension. You know what you are doing, right? Don't worry, I'll have us out of here faster than you can say trigonometry." Goku took a step into the wide abyss. He did not even notice the change in gravity as he prepared himself, concentrating his energy. "I have not done this in a while, so you might want to take cover," he warned the Kai. The pressure in the chamber, although great before, rapidly began to increase. Goku's aura began to exert itself, causing the floor to shake subtly at first, but soon it was vibrating with a roar. Kibito Kai stumbled backwards in amazement. "He's even stronger than when he fought Omega Shenron, and I thought he was at the pinnacle of Saiyan power. It feels like there is no limit to his energy," thought the Kai, once again impressed by Goku's power. Goku let out a yell. The entire dimension began shaking. Dend and Mr. Popo could feel the vibrations on the lookout, barely able to keep on their feet. It dawned on them that Goku must be powering up. "That's incredible, Mr. Popo, how did Goku get so strong?" Mr. Popo was stunned speechless, he shook his head in bewilderment. "Why is he powering up? Do you think he's angry at his arithmetic studies?" Dend thought for a moment about what Goku was doing. The realization suddenly dawned on him. "Oh, I see," said the Guardian of the Earth. Mr. Popo looked at him expectantly. Inside the chamber, the pressure was crushing the Supreme Kai on the floor, he was rendered completely immobile. Goku became enveloped in a yellow flame that expanded outwards, threatening to consume the Kai. His yells became louder and his body began to glow with golden light. His eyes narrowed, slowly becoming white, his irises faded and were no longer visible. But the final exertion, he screamed, filling the endless abyss with light. The Kai had to close his eyes, or he might have been permanently blinded. When he opened them, this is what he saw. Goku's normally wild hairstyle had become even more unkempt. His body was lined with crimson fur, a matching tail grew out from behind his body. His eyes were the same color as the enormous golden aura that surrounded him, lined with a deep shade of red. He had transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 state. That was a little slower than usual, but I guess that's what happens when you take off a week from training, he said thoughtfully. Sorry to keep you waiting. Words had still not returned to Kibisho Kai, he was only capable of open-mouth staring. Even though he had seen this form before, he could not help but feel even more impressed than usual. Now for the next part, Goku began. Kibito Kai, cover your ears. Goku opened his mouth and began to scream. The sound waves vibrated at such a high frequency, they began to permeate through the dimension, a portal slowly started to form. Soon Goku could see through to the lookout. He turned towards Kibito Kai and motioned for him to grab their things and follow. Goku and the Supreme Kai were greeted by Dend, and as they emerged from the portal. I knew it, you used the same technique Majin Buu and Gotenks used when they escaped the chamber after Piccolo destroyed the entrance. It was a painstaking process to rebuild it, by the way, it should reappear soon, now that you've exited the chamber, I hope, Dent said, slightly unsure. It was incredible, Goku became a Super Saiyan 4, I thought he was going to collapse the dimension, exclaimed the Kai. You did not need to use that form though, Goku. I think you have enough power now to perform that technique in your base Super Saiyan state, Dent pointed out. You're probably right, but I get the feeling I'm not going to get used this form very often, right? Anyway, before I go I'm going to stop by and see Korn. You never know when you might need senzu beans. Thanks for letting me use the chamber, guys. Goku then turned towards the Kai. I know was not an easy student to teach, but thanking you for helping me. The Kai nodded with a smile, and the two shook hands. Goku parted ways from his old friends. Having goodbye, Goku used his instant transmission technique to go see his feline friend. I know my friends are going to ask me where I've been, but I don't know what to tell them. I don't want to keep lying, but I thought I was going to a regular school, now Moka thinks I'm human. If I tell her she might think I'm a liar, Goku thought in despair. She had been his first friend at Imkai Academy, and he did not want to let her down. He remembered how people acted when the rumor spread that Moka was a vampire after the Saizu fight. Their classmates became afraid of her and avoided her at all costs. It became even worse after the Kurumu battle. How would people react if they found out he is a 60-year-old alien in the body of a teenager, was married, has 2 children, and a granddaughter? The lies were beginning to pile up, and Goku was afraid he might be buried by them if he did not tell his friends the truth. Flashback. So Moka-chan, what's the deal with your necklace, asked Kurumu. Yeah, I've been wondering that as well, Goku chimed in. Well, it was made so that my vampire powers would be sealed. My father wanted me to experience the human world and the seal was necessary for me to fit in. He was supposed to be the only one able to remove it until Goku first pulled it off when we fought Saizu. I'm not really sure how that happened though, Moka trailed off. Probably because we are good friends, right? Right. Then flashback. Moka woke from the same dream that reoccurred for 3 nights in a row. It was always about Goku pulling off the Rosario the day they fought Saizu. She thought about it often, unable to figure out how he was capable of removing her seal. Don't forget he did it again when we fought the succubus, Ahmed. Right, Yura, what do you think about this? I am unsure myself, it is quite interesting. We should ask father about it when we get a chance. Moka met with Yukari and Kurumu in the dorm and the 3 headed off towards the main academic building. Yukari was in a different class, so she parted ways with her elders as soon as they got walked in. Kurumu and Moka saw Goku in his seat as they sat down in Ms. Nekonom's classroom. Class, I have a quick announcement, the cat lady declared. Nekonom-sensei, your tail is showing, a student called out. Miyu, she shrieked before scratching the student's face in. He would remember not to call her out next time part of her monster identity was revealed. As I was saying, today is the club fair and all students have to participate in at least one club. After school you should walk through and sign up for one, okay? Oh, and I'm the faculty advisor for the newspaper club if any of you are interested. That's all. So Goku-kun, are you going to tell us where you went the other day? Asked Kurumu, turning her attention to the Saiyan after Ms. Nekonom finished. Yeah, we would like to know, we were kind of worried about you, Moka stated in a hushed voice. Well, I have a friend in the human world that's a really good tutor. I asked a school chairman if he could arrange a special bus trip for me so I could get some help, Goku finished. He was eyed suspiciously by the vampire and succubus, but they decided to let it go, for now. After roll was called, the trio got up from their seats and headed to math class. Not a word was exchanged as they sat down in Ms. Ruriko's classroom. So today we are going to solve some trigonometry proofs. Do I have any volunteers to do the first one? She asked, pointing to the problem on the board. Proof. The Sin superscript 2 cedilla plus Cos superscript 2 cedilla equals 1. B1 plus Tan superscript 2 cedilla equals Sec superscript 2 cedilla. C1 plus Cot superscript 2 cedilla equals Csc superscript 2 cedilla. As expected, no one raised their hand. She glanced around the classroom to decide who to call on. Her gaze settled on the boy with spiky black hair in the back of the room. Goku, perhaps you would like to try. I would like to volunteer, Moka blurted out, not wanting Goku to be embarrassed in front of the whole class. I'm sorry Moka, but you had your chance. Goku, if you would. Goku smiled to Moka to let her know that it was okay. She reluctantly sat down. Well, according to the Pythagorean theorem, Goku began as he walked up to the board. Picking up a piece of chalk, he drew a triangle, labeling the hypotenuse r and the remaining sides y and x. We find that x superscript 2 plus y superscript 2 equals r superscript 2. 1. Therefore, on dividing both sides by r superscript 2, he said while writing, x superscript 2 plus y superscript 2 plus r superscript 2 equals 1 r superscript 2 r superscript 2 r superscript 2. We can derive this, he spoke quickly, jotting down another line. Cos superscript 2 cedilla plus Sin superscript 2 cedilla equals 1 superscript 2. 2. Apart from the order of the terms, this is the first Pythagorean identity, a dot to derive b, divide line 1 by x superscript 2, to derive c, divide by y superscript 2. Or, we can derive both b and c from a by dividing it first by Cos superscript 2 cedilla and then by Sin superscript 2 cedilla. On dividing line 2 by Cos superscript 2 cedilla, we have. He paused while scribbling down more equations. Cos superscript 2 cedilla plus Sin superscript 2 cedilla equals 1. Cos superscript 2 cedilla, Cos superscript 2 cedilla, Cos superscript 2 cedilla. That is 1 plus Tan superscript 2 cedilla equals Sec superscript 2 cedilla. And if we divide it by Sin superscript 2 cedilla, we have Sin superscript 2 cedilla plus Cos superscript 2 cedilla equals 1. Sin superscript 2 cedilla, Sin superscript 2 cedilla, Sin superscript 2 cedilla. That is 1 plus Cot superscript 2 cedilla equals Csc superscript 2 cedilla. The three Pythagorean identities are thus equivalent to one another, he finished, beaming. Upon completion of the proof, he saw blank stares around the room. The entire class had been stunned speechless. Moka and Kurumu were still trying to comically pick their jaws up off the floor. Ms. Ruriko could not believe the worst math student in her class just completed that proof. The only thing that could be heard in the room was Goku's footsteps as he walked back to his seat. Ms. Ruriko finally recovered. Class is dismissed. For today was all she could manage to say. Goku packed up his things but was surprised to see everyone else in the room was glued to their seat. Hey Moka-san, Kurumu-san, I'll see you later, okay? He said, smiling as he left the room. What the hell, Kurumu finally exclaimed. He was ranked second to last on the proficiency exam and the worst student in our math class. How she trailed off. Moka sat still, shaking her head. Goku went back to his room now that he had a lull between classes. That went well. I guess all of that studying paid off, he thought, pleased with himself. I do need one more thing from the chairman. I need a place where I can train in secrecy. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. As he opened it, he barely had time to avoid being trampled by the furious girls that stormed in. Hey, what's this Abu? Listen Goku-kun, we deserve an explanation. You pick up and leave for a whole day, and now that you've returned you can solve trigonometry problems. Problems? Well, it was just the one act two. That's not the point, Kurumu interjected again. Please tell us, we are your friends. You can trust us, Moka pleaded. Goku looked at his friends and could not help but feel guilty. He had no idea what to say to them. Sorry, I promise I'll tell you, but not right now. I have to go see the chairman again about something, he said mysteriously, walked out the room. He turned the corner of the hallway and touched his fingers to his head. The girls were stunned for a moment, they soon regained their faculties and rushed out the door after him, but he was gone. Wait, where did he go? It's like he disappeared, whispered Kurumu. Goku was becoming more confusing by the second. We can talk to him later, we should start thinking about what club we want to join before the fair starts, Moka suggested. Okay, Kurumu replied, defeated. Goku, you really can't keep dropping in like this, the chairman stated dryly, trying to conceal his surprise from the alien visitor. Sorry about that, but I've come to ask you for something. Another favor, eh? Let's hear it. I was wondering if there is a place where I can train here, undisturbed explained the Saiyan. I may know of a place, but what's in it for me if I help you? Goku reached into his pocket and placed a brown sack on the table. The chairman cautiously examined the pouch, weighing it in his hand. He pulled the drawstring and delicately peered inside. These are beans, Goku, he stated flatly. You are seriously attempting to bargain with plant seeds. Ah, but those are no ordinary beans. They are called senzu beans, and they have powerful restorative properties. They instantly restore your health to its maximum, even if you are almost dead. The robed man looked at the bag thoughtfully. He had no reason to doubt the Saiyan's word. Your offer is accepted, Goku, follow me. He led the Saiyan down a narrow corridor that led to an ornately decorated bronze door. This place is a sanctuary for creatures that would have gone extinct without protection, a paradise. Through those doors you will find another dimension. I will let you come here as often as you like. Thank you, Goku responded respectfully. Moka and Kurumu walked out of class and headed towards the club fair hesitantly, they did not want to go without Goku. He missed the rest of today's classes, what's up with him? Kurumu asked aloud. I'm sure he had his reasons, let's just head to the fair. Maybe we'll meet him there, Moka stated. The girl's melancholy mood was interrupted by a young witchling who threw herself at the unsuspecting vampire. Yay, now we can go pick a club to be in together, Moka-san exclaimed Yukari. Hi Yukari-chan, could you let go of me, Moka asked, trying to squirm away from her admirer's prying hands. The girls soon came upon the fair and began moving from booth to booth in search of a club. Hey everyone, you should join the swim club, called out a seductive voice. Heads rapidly turned in the direction of the beauty, sporting long turquoise hair decorated with seashells and a very revealing bikini. From a distance a pair of eyes glared at the bikini-clad temptress. She grinded her teeth on the lollipop in her mouth, her hatred brewing. If I joined the swim club I should easily be able to seduce Goku, the succubus thought aloud. Oh, I like swimming, plus it's so hot out here, I could go for a dip, the witch said excitedly. Wait, I can't, Moka started, but her friends had already left for the pool, along with most of the male population. Moka sat by the edge of the pool and watched her friends enjoy the refreshing water on what was a very warm and sunny day. Vampires cannot swim because water purifies their imki, draining their energy. They literally spark in water, so they must add herbs to any water they use. Moka's vampiric nature once again was excluding her from others. Hello, I'm Ichinus Tamao. You must be the famous Moka, am I wrong, said the turquoise-haired girl as she swam over to the edge. Why don't you come in, the water is so refreshing, it's to die for. Sorry I can't, maybe later, Moka replied meekly. Tamao grinned at the girl and turning towards her fellow club members, she gave a nod. Some of the girls in pool clamped their legs together and wriggled them, scales slowly formed on their skin, their feet became flippers. Gills sprouted on the sides of their neck. They bared their fangs at the newcomers. Feast, my mermaids, commanded Tamao. She turned back to Moka and splashed water at her, causing the vampire to instantly spark, she keeled over in agony. Kurumu and Yukari found themselves fighting for their lives, the once crystal blue water started becoming a murkier red. Tamao pulled herself onto land and slithered over to the weakened vampire. She grabbed hold of the girl's pink hair and began to drag her into the blood-soaked pool. She almost reached the water when she felt a blunt force hit her in the face. She screamed out as she tumbled back into the pool. The mermaids stopped their attack momentarily, turning their attention to their wounded leader. The terrified victims took the opportunity to flee. Kurumu grabbed Yukari and flew out of the water. The succubus and witch landed by Moka, who was passed out. Everyone looked up to see a girl with a short purple hair and deep blue eyes, a lollipop was swirling around in her mouth. She looked at the mermaids with hatred. Ah, it's the snow bitch Shirayuki Miser. You interrupted our meal, but I think I can settle for your flesh, spat Tamao. The mermaids gathered to her and prepared for an attack. Miser said nothing in response. She got down on one knee at the edge of the pool and submerged her index finger. What are you do? The mermaid mistress did not get a chance to finish as she and the rest of her scaly accomplices were quickly encased in ice. Miser had frozen the entire pool within seconds. Goku walked into the fair after he finished training and searched for his friends. Every booth was deserted. Puzzled, he started to leave when he heard a commotion coming from the pool area. He rushed over to find most of the student body staring at the frozen pool. He saw Moka lying on the ground. Kurumu and a small girl he had never met seemed to be trying to resuscitate her. Pushing past the crowd, he made his way over to the pink-haired girl. He knelt down and reached into his pocket. Kurumu looked up at the approaching Saiyan. Goku-kun, thank goodness you're here, Moka-chan is what are you doing? Here, eat this, he said, opening the vampire's mouth. He gently moved her jaw up and down to help her chew. She was barely able to swallow the senzu bean. Goku was happy that he had not given all of the senzu beans to the chairman. In only a few moments she stood up, completely unharmed. "I feel fine, no great," exclaimed Moka, who could not believe her own sudden recovery. Before anyone had a chance to ask him what he did, Goku inquired into the events leading up to Moka's injury. "Well, we were attacked by mermaids, and they splashed water on Moka-san, which caused her to pass out. But we were saved by that girl over there," said the little girl pointing to Missia. "Oh, I'm Sendo Yukari by the way, thank you for saving Moka-san," she said, hugging the wild hair boy. "Ah, it was no problem, she's my best friend here you know." Moka blushed at his words. "I'm Son Goku, and if you are a friend of Moka-san, then you are mine as well," he said smiling. Yukari nodded happily. She released Goku, and he made his way towards the impassive snow woman. "Thank you for helping my friend," said the Saiyan warmly. Missia did not say anything, merely looking at him with her default blank expression. "I'm Son Goku. I'm curious as to how you froze the whole pool." "I'm a Yuki-onna, a snow woman, it's sorta my thing," Missia responded unemotionally. "I didn't do it to save your friends. I did it because I hate that mermaid. This was revenge." "Well, whatever the reason, I'm glad you acted. Would you like to be my friend?" The frosty maiden looked at him carefully, slightly tilting her head. "You want to be my friend?" she asked with a hint of surprise. "Of course. Why? You seem lonely and I think you could use a friend. You were brave today, and you showed your opponent mercy. She is currently still frozen, and you could have easily inflicted more damage to her, but you did not. I would enjoy being friends with someone who shows compassion to the people she hates," he summed up sincerely. Missia thought on this. It was hard to read her expressions, but if one looked closely, a slight smile could be seen forming on her lips. The Yuki-onna nodded her head in agreement. "Great, would you like to come look for another club with me and my friends?" Goku's surprising conversation distracted his friends from the way he had revived Moka. His happy banter continued as the group headed back to the fair. Moka and Kurumu temporarily forgot about the incident. "What do you have to report, Clotho?" "My lord, it seems Fairy Tail has grown bolder. Rumor has it they will soon be asking you for their support. I suspect they will not take no for an answer." "Agreed. Perhaps it is time to show them their place. I grow wary of their brazen actions as of late." "My lord. Would it not be unwise to pull that thread so early? His destiny is important." "I know, but I think that Fairy Tail needs to know with whom they are dealing." "What shall I do?" "Please inform the Security Enforcement Committee that Son Goku is a human." The vampire splashed her gaunt face with warm herb-treated water to try to bring herself out of her anemic stupor. It had been, well, too long since the vampire had tasted the Saiyan's blood. She had tried sating her thirst with her supply of tomato juice, but she found that her thoughts lingered on consuming his red nectar to the exclusion of all else. She got dressed and left to go to Goku's room. "Goku, I know it's early, but can you wake up and let me in?" she tried to say without desperation as she knocked on his door. She waited, struggling to maintain her reason, but no one answered the door. She could not wait any longer. Summoning her remaining strength, she drove her foot squarely into the doorknob. She pushed past the splintered door, stumbling over the threshold, only to find her meal was not in the room. What, where is he?" she cried out, exacerbated. She heard the rustling of bed sheets and hushed voices in neighboring rooms. She dragged her feet out of the dorm as quickly as she could. Once outside, she wandered around aimlessly, chancing upon splashing sounds coming from the murky red body of water. She mindlessly pushed through the dead forest, went to investigate. Goku had removed his clothes and was taking an early morning swim, as he sometimes did when he was living in the human world. It was not as enjoyable in this realm since there was no aquatic life for him to interact with in the lifeless water. But he enjoyed it for its sentimental value. He emerged from the depths and made his way toward land. The spying vampire clutched at her nose to impede its bloody discharge as she shamelessly eyed the Saiyan's body. Goku looked like a marble-carved Olympian, truly an impressive sight. Every muscle in his body was well defined. In addition to the headache Moka was suffering from, she began to feel weak in her knees. She slumped down to the ground, practically drooling. Goku dried himself off and got dressed. He started heading back to the boys' dormitory when he found Moka lying in a shallow pool of her own blood in the deserted forest. "Moka, are you okay?" "What happened?" he exclaimed frantically, omitting the customary honorific. "Did someone do this to you?" Moka looked up at him with a faint smile. "Oh no. You see, I tripped and Faye fell." She barely finished. Goku nodded and rolled up his sleeve. He could see the girl was in need of blood, so he relaxed his body and offered her his wrist. Without trying to look deranged, Moka greedily bit down. "Capuchu." She moaned. She was far too thirsty to be embarrassed. Goku did not seem to notice the euphoric response his blood elicited in her. She slurped noisily until her vision started to focus and she saw Goku smiling at her. She retracted her fangs from his wrist while wiping the blood from her lips. She tried to hide her heavy blushing as she thanked him. Feeling better than new, she interlaced her finger with his and held his hand back towards the academy. "I'm glad you're feeling better, I was worried for a moment." "For me? That's sweet of you to say, Goku-kun," she giggled. She was feeling more bubbly than usual with his blood in her body and him at her side. "It was perfect until Goku-kun, there you are, I was looking for you because I thought I would surprise you with breakfast in BB," the succubus trailed off, spotting Moka. "She's holding his hand," Kurumu thought irately. Her displeasure was quickly cast aside as Goku addressed her. "That sounds great because I am starving," the Saiyan replied, pulling away from Moka's hand. He walked over towards Kurumu, who was trying to hide her Cheshire grin at Moka's annoyed face. "Hey Moka-san, you should join us," Goku called back. Moka had already satisfied her needs, but she wanted to wipe Kurumu's obnoxious grin off her face, also she was not going to leave her Goku alone with that girl. "Oh, I would be delighted," she called coyly. The girls exchanged death ray glances as Goku stood by blissfully ignorant. Goku sucked in his meal like a black hole, leaving nothing behind, all the while remaining completely oblivious to the tense female rivalry. The trio met up with Yukari afterwards and headed off to class. Ms. Nekanum was about to skip over a certain name, as she had routinely done every day when calling roll before being startled by a deer called the Snow Woman. Everyone turned towards her with utter shock. "Did you see her come in?" "No, it's like she just appeared." Whispers filled the room until Ms. Nekanum regained order over her class. "Well, Shirayuki Mizer, I'm pleasantly surprised that you came today. It seemed easier than watching Goku-kun from afar like I normally do," replied Mizer casually. "Wait, what?" exclaimed Moka and Kurumu in unison. "Stalking is how I express my love. After he came up to me and asked me to be his friend, I started to have these feelings," she said in a hushed monotone. "So I've decided to make him mine. He's the only person that's ever been nice to me, and he has a great body, but you already know that," Moka finished the frosty maiden dispassionately. "I don't know what you're talking about," Moka mumbled, her face buried in her arms. Goku sat in his seat laughing while rubbing the back of his head. The rest of the school day was uneventful, and afterwards Goku went back to his room to grab some training gear. He figured he could get a workout in before we went to his first club meeting. After the swim club incident, his friends opted for a less exciting extracurricular activity. They decided on the school's newspaper club, run by Goku's acquaintance, Morioka Janae. The day was the club's first official meet. Goku did his best to hurry when he got back in his room, so his training would not make him late. He took a capsule from his suitcase, clicked the top, and started rummaging in the closet that emerged from a puff of smoke. He picked out the pitch-black Saiyan armor Bulma had made for him and suited up. He used his instant transmission and soon materialized in front of the bronze doors to paradise. Moka was about to head back to the girls' dormitory before a hissing sound caught her attention. "Moka, might I have a word with you?" said a woman with a bandana wrapped around the wig on her head. Her face was framed by the braided strands. She was wearing a long trench coat and had paint stains on her pants. "Hello Ishigami-sensei," the vampire said, slightly startled. "What do you need to speak to me about?" Ishigami Hitomi smiled a serpentine grin. "I have an art project that I'm working on and I could use your help." Moka curiously followed the art teacher back to her classroom. Kurumu had asked Yukari to help her study, and the pair was making their way back to the dorm to go to Yukari's room, unaware they were silently being watched. Flashback. "Kamiya Saizu, I presume you still have an interest in living, correct?" The lip-pierced monstrel gulped and nodded meekly. "Of course you do. Here is what you can do to preserve that interest. I would like for you to approach Kusabi Miduan, the leader of Antithesis." "You will not interrupt again," the man in the long black overcoat stated detachedly. Around his arm was a band emblazoned with the Security Enforcement Committee's insignia. "As I was saying, you will approach him and you will tell him that two pure-blooded Ayashi have been blatantly defaming monstrels. You will show him the pictures I have handed you and you will demand that he launch an attack on the succubus and vampire without moratorium. He will of course trust you, since you are of the same ilk, and you will report back to me once it is finished." Saizu nodded nervously and left. Once the monstrel was gone, the man sighed heavily. "I find that I am rather ill from having suffered that grotesque creature's presence," he said with calm distaste. He motioned to one of his subordinates to come forth. "Guido, I would like you to assemble a team. Be sure that you take your time in arriving to prevent the impeding attack. Eliminate any who are left. I do not want to be bothered with the trifles of an ill-conceived rescue once the human is placed under arrest." "As you wish." Then flashback. "I don't see that other spoiled pure breed. Should wait until they are together, sir?" Saizu asked. "No, we will take her now, the little one as well. We wouldn't want her to tip off the vampire," Midu reasoned harshly, flicking his earring. Midu, Saizu, and the rest of the monstral contingent moved from their hiding place and began to pursue their quarry. Little did they know they were not the only ones stalking their prey. Dene took his attention away from the girls' skirts he currently had his camera focused on and set his lens on the dubious dozen, approaching his fellow club members. Isn't that Saizu? This doesn't look good. He gave a howl and started to transform in order to assist the girls. Maybe my heroics will win me Kurumu-chan's favor, he thought to himself deviously. Kurumu and Yukari turned around and noticed their 12 pursuers advancing. Midu realized they had been found out and initialized the attack. Kill them now, he called out. Kurumu screamed but instinctively unleashed her monster form, slashing at the inbound enemies with her claws, while Yukari tried to slow them down with playing card projectiles. Kurumu had only taken one down, and it looked like they were about to be overrun when two of the henchmen fell face first to the ground, blood poured from the deep claw marks that had been dug into their backs. They have help, Midu screamed, scanning the area for the unseen enemy. Quicker than anyone could see, another villain collapsed. The werewolf revealed himself to the remaining 8 bewildered monstrels. You know, we werewolves are quite well known for our speed, the lycanthrope mocked. You arrogant purebreeds think you are so much better than us. Saizu, get him, I want you to rip his jaw off, Midu barked out his associate. Before Saizu could even transform, he was struck in the head by an ice kunai. He tried to stand back up, he clutched his bleeding head with his hand while rising to his feet, but Kurumu ended his attempt with a swift kick to the face. The end of a lollipop stick poked out from behind a rotted tree stump. Midu tried to think of a plan frantically. He was supposed to have ambushed the girls, not the other way around. It was 4 against 7 now. The odds were still in his favor, or so he thought. The Ice Maiden, Missia, walked out from behind her cover and headed towards her friends. She used her Imki energy to feel the water deep in the ground and began to gather her power. Her hands turned into ice claws, which she proceeded to raise up and slam into the earth with great force. Midu narrowly dodged the glacial ice spikes that emerged from beneath his feet, flash freezing the rest of his antithesis followers who were not so quick. Midu now faced the 4 angry monsters alone. You think because you beat those idiots that it's over, he screamed, gnashing his teeth. You pure breeds have no idea what I am capable of. He yelled, unleashing his monster energy. His right arm became distorted, swelling in size. He swung his oversized arm into Kurumu, knocking her unconscious. Janae rushed at him with great speed, but his slashes only seemed to irritate the enraged monstrel. Midu concentrated, waiting for the right moment. He stuck his deformed arm out, clotheslining the surprised werewolf as he tried to speed past the monstrel. You might be fast, wolf boy, but the moon is not out right now, which means you are not at full power. I knew I would be able to catch you if I timed it right, and you move so predictably, sneered Midu callously. He raised his horrid fist and brought its full force to the werewolf's midsection. Jin choked up blood, writhing in pain. Midu was about to deliver a final blow when he noticed some pictures fall out of Jin's pocket. Yukari and Missia looked at the photos of half-naked girls and panty shots lying on the ground. Ujine-senpai, you're a pervert, shouted Yukari in disgust. Wait until Moka-san and Goku-kun hear about this. Missia used the opportunity to send a barrage of ice shards at the distracted monstrel's face. He stumbled backwards, trying to scrape the frozen crystals from his eyes with his left hand. Missia ran towards him, trying to take advantage of his temporary paralysis. Midu was about to strike out to defend himself before Yukari dropped a brass washtub on his head, stunning him. Yuki Onna reached him before he could react and grabbed hold of his deformed arm. Missia flash froze his arm, its weight caused him to tip over slightly. She reached back and drove her ice claws as hard as she could into the frozen arm, shattering it. Midu fell to his knees in agony. He expected the snow woman to deliver a killing blow, but she turned her back on him to check on her injured friends. A large group of spectators had gathered during the fight. Vito watched with narrowed eyes at all the witnesses to the fight. I can't finish them off with all of these people here. How am I going to? Her eyes glimmered with an idea. We are placing you all under arrest, stated Kido, who was accompanied by 7 other security officers. Oh, thank goodness you guys are here, we were just attacked by these monstrels and… Silence, witchling, you and your friends transformed on school grounds, which is strictly against the rules, Kido interrupted smugly. Missia and Yukari prepared for battle when they heard Jin speak up. Don't resist them, please, Jin coughed out, a look of fear in his eyes. Missia and Yukari hesitantly obeyed. Jin had come bravely to their aid before without fear. If he was afraid now, the girls thought it best to heed him, even if they just found out he was a peeper. It seems Morioka remembers his lesson for last year, Kido responded with mock approval. The members of the Security Enforcement Committee placed the reluctant witch and Yuki Onna in handcuffs. The injured parties were placed on a large sled and dragged off by a particularly large club member. Almost the whole school saw the spectacle, unable to believe their fellow classmates had been incarcerated for trying to defend themselves. Midu awoke in a small wooden room with the rest of his outcast band. Blood was oozing from his still open wound and he could barely recover his senses. Am I wet? He wondered in confusion, realizing his clothes were soaked. He looked up and saw a man clad in a long black overcoat standing before him. He raised his finger to the cigarette in his mouth, lighting it. Taking a puff, he tossed it at Midyu's feet and left. Moments later Goku emerged from behind the bronze-clad portal and used his instant transmission to return to his room. Realizing he did not have time to change, he always had a hard time getting the armor off, he threw on the school uniform over his Saiyan armor. Goku started to leave for the club meeting, hoping he wouldn't be too hot. The clicking sound from a pair of boots echoed from across the hall. A man wearing an all-black uniform and an armband stepped towards Goku. Son Goku, the Security Enforcement Committee hereby places you under arrest. Moka Akashiya waited anxiously in the main art room. Ms. Ishigami had told her that she needed time to prepare her private studio, which was more ideally suited for her work. After a long wait she called Moka into the back room. Inside the vampiress found a myriad of stone statues. Each one appeared to be perfectly carved women who had apparently all posed naked for the art teacher. Although impressed by the stonework, Moka began to grow nervous. Listen Ishigami-sensei. I appreciate you asking me to help you and all, really I do, it's just that I do not feel comfortable posing without my clothes on. But Moka, you are too gorgeous not to be preserved in stone. As you can see, I only choose the school's most beautiful specimens for my work, she replied, causing the pink-haired vampire to blush. Now then, why don't you start disrobing and I'll prepare for the process, it will be over before you know it, Hitomi Ishigami said with an ominous wink. It, that woman is lying. She is trying to suppress it, but her imki is giving off a faint hint of harmful intent. Be on guard. Moka tried to slip out quietly when her teacher momentarily turned her back, but the door slammed in front of her. Where do you think you are going? Hissed the art teacher. I do not remember giving you permission to leave. She lunged for Moka, who was now circling the art room, trying to avoid the irate art teacher's advances. The stone statues crumbled in the wake of the fleeing vampire, she desperately looked for something with which she could defend herself. She felt a strange pulling sensation and spied a small bronze mirror on the floor. On top stood an ornate bronze statuette of what appeared to be a sprite. Feeling compelled to the object, she grabbed the statuette as a handle. Moka swung the mirror to bludgeon Ishigami. But as soon as the art teacher's eyes met with the reflective glass, the mirror began to glow. Her wig was forced from her head by the nest of snakes lying beneath it. Her eyes became mottled and fangs protruded from her mouth. She pounced towards Moka, trying to sink her fangs into the sealed vampire. Her monster form was unleashed as soon as she looked into the mirror. Look at it right now, commanded the inner vampire. Moka dodged a wild swipe launched by the ferocious Gorgon. She raised her hand and stared into her reflection. The mirror flashed, the room became enveloped in a crimson aura, forcing the Gorgon to shield her eyes. She opened them to meet the blood-red glare of the angry vampire. Ishigami was kicked through the art room wall into the hallway. Her mind did not have time to process the vampire's sudden transformation. The silver-haired Moka, flicking her shimmering locks, took in her surroundings. It seems I found a way to transform with my Rosario still attached him. This could be useful, she thought, picking up the antiquated mirror. She strutted through the hole she made, clutching her prize. The awakened vampire marched imposingly through the school. She was heading with a single-minded determination to her dorm room to store the mirror for safekeeping. But her keen senses overheard an interesting conversation between two girls, stopping her in mid-stride. The trial is supposed to happen soon, we should get going if we want to get a good spot. Where is it taking place? I heard that it's going to happen outside in the main courtyard. You two, what trial are you talking about, demanded the vampire. Her presence caused the two gossips to cower in fear. The trial to determine whether Son Goku is a human, squeaked one of the girls. The vampire's eyes widened, her mouth curled into a snarl. The two girls fled from Moka screaming. She dropped the mirror where she stood and hastened to the courtyard. The enraged vampire broke through the ranks of the amassed horde of students who were listening to a member of the Security Enforcement Committee explaining the trial procedures from a podium. His eyes caught sight of the silver-haired monster moving swiftly straight towards him. He did not have time to scream for help before the vampire wrapped her hand around the surprised man's throat. You will tell me where Goku is being held or I will rip out your larynx, threatened the fang-bearing vampire. He's in TTHE, he started to choke. The vampire eased her grip slightly. The dungeon under the school, he managed to cough up. Instead of letting him go, Moka tossed him several feet up into the air. As he began his descent, he was met with a spinning kick to his temple. The man standing guard at the dungeon entrance located in the back of the school crumbled from the force of the vampire's fist. He clutched his stomach and keeled over. She rolled him from her path with the heel of her shoe. Moka pulled the heavy oak door from its hinges and descended down a narrow flight of cobblestone stairs. Two more guards rushed to stop her as she moved through a dimly lit hallway. She sidestepped the first attacker, grabbed hold of his head, and slammed it into the side of the dark corridor, crushing a small crater into the wall. She tripped the second assailant and brought her foot to the base of his head. She walked into the main dungeon leaving a trail of bloody footprints. The commotion stirred the inhabitants of the cells. Kurumu, Yukari, Mizer, and Jin stared in awe at the enraged silver-hair girl. Without a word she pulled the bars apart and motioned for the captives to exit quickly. "How are you transformed with the Rosario still on?" "That is not important right now, succubus. Tell me where Goku is," Moka demanded, frantically scanning the cells for the Saiyan. The 4 released prisoners looked at each with anguish-stricken faces, they turned towards Moka and shook their heads. "Goku-kun is not here," Yukari began. "He was taken to another location as soon as we arrived." Jin overheard a conversation between some of the guards, and "Goku-kun will not make his trial, they intend to kill him," finished Kurumu sobbing. "My lord, the mirror was placed in the art room as you requested. The vampire left it in the hallway and I dispatched your personal guards to retrieve it." "Excellent, have it brought to the shelter. Make sure you evacuate all of your valuables." "Do you really think this is necessary? When he finds out, we will not want to be anywhere near the school. Brief the medical staff and keep them on standby." "Yes, my lord." In the location off campus, the Saiyan found himself waiting in a cube-shaped cell. Every wall in the cell was painted white, a camera in the top corner of the room was the only contrasting feature. Goku meditated in silence, reflecting on his predicament. He had been told that there was to be a trial to determine whether or not he was human. Until his appointed hour he had to wait. Not wanting to break the rules, Goku went with his escort without complaint. His only regret was that his friends would not hear the truth from him first before he revealed his true nature at the trial. The man with the black overcoat watched the prisoner on a grainy screen with great interest. This human is a tremendous fool. He does not seem to realize the magnitude of his peril. "Lord Caillou, the prisoners in the campus dungeon have escaped. It seems our forces there were attacked by the vampire. Kito, gather up the entire force and wait for me in the forest. I am going to have a chat with our guest. We will quash this little uprising and then inform the student body that Son Goku was accidentally killed when he attempted to escape custody," he stated with cold calculation. "Yes, my lord." Caillou knocked on a panel and stepped into the room as the wall retracted upwards. He eyed the Saiyan carefully, who did not stir from his meditative posture despite his visitor's presence. "Tell me, why is it that you are so calm, Goku? Do you not find your predicament troubling?" "I'm not worried. I will explain the truth at the trial and prove innocent of the charges, so I will be allowed to stay at school," answered the Saiyan, confused by what his captor meant. "As I thought, this human is nothing but a simpleton. It will bring me great pleasure to crush his delusion." The black-clad leader laughed and exited the room. He walked over to a pair of his subordinates. "You two are to take turns monitoring the prisoner. Be sure to stay your hands from him. I have decided that the human is to be reserved for my personal amusement after I take care of a small matter at the academy, understand?" The 2 guards nodded and resumed their stations. Caillou left to meet Kito and crush the rebellious newspaper club. "Look, I'm thankful that you rescued me, Moka, but you cannot take on the Security Enforcement Committee. They will crush you. They have been running things on campus for a long time now. Last year I ran a story in the Imkai Gazette that they didn't like, and now I am the only member left from that group. Don't you understand? They will kill you if you get in their way," the lycanthrope warned. "That fact that you are still here proves only that you are coward. I have no need of you, wolf boy. I will handle these fools myself. And I swear if I don't find Goku alive she trailed off. What if he is already gone and I'm too late?" She wondered, clenching her jaw. She felt an unusual feeling, worry. It rose to the surface from within her. The proud vampire exited the dungeon, leaving behind her disconcerted friends. "I don't care what she says, she needs us," Kurumu spoke up with determination. The others, except Jin, nodded. They left to follow the vampire, leaving the Lycan by himself in the dungeon. "Idiots," cried the teary-eyed werewolf, who suddenly found himself alone. Above ground, the Security Enforcement Committee marched into the courtyard in force and secured the area. Groups of protesters in the crowd were identified and taken captive by squads of Caillou's men. Tensions rose between the self-appointed police force and the student body. People began to riot in response to their friend's subjugation. Caillou was having difficulty maintaining order and had the black-clad army prepare for an all-out battle. Moka arrived to witness the incipient revolt. "Human sympathizers will not be tolerated. They are weak and petty bred of weaklings. Humans are not fit to live. If any of you disagree, then we will be forced to treat you in the same way," Caillou admonished angrily. His cool composure started to cave into his rising anger. "How dare these fools defy me, and in protest for a human no less, they are traitors to our kind, and I will not allow it." The vampire witnessed an avalanching progression of people being arrested for protesting against the arrest of others, and others arrested for protesting for their arrest. At this rate the entire school would become prisoners of the Security Enforcement Committee, not one for subtlety. She launched an attack at the officers escorting the most recent offenders. Her actions caused all hell to break loose almost instantaneously. Every student in the crowd, whether they actually cared about the trial or Goku being human, transformed and attacked the tyrannical police force. Realizing they reached the breaking point, Caillou ordered the entire school's immediate destruction. The only way to purify ourselves of this blasphemy is to strike down every last offender. Do not leave a single traitor standing, he yelled to his forces. Kurumu, Yukari, and Missia arrived and broke into the fray. They fought their way towards Moka, who was completely surrounded by a contingent of officers, although she was handling herself well. She sent crushing kicks to her enemies as they came at her one after another. Caillou was standing on the podium observing the anarchy the vampire had wrought upon the school. He saw that she was making her way towards him, heaps of his soldiers laid at her feet. He narrowed his fiery eyes at her approach and pulled his long hair back over his pointed ears, readying for her attack. Two members of Caillou's army broke ranks and transformed into one-eyed giants. The pair uprooted a tree each and began clubbing any students in their path. A dozen boys in white martial arts uniforms approached the giants undeterred. The leader stepped forward and announced himself to the Cyclops. "I, Miyamoto Haiji, will personally put an end to you two," he stated tersely. The giants laughed and attacked the smaller challenger with their makeshift clubs. Haiji rolled under their swipes and wounded his fist back. "Empty fist hole puncher," he yelled, thrusting his arm forward. A shockwave sent one of the surprised Cyclops into a crowd of officers, incapacitating them. Haiji jumped on top of the fallen monster and began to pummel him into submission. Meanwhile the other members of the karate club attacked the remaining giant. He swung wildly trying to dispel the crowd at his feet, but they were too quick for him. They combined their efforts and were able to bring their hulking opponent with ease. They regrouped with their leader and entered the mayhem. Moka battled on with relentless vehemence. Her flanks were protected by Kurumu and Missia, while Yukari watched her rear in a completely strategic sense of course. But as the battle wore on, she noticed her strength was beginning to diminish and felt strangely fatigued. "How am I starting to tire? There is no way I could have expended that much energy fighting these peons, is there? Well, whatever the reason, I am wearing out fast. I need to get Caillou soon or I will not be capable of fighting him." Moka hurried forth to meet the deranged student dictator in combat. "You have fought impressively today, vampire. Had things turned out differently, I would have wanted you to join my ranks," Caillou offered. "But as it stands now, that is no longer a possibility. You will not be forgiven or shown any leniency." "That's fine with me, I'll take blood over peace," she yelled, leaping towards him with her leg outstretched. Caillou was caught off guard by the force of the kick. His subsequent impact in the side of the school shook its foundation. Caillou's army took notice at their leader's apparent defeat in surprise and horror. Their ranks started to disband. Tito, however, bellowed furiously at the vampire aggressor and began to transform. 8 legs sprouted from her midsection. Her eyes multiplied and fangs sprang from her mouth. The Jiragumo shot a web strand at Moka. It attached to the girl's arm and she attempted to pull the vampire towards herself. "I'm going to tear you in pieces and drain your body of its fluids," she called out to the undeterred vampire. Even with her strength decreasing, Moka was able to hold her ground with relative ease. She tugged the line and began to wrap the thread around her arm, pulling the helpless spider woman. Moka grinned as she dragged the Keto closer and closer to her. The Jiragumo looked up at the vampire with fear in her eyes and was about to plead for mercy when Moka picked her up by her throat and sent a kick into her abdomen. Keto was propelled through the crowd, leaving behind a blood mist contrail and landed directly into a stone wall. The vampire drew a deep breath after that attack, her fatigue starting to overtake her. She grasped out a Rosario in a realization. "I still have the Rosario on, which means it must be draining my powers. Although I've transformed, I would be powerless soon unless I can remove it." However, Goku was nowhere to be found and she was unable to take it off herself. The giant fireball erupted from the crater where Caillou had landed after her attack. Emerging from the rubble was a large, fox-like creature seemed to be emitting fire from his body, behind which twirled 4 flaming tails. "Moka, he's a Yauko, a fox demon," shouted Yukari. Yauko were on par in terms of power with vampires. There was a time when they had been worshipped by humans as divine beings. "Not many see me transform, you should be proud that you pushed me to this point," boomed the fire demon. "However, I take pride in the fact that none of my witnesses ever live very long." He spun his tails, sending a swirling fire wheel towards the vampire. Missia was just barely able to enact an ice shield before the attack hit the weakening vampire. The effort was too great for Missia to sustain against such a powerful attack. She passed out from using too much energy to save Moka. Caillou growled and was about to send another blast towards the vampire, but he abruptly stopped the attack when he felt his tails grabbed from behind. Janae had snuck up on the distracted Yauko and pinned the demon's most powerful weapons with his arms. He flashed a lupin grin at the surprised tyrant who was violently trying to shake off the werewolf. The vampire looked at the fallen Yuki-onna and turned the full brunt of her enmity-filled gaze at the now constrained Caillou. You will pay for that. She dodged his attempts to hit her with a barrage of fire projectiles fired from his mouth and landed a kick to his head. Summoning the last of her strength, she pummeled the demon into the ground with her fists in an effort to extinguish his life while Jin held on to his tails. Caillou cried out in pain, but instead of reverting back to his human form, he began to glow. Moka realized he was undergoing another transformation and backed away from him. The force of his sudden change threw Jin backwards. The karate club forced its way through the thinning ranks of enforcers but was stunned by the transformation. The battle momentarily stopped, all eyes were glued to Caillou. Setting the ground ablaze beneath his feet, Caillou rose up in a humanoid form, a glowing tattoo covered his now pale body. His tails burned a fiery blue. This is my ultimate form, and you who are the first to see it will be first to die, he growled at the vampire. She launched a volley of attacks in desperation, but she was too weak to harm the Yako now. He parried the blows with ease. Is this the best you can do, vampire? Pathetic. And you are supposed to be mighty, he taunted. He grabbed the silver-haired girl by the throat and lifted her off her feet. She struggled to fight back, but his grip only tightened. Holding her in a vice, he used his free arm to deliver powerful blows to her midsection. He hit her repeatedly, causing her to cry out at pain, blood dripping from her mouth. With a look of disgust, he dropped her and she fell to his feet, involuntarily bowing to the demon. Kurumu and Yukari tried to come to her aid, but with a wave of his hand, a powerful upsurge of heat hit the advancing pair, knocking them unconscious to the ground. Jin rushed to the side of his fallen friends, but was swept to his feet by one of Caillou's tails. He pressed his foot on the werewolf's chest and opened his palm. He turned his back on the ignited lycanthrope and headed over to the stirring vampire. His fist burned with a blue flame and he thrust it into the girl's chest and forced it through to the other side. He pulled it out, letting her fall to the ground in a pool of her own blood. He saw Haiji and his friends attempt to storm him en masse, but he dispatched all of them with fire blasts. Haiji, determined not to give in, ran at the demon. He did not connect a single punch in the salvo of strikes he launched. Caillou dodged and parried every blow with ease. He ducked a kick from the martial artist, sweeping his feet out from under him. Before Haiji hit the ground, he was stopped by a glowing outstretched hand. Caillou charged up his arm and released a blazing discharge into the karate captain, sending his smoking body into the lifeless forest. Goku stirred from his meditation. He felt the simultaneous drop-off of multiple energy signatures. The waning life forces commanded his attention. One in particular roused him. That feels like Moka's vampire energy signature, but it's rapidly diminishing, as if she is the Saiyan. Stood up, he looked over at the camera. My friends are in trouble and I must help them. I'm sorry to break the rules, but I'll come back after it's over, he stated seriously. The guards watched confounded as the Saiyan dematerialized from the room. Goku found himself in the middle of a war zone. Most of the school had been reduced to rubble, the earth at his feet scorched. Heaps of severely wounded students littered the shattered campus. He felt his lip tremble and he tried to quell his rising anger. He set his gaze on the demon, who was too preoccupied with beating the bloody vampire senseless to notice the Saiyan had arrived. Caillou momentarily ceased thrashing Moka to find the human had somehow managed to escape. Fascinated, he stepped over the vampire's body and walked over to the human, his eyes burning with curious contempt. How did you escape? There is no way to leave the room from the inside, he seethed in wonder. I had to leave because I sensed my friends were in danger, replied the Saiyan emotionlessly. He felt his muscles tense and he balled his fists. Did you do this? Of course, these traitors needed to be exterminated, he stated, making no attempt to mask the pleasure in his voice. Bah, it's good that you escaped, it saved me the trouble of returning to finish you off later. In fact, this is even better than I planned, vampire. Behold, I will set your precious human friend ablaze, laughed Caillou demonically. He raised his hand and emitted a powerful blast of fire at Goku. Moka was barely able to move, she was clutching at the blood seeping from the hole in her body. Struggling to stay conscious, she squinted at the sight of Caillou setting the boy on fire. Goku, she managed to cough out while watching him burn. Through tear-soaked eyes, she watched him sink to his knees. Goku knelt on the ground with his school clothes burning. Tears streamed down his face as he realized he was the cause of the suffering. If he had just admitted he was not human, then none of his friends would be in this condition. Wanting to seem normal had caused him to lie, and when he found out that it was actually acceptable for him to be something other than human, he thought if he confessed his friends would think of him as a liar. None of that mattered now because he would atone for his sins here and now. The cinders of his school uniform shriveled away, revealing the midnight black Saiyan armor underneath. The self-satisfied smug on Caillou's face suddenly disappeared as he realized his flame had no effect on the kneeling figure. How did you survive, he asked with astonished hatred. Moka wiped the blood and tears from her eyes and saw that Goku was clad in black armor, completely unharmed by the fire. How did he? She inaudibly mumbled out loud. Goku tried to restrain his rage. He did not need to ascend to beat Caillou, he could do it with great ease in his base form. But try as he might, he could not get his emotions under control. Screams of agony echoed in his ears and weighed upon his guilt. As irate as he was at Caillou, he was more furious with himself. His loose grip on his self-control started slipping. The stained ground began to levitate, gravity's effect disappeared as large chunks of rock dripping with blood floated upwards. Fissures spread throughout the ground, splitting the earth at Caillou's feet. He watched in awe as flashes of lighting spiked down from the sky, imprinting large craters around the Saiyan. The electricity in the air seemed to gravitate towards him. His hair was blown upwards by the force of his own power, as if a great surge of wind swept it up. You gritted the Saiyan. What was left of the school crumbled, the entire area flattened under the might of his rage. Goku screamed, emitting a powerful shockwave that blew anyone still standing to the ground. His eyes began to glow blue with his fury. He could not hold the transformation back for much longer. He heard the vampire whimpering on the ground, he let loose his hold. Thundered the Saiyan, and his light from within poured forth. The entire campus was flooded with golden energy. He rose to his feet and looked at Caillou with an expression of pure hatred. The fox demon was frozen still, unable to grasp what he saw. Goku's body radiated light in a fiery golden aura. His black hair had become more rigid and glowed with his energy. He stared at Caillou, his bright blue eyes filled with an inconceivable wrath. Moka looked up at the Saiyan, unable to comprehend what had just happened in front of her. His appearance had changed, but what struck her most was his demeanor. She had never seen his gentle features look so serious. Even though she could barely feel anything, she shuddered at the fear she felt shivering down her spine. Caillou, unable to regain his composure, yelled in fear at the Saiyan. How did you do that? He said, trembling. Out of desperation he fired volleys of concentrated fire at the Saiyan, who stood still completely unaffected. Caillou spun his four tails and unleashed a fire vortex at the golden warrior. Dust flew up shrouding his appearance. Caillou sighed in relief, thinking he had won, until he saw the light emerge from the cloud of debris. Why Yao, you're not human. What are you? Cried the demon in panic. I am the one pure of heart and awoken by fury. I am the light in the darkness, the answer to those who cry out for help, shouted the warrior. I am truth. He thrust out his arms flaring his aura and bellowed, ally to good nightmare to you. The ground began shaking, threatening to collapse the entire area in an earthquake. In an ear-splitting yell he roared, I am Son Goku, the Super Saiyan, he screamed, exerting his aura outwards, enveloping everything. Caillou stumbled backwards, stunned by the blinding light. He tried to stop Goku's approach, but his fire attacks were completely useless. He charged the Super Saiyan with all of the power he possessed. Goku was completely unfazed by the blows Caillou delivered. The demon backpedaled away from him, cowering with an intense dread. Goku raised his fist in front of him. He opened his hand, letting loose a pressure wave that forcefully threw Caillou into the rubble. You cannot defeat me. I will give you this one chance to walk away. Take it and never do evil again, said the Super Saiyan with a mixture of pity and disgust. Struggling to get up, he looked into the Saiyan's steady blue eyes as he walked over to the fallen vampire. He placed his shining hands over her and transferred some of his energy to her. He helped the restored vampire to her feet. The wound in her chest was still there, but had ceased bleeding. Caillou gritted his teeth, unable to accept defeat. I will never surrender, he screamed, unleashing all of his energy into a giant beam of fire from his mouth. Goku turned his attention to the incoming blast and felt his anger soar. He knew Moka would not be able to survive a blast this powerful in her current state. You fool, he yelled, throwing a powerful blast with one arm at the incoming attack. His beam easily dispersed the fire and flew towards Caillou. Before he had time to understand what had happened, he was completely incinerated by Goku's fury. Goku turned his attention to the vampire, staring at him wide-eyed. His serious expression subsided and he moved towards her, smiling. Everything is going to be okay now, he whispered gently. Goku, I need you to remove the Rosario, she managed to say. She had many questions, but she needed to recover first. He pulled the cross from the chain and watched the vampire's inky emerge in a red flash. She instantly began to feel better, her wounds already began healing. She was surprised when the golden-haired Saiyan took her into his arms. He pressed her head into the crook of his neck. Please take my blood for your well-being, he urged. The vampire sunk her fangs in without hesitation. Her body filled with power from the onrush of the charged blood. Her inky sword, its crimson-red aura became brighter. Her body crackled with energy, sealing the gaping wound. She finished drinking and examined her body. She felt lighter than normal. Testing out her speed, she found that the increase was dramatic. Her strength and agility had increased at least tenfold from consuming Goku's blood. As she expended her energy, the effects showed no decline. It seemed the improvements were permanent. Moka reasoned that the effects were temporary when her sealed self drank his blood because her vampire powers were locked away. This prevented her body from integrating its power into her Imki. Goku watched the vampire, impressed with her changes. She was, however, still nothing compared to his base form. But her power exceeded almost all known monsters. Satisfied, Moka asked the question that burned on the tip of her tongue. Goku, I think I deserve to know more about you. For starters, what are you? I will try my best to explain, he sighed. It was not an easy question to answer. I am not from this planet originally. I was born on planet Vegeta to a warrior race. They were called the Saiyans. A powerful and cruel people, they loved fighting above all else. My race was a part of an empire ruled by a tyrant named Frieza. He became afraid that the Saiyans would become too powerful and rise up against him. A legend about my people struck fear into his black heart. The legend of the Super Saiyan. There was a rumor that my people possessed the ability to ascend to incredible levels of power. He destroyed the planet and nearly wiped out the entire race except for a few. I escaped because I was sent to Earth as a baby. I was supposed to conquer it so that it could be sold to Frieza's allies, but I was found by a kind old man who raised me. Goku stated, unsure of how to continue. Moka remained quiet for a while before asking, are you this legendary Super Saiyan? Yes, that is what this form is. Moka silently processed the new information, it was a lot to absorb. She wanted to know more about him, but she decided it was best not to press him at the moment. I'm satisfied for now. She reached her hand back and slapped the surprised Saiyan across his face. That's for keeping the truth a secret. You will be honest with me from now on, alright? She asked, implying there would not be a negotiation on the subject. You can count on it. We should start helping the others, Goku said, concerned. He radiated his energy across the landscape, transferring it to all the injured. He looked up and saw the chairman make his way over to the Saiyan, escorted by a host of doctors and nurses. It would seem that congratulations are in order, son Goku. You successfully defeated Caillou and disbanded his police force, ending his oppression at the school in your decisive battle, noted the robed man. I wonder why it needed to go this far. Why didn't you do something to stop him? Goku asked shortly. Walk with me and I will explain. Moka was surprised to see the Saiyan walk away from the battlefield with the chairman. Caillou is a member of an organization that calls itself Fairy Tail. Their main objective is to wipe out humanity and establish Ashi dominance. I allowed him to operate at my school so I could gather information on my enemies. Goku nodded, understanding why the recent events had come to pass. They are attempting to resurrect an ancient monster named Alucard. He is the strongest Ashi to have ever lived, however he would still be a mere trifle for you. What perhaps the higher-ups of Fairy Tail are not even aware of, Alucard is the remnant of a primordial evil. Long before the first Kai watched over the universe, there existed a race of immortals known as the Akami. But the Akami were not a unified people, and a war broke out between two factions. The ones called the Aki wished to dissolve the universe and remake it in their own image. They wanted to purify it of lesser creatures. The Tenshi sought to protect creation from the Aki. In a great battle most of the Kami were killed in mass extinction. In the aftermath only 2 Tenshi remained to face the 4 surviving Aki. In an act of desperation they sacrificed themselves to seal the evil away in another dimension. However, they may not have been successful after all. A summoning spell could be performed if one were to obtain the blood of an Akami. That's where Alucard comes in. He was a vampire originally, a unique characteristic of their kind is the ability to absorb the properties of blood. Alucard became what is known as a Shinso vampire under mysterious circumstances. But the power he exhibited was immense, and I think I know from where he got it. It was said that when the blood of an Akami is spilled, the liquid crystallizes when it leaves their body. If that is true, then the blood crystals would have been distributed throughout the universe. If one landed here and Alucard consumed it, it would explain how he became so powerful. I believe there is a force behind Fairy Tail manipulating them into resurrecting Alucard so that they can summon the imprisoned Aki. The story sounded incredible to the Saiyan. He reflected on what the chairman had told him. I was brought to this school to help prevent Alucard and the Aki from being resurrected, wasn't I? Yes, I knew that you would be ideally suited for this task. I had heard stories about you from the human world. In order to find out your capabilities I needed to meet you firsthand. Flashback. Tell me about the candidates, Clotho. My lord, I have found a handful of candidates that could possibly fulfill this destiny. The one called Aono Tsukyun would be an excellent choice to bring monsters and humans closer together. Indeed. However, there is a rumor that Fairy Tail is trying to resurrect Alucard, and I do not need to tell you what that could mean. The most powerful candidate must take top priority. I would like you to send the bus driver to the Sun residence to deliver an acceptance letter to the one called Kai Kai. But he is not a human, my lord, how will he further your goal of coexistence? That is of secondary importance until this danger is resolved. And I think with Goku we can potentially accomplish both tasks concurrently. He has an aptitude for bringing people together. I think I understand. It will be done, my lord. But what makes you so sure that he will be strong enough? Tell me, Clotho, have you heard the legend of the Super Saiyan? Then flashback. How do you know so much about these things? Wondered the Saiyan. You can say that I am a student of history, replied the robed man mysteriously. I guess the important question is, what does Fairy Tail need to revive Alucard? Goku asked thoughtfully. They need the blood of another Shinso, and it just so happens that there is one at this school. Wait, Moka is a Shinso, how? She is a descendant of Alucard, of course. So couldn't the person behind Fairy Tail use her directly to summon the Aki? Goku asked. The chairman shook his head. No, she is not a pure enough source. The only one that can be used is Alucard. I see. I trust that you can keep that a secret. There is no need for her to know about it quite yet, stated the chairman. Goku was uncomfortable with the idea of keeping things from his friend, but somehow he had yet again been put in this position. Honesty, I do not think I can, he answered. If you are worried about lying, do not be. She will not make any inquiries, so you do not have to be concerned with telling her. Just be sure not to mention it. Telling her would prompt her to delve deeper into her past. Needless to say, that knowledge could be dangerous. Okay, I think I can do that. The pair headed back towards the makeshift infirmary that had been constructed in their absence. When they arrived, the chairman made an announcement. Until further notice, classes are postponed. You may all enjoy an early break, he stated. An excited murmur spread across the host of injured students who were still unable to celebrate with a proper amount of enthusiasm. Goku went to visit Kurumu, Yukari, and Mizur, who had all recovered from the battle. He was greeted by a cacophony of questions. Did they dye your hair in captivity or something? You're blonde, and what are you wearing? We heard that you single-handedly beat Caillou. How'd you do it? Also, where were you taken when we came to the dungeon? Oh, and also you, Moka-san, and I should get together sometime. Exclaimed Yukari. Kurumu shuddered and pressed her own questions on the baffled Saiyan before he could react to the witch's rapid-fire remarks. I'd still like to know how you got so smart so quickly, and what did you do to Moka-chan that day at the pool? Asked Kurumu persistently. Also, I dig the new hairdo, you should keep it. And those clothes, said the succubus, pausing. She looked up and down at his body, his well-defined muscles showing through the skin-tight fabric. You should definitely wear those more, she stated dreamily. Would you like to come with me back to my village for break? I would make it worthwhile, Mizur whispered suggestively. The other girls looked at her with annoyance. Goku was overwhelmed by the influx of inquiries and did not know where to begin. He decided to tell them the same thing he told Moka, but with the added details of his battle with Caillou. They listened intently to his story, and when he finished, none of the girls spoke for a time. Finally, Kurumu spoke up. Goku-kun, I'm glad you told us this. Knowing the truth about you only makes me want you more. She would have thrown herself at him if she were in better condition. The other girls nodded their heads as well. I'm glad you guys have forgiven me and we can still be friends, Goku said happily. Their remarks about his appearance reminded him that he was still in his Super Saiyan form. He thought about powering down, but it had been a while since he stayed in his Super Saiyan state for an extended period of time. He spent the entire week before the Cell Games living in this form. Goku, knowing of the challenges that he might have to face, decided that he might need the added benefits of staying powered up so that he would better be able to conserve his energy during a fight. Perhaps I'll try to do this with my Super Saiyan 3 state. It drains the most energy out of all my forms. If I can sustain that for days at a time, I should see dramatic results. He bid farewell to his friends and headed back to his dorm room. He decided he would pack a few things and leave for West City. If the Aki were resurrected, he might need the help of Vegeta to defeat them. He finished gathering his things and changed his out of his Saiyan clothes and into his orange guy and pants. But before he could leave, he saw Moka standing in the doorway. She still had not reattached her rosary. The vampire stood outside the room looking at him with her crimson eyes and a raised brow. Leaving so soon? The chairman informed us that the bus driver will not be arriving for at least a few hours, so where are you going? Oh, well, I was going to leave now for the human world to meet up with some friends, Goku responded carefully. He did not want her to think he was hiding things from her, but he had to discuss things with Vegeta that the chairman did not want Moka to know about yet. Well, since I have nowhere to go this break, would it be okay if I went with you? She asked innocently. Goku thought for a moment and decided that it would be harmless to take the girl along. Of course you can. Perhaps we should invite the others as well. It's been a while since all of us have spent time together, Goku said, perking up at the idea. No, they need time to recover. Moka said, shaking her head. She definitely did not want to have to deal with the other girls making advances on the Saiyan. Oh, I didn't think of that, you're right, they need to rest for a few days. Maybe I'll come back for them later. Pack up your stuff and we'll go. Moka wheeled a suitcase out from behind the wall, apparently already prepared for the trip. Goku laughed and he reached his hand out to her. "Here, grab hold," he said warmly. "Goku, that's a little forward. You may have done that with the other Moka, but I will not allow you the same liberty," she said declared. Moka had been raised in a proper environment and although she wanted to be with a Saiyan, she was not about to forego formalities. She wanted to make him work for it. "It's not like that," the Saiyan said genuinely, perhaps too genuinely for her taste. "You need to so I can transport us," he explained. Moka hesitated a little before accepting his hand. He touched his fingers to his head and they dematerialized. Moka was completely taken aback when she found herself in front of a dome-shaped building. "How did you do that?" she asked in amazement. She knew that he had a way to leave the Imkai world independent of the bus driver, but she never imagined that he would be able to teleport. "I used a technique called instant transmission," Goku stated. She wanted him to elaborate further, but he had already started off towards the building. Moka was annoyed that he did not stay and walk with her and stood patiently waiting for him to come back. After waiting for a few minutes, she realized he was not going to return. The frustrated vampiress picked her things up and hurried after him. She walked in and found him embracing an older woman with blue hair. They seemed to have known each other for a long time as they were having a lengthy chat. "Hey Bulma, I want you to meet a friend of mine," Goku said motioning. "Goku, you already brought back a girl, I guess I should not be surprised. I mean look at you," Bulma said. Moka felt uncomfortable with how casual the lady was being with Goku. "Ha ha, she's just a friend, Bulma. The one I was just telling you about," Goku said laughing. Moka's discomfort quickly switched to annoyance. "And what's so funny about that?" thought the irritated vampire. "Hi, I'm Bulma Breeze, it's a pleasure to meet you," said the woman. "Are you really a vampire?" Yes," Moka answered, taken aback by the question's casual directness. "I'm Akashiya Moka, it is a pleasure to meet you, ma'am." "Well, come this way, I'm sure Vegeta would like to see you," Goku, Bulma said walking down a hallway. Goku turned to follow, but his arm was grabbed by the vampire. "Goku, how do you know that woman?" the girl whispered. "She's my oldest friend, I've known her for many years now," Goku readily replied. As he walked after Bulma, the vampire pondered his answer carefully. They stopped outside a steel door. They could hear groans echoing from inside the room. Bulma knocked on the door and yelled. "Vegeta, Goku is here to see you." The sounds halted abruptly and the door opened revealing a large chamber. A spiky-haired man with a widow's peak stepped out over the threshold. He's wearing the same clothes as Goku when he fought Caillou, noticed Moka. "Accurate, why are you powered up? Don't tell me you've finally come to fight me," Vegeta shouted with great excitement. Bulma and Goku started laughing, much to the confusion of Moka. "Maybe another time, Vegeta, I need to speak with you about something. This is my friend Moka," he said, pointing to the confused vampire. "No, Kakarot, not you too. You are free to train as much as you like now. Why on earth did you find yourself another woman?" Vegeta exclaimed irritated. "She will make you soft now that you are here, we should fight together." "Another woman, what is he talking about?" Moka was starting to feel there was a great deal more Goku had not yet told her. Bulma turned towards the girl trying to keep a straight face. "You must excuse my husband's manners, but he is not from this planet. Moka, this is Vegeta, the prince of all Saiyans." The Saiyan Prince Moka did not know she was in the company of royalty and he was a leader of an incredibly powerful race no less. "Shouldn't we be bowing?" she said to Goku. Bulma and Goku fell over laughing, much to the chagrin of the prince. "Accurate, your friend is mocking me," said the man irately. Goku stood up trying to catch his breath. "I'm sorry but she just made an honest mistake," he said chuckling. "What's a Kakarot?" asked the vampire. "Moka, that is my Saiyan name," Goku replied. "Accurate, were you not told to keep a low profile at your school?" Vegeta stated critically. "Well, it was unavoidable, as I briefly explained to Bulma earlier," Goku shrugged. "Well, I must get back to my training, we can talk later." "Vegeta, I changed my mind. I actually think we should spar. I think I have put it off for too long, it's only fair that I fight you." The Saiyan prince froze mid-stride and turned to face his challenger. "Are you serious?" he said, barely able to control his eagerness. "Yes, but we need to do it far from here. I'll pick an empty planet so we will not have to hold back," Goku suggested. "Accurate, that sounds good, but how do you plan on getting us there?" "My instant transmission has been upgraded, grab onto my shoulder." "Wait, I want to go with you," protested the vampire. She was curious to see the Saiyans fight and she did not want to be left alone with Bulma. Goku thought for a moment. "Well, I did take you with me, so I guess it would be rude to leave you here. But you must promise to keep your distance from the fight, okay?" She nodded in agreement and rested her arm on his unoccupied shoulder. Goku waved goodbye to Bulma and the three disappeared in an instant. "Elder, this is bad. If the Aki are summoned from their imprisonment, I am not sure Goku will be able to stop them. This will be far worse than the Shadow Dragons," exclaimed Kibito Kai. Old Kai nodded in agreement. Yes, doing that could quite possibly end the universe. But Goku has faced opponents that were superior to him and won before. I think if the Saiyan is pushed he might actually be able to defeat them, should they be released. But let us hope that it does not come to that. In the meantime, let's watch the fight about to take place. Yes, it should be an excellent match between those two. And we also get to see that pretty girl Goku brought with him, snickered the perverted Kai. Argelder, have you no shame? The Saiyans and vampire landed in the middle of a barren grey landscape. There were no signs of life in the endless wasteland. The atmosphere was illuminated by flashes of an ever-present lightning storm. 3 pale, silver moons adorned the planet's night sky. The setting was perfect for the Saiyan duel to come. Goku and Vegeta were rather pleased with the arena for their battle. Moka, on the other hand, was struggling to stay on her feet. The gravity on this planet made her body feel heavy, crushing her to its surface. Her struggles against a powerful force went unnoticed by the Saiyans, who did not seem to be affected by the gravitational change at all. How is it that you two are still standing? The vampire gritted from her knees. Goku and Vegeta looked at each other and laughed. Well, we have both undergone extensive gravity training on many occasions, so we don't really feel the force's pull anymore, unless it is extremely strong, Goku explained to the strained vampiress. But if your body can't handle it, I could try to find a more tolerable planet, the Saiyan suggested kindly. No, that will not be necessary, I will make do, replied the ashamed girl. She did not want to show any signs of weakness in front of him. She watched on as the two set ground rules for their incipient fight. Well, let's see, pondered Goku. For starters, no killing or maiming, he stated casually. Where is the fun at that? Growled the prince. Moka was unsure if he was joking or not. And no blowing up the planet. I make no promises, Vegeta replied impatiently. Is there anything else you would like to add? We should set power limits. We cannot go past a base Super Saiyan form, Goku reasoned. That is where I will disagree. I think we should raise the stakes a little. I'm feeling sentimental from Babitti's impromptu tournament, we should continue where we left off and fight at the second level, Vegeta responded. Wait, what second level? Goku has even greater depths to his power than I previously thought, wondered the amazed vampire. The Saiyans, having finally come to an agreement on the terms of their spar, flew off into the distance. What the hell, he can fly. Goku powered up first. He hunched over slightly and began yelling. Slight tremors could be felt in the air as he reared back and released a flash of light. He looked the same as he did before, but his hair had become even spikier. He now had sparks of electricity flickering across his aura. Vegeta's face remained expressionless at his rival's transformation. He concentrated and began to bring his own power out. In a gruff voice he screamed and let loose his own energy. His golden energy shone with the same brightness as Goku's and was also complemented with electrical sparks. The vampire could not help but feel impressed by their display of power. They both got into a fighting stance and prepared to attack. Yukari, having recovered, wandered around the campus looking for Goku and Moka. The witch looked everywhere for them in the dorms, but there was no trace of her missing friends. She headed back to the ruins where the main academic building had once stood. She caught a glimpse of the chairman leaving from one of the many medical tents that now littered the grounds to ask him if he knew where her friends had gone. He seemed to be in a hurry, and although the witch was running after the robed man, she could not catch him. She called out to him, but her voice seemed to get lost in the onset of a sudden breeze, never reaching the man's ears. Yukari watched him come to an abrupt halt at a strange rock formation. He muttered some kind of incantation, and a passage opened up for him in between the stones. The witch watched the man disappear into the secret entrance. She was thinking it would be best to turn around, but her curiosity conquered her unease. Yukari walked over to where the chairman had been standing moments before and readied her wand. Moka watched in awe as the clash of the superpowers commenced. They were moving too quickly for her eyes to see. The only evidence that a fight was taking place was in the massive shockwaves that were given off each time the combatants matched blows. Mountains were shattered in the wake of their overwhelming strength. The two reappeared momentarily on the ground and locked hands, neither one budged as they struggled to break their standstill. Their auras flared and combined into a unified orb. Their exertions shook the empty landscape, causing a massive earthquake. The seismic activity wobbled the gravity-challenged vampire onto her back. She struggled to keep her chin up to watch the Saiyans' awe-inspiring fight. Goku shifted his balance and ended the stalemate by pulling the surprised prince towards him. Using their combined momentum, Goku swung Vegeta around in a circle. The amassing centrifugal force mixed with Goku's golden aura, creating a billowing cyclone of light. He released Vegeta in the tornado and watched the Saiyan prince propel through several mountains before skidding to a stop, creating a massive indented wake. He was only down for a moment before rising to his feet and launching into an attack. Goku and Vegeta disappeared from sight and began exchanging blows at undetectable speeds. Yukari was feeling frustrated after trying all the spells she knew to open a hidden entrance. She almost gave up, but in an act of whimsical desperation, she yelled IFTA% Simsim. The rocks began to vibrate and shifted to reveal a narrow crevice. Yukari could not believe that worked. I guess the chairman is fond of the classics, the witch said to herself as she squeezed through the narrow opening and descended down a spiral staircase. At the bottom she found a series of tunnels that were connected to crypt-like storage rooms. She began to explore the contents of the rooms, but stopped when she stumbled upon a glass orb resting in a circular cradle. Ooh, I always wanted one of these. Hey, I know I'll use this to see where Goku and Moka have gone off to, Yukari realized aloud. I hope they are doing something naughty, she indecently added in thought as she exited the underground lair. She emerged on the surface and hurried off to find a safe location to use her prize. She stopped at a clearing in the woods and scanned the area for eavesdroppers. Satisfied, she set the magic ball down and began reciting an incantation. What are you doing, whispered the snow maiden from behind. Miser-chan, what are you doing here? Yukari shrieked at the sneaky Yuki-onna. She stood up quickly and tried to obscure the crystal ball by standing in front of it. I could answer that, or I could just ask you the same thing, replied Miser impassively. Oh well, you see, I was just. Ugh. I was trying to spy on Goku-kun and Moka-san, ALRGHT, the witch shouted back. The witch covered her mouth, realizing she may have just attracted attention to her furtive intentions. Yukari sighed in relief, momentarily thinking no one else had heard the commotion when she heard a rustling in the woods. Gurumu emerged from the woods with a horde of other students with great urgency. Hey, what's going on? We thought someone was getting attacked by remnants of the Security Enforcement Committee, are you two alright? Asked the concerned succubus. There was a loud jarring sound that erupted from behind Yukari's feet. My incantation has already worked, Desu. The crowd shuffled around the frozen witch and looked at the magical display with captivated expressions. Vegeta brought a pulverizing blow to Goku's midsection. He clasped his hands together and sent the hunched-over Saiyan tumbling towards the ground with a mighty blow. Goku's landing created a city-sized crater. He stood up and started shooting rapid-fire blasts at the prince. Vegeta dodged the incoming barrage, only to find his rival torpedoing upwards with his arm outstretched. Goku brought his fist under the surprised Saiyan's chin, sending him into an uncontrollable ascension into the stratosphere. Goku used his instant transmission to instantaneously intercept Vegeta and swung his leg into the Saiyan's exposed back. Goku started knocking Vegeta around. The pinballing prince regained control over himself and ducked a strike from his nemesis. He began to bury rapid-fire punches into Goku's face. The Earth's greatest hero caught both of Vegeta's arms and head-butted the prince, separating the two in a powerful shockwave. They flew apart from each other briefly and re-engaged in combat. Vegeta managed to flank the other Saiyan and locked him up from behind. Goku struggled to break the hold, but the Saiyan prince drove his knee into his victim's back. He kept his knee firmly planted and began to pull Goku's arms in the other direction, stretching the helpless Saiyan. Goku cried out in agony, writhing around in pain trying to break free of the grip. Super Kaioken, in a huge burst of power, Goku catapulted Vegeta off his back. He caught the ejected Saiyan by the neck and brought his glowing palm to his chest. He unleashed a Kai blast directly into Vegeta that sent him flying back with great force. Vegeta exploded in a great ball of light, illuminating the entire night sky. The prince wiped the blood from his mouth and grinned. Not bad, Kakarot, not bad. But I think it's time to finish things up. Show me what you've got, said the prince as he moved his hands out from his body and started gathering up his energy. Goku smiled and cupped his hands behind him and began to concentrate. The air sizzled with the building energy emitted from the Saiyans. Vegeta started to vibrate violently, huge sparks of lightning shot off his body. Goku's palms began to emit a pulsating blue light. IME. The commotion from the show on the crystal ball had attracted the entire student body. The battle had rendered the spectators speechless. The sheer power of the combatants could be physically felt through the magical link, stunning all who looked on. They watched the two warriors charge their attacks with great anticipation. Hi, me. Let's see if you can win this time, Kakarot roared Vegeta as he brought his hands together in front of his body. With one last great exertion he screamed final flash, an enormous wave of yellow light erupted from his hands. AI, yelled Goku, firing his thundering blue beam. The two forces collided, merging into a giant sphere of energy. The surface of the planet cracked under the massive upheaval of power. The entire sky filled with light as the two Saiyans struggled to best each other. Moka had managed to stand up and bared witness to the clashing superpowers with awe. For the first time in her life she felt completely and utterly inadequate. I have always been proud of my strength and combat prowess. I exceeded all others, no one could challenge me at full power in the Imkai realm. But these two. They are beyond words. I can't believe I'm seeing this, thought the humbled vampire. Moka had been put in her place. The giant ball kept enlarging as Goku and Vegeta continually pumped their energy into it, trying to best the other. Yellow slightly began to overtake blue. Vegeta grinned realizing that Goku was slipping and was spurred on, he exerted everything he had to beat out his longtime rival. The feedback from the battle began to overwhelm the crystal ball. Violent sparks jolted across its surface and the orb began to vibrate. The ball cracked in an explosive power surge, sending nearby spectators to the ground. A disappointed groan spread through their ranks as they realized they would not witness the battle's end. Goku, feeling himself being overpowered, dug deep into his reserves and released a huge surge of energy that slammed against Vegeta's encroaching blast. He began to push back the prince's energy. Feeling that his victory was close, Goku screamed and unleashed his full power in an unstoppable onslaught. Wide-eyed with realization that his defeat was imminent, Vegeta found himself swallowed by Goku's signature attack and was pushed out into space. Goku had won out over the determined warrior. Goku relaxed his energy and allowed it to dissipate so Vegeta would not be harmed by the attack. He landed on the destroyed ground and waited for the prince to return. In the sky a streaking blue light made its way through the electrical storm and could be seen heading towards the victorious fighter. Vegeta, now powered down, landed and walked over to Goku with a smile on his face. "Good fight Kakarot, you beat me. It would seem I still have something to work towards." "Thanks Vegeta, you were great as well. It could have gone either way, I was just lucky, that's all," Goku affirmed graciously. Though they historically had been bitter rivals, since fighting Majin Buu the two had developed a deep respect for each other. They gave each other a thumbs up and started laughing. Their behavior reminded Moka of her relationship with her sisters. In the Shuzen house, the vampiric daughters fought each other every day for the sheer pleasure of it. They were intense battles, but compared to the one she had just witnessed she may as well have just had tea parties with her siblings. The Saiyans were fighting at a level where their attacks, if not controlled, could have destroyed the planet easily. The fact that Moka was still here proved that in addition to their power they had great skill as well. The two were in a league of their own. "Hey, do you think Bulma would cook us dinner? I am absolutely famished," Goku said while clutching his stomach. "She had better if she knows what's good for her," the prince stated gruffly. "Alright, well we had better get going." The pair was about to take off before a loud throat-clearing sound grabbed their attention. Goku looked sheepishly at the vampire, obviously annoyed that he had forgotten about her. "Sorry Moka-san, I guess my appetite distracted me, haha," the Saiyan apologized laughing. The silver-haired girl was not amused and harumphed at his attempt to make amends. As soon as they arrived at Capsule Corporation Goku ran off to find Bulma to ask her about dinner. Moka was left alone with the Saiyan prince, who had mostly ignored her hitherto. She decided to try and make conversation and find out more about her friend. Sir," she began with uncharacteristic uncertainty. The usually confident vampire found herself at a loss for words in front of the imposing Saiyan. "I was curious, how did you meet Goku?" Without even looking at her, he replied, "I came to Earth to recruit him into my ranks. He declined and I tried to destroy him and this planet," he responded apathetically. Dumbstruck at what he had said, she was about to give up on the conversation before he turned to her. "You care for him, don't you?" "It's obvious, although Kakarot is quite oblivious to these things. If you wish to know about him I'll tell you," he said, hiding his sentiment well. "In the society that we came from, power was all that mattered. At birth social standing was categorized by energy levels. I was born an elite, my power vastly succeeded all Saiyans of my generation. This was natural as I am of royal blood and my lineage historically was comprised of the strongest warriors. Kakarot was one of the weakest ever to be born, he was a low-class Saiyan. When I came to Earth we had our first struggle, from which sprang a bitter rivalry, or at least it was from my perspective. He beat me a highborn. The prince of all Saiyans was defeated by a commoner. My pride was wounded beyond all imagination and to compound my humiliation he spared my life. Not only had he robbed me of my self-worth, but he also rendered me in my debt." He paused, reflecting on how best to continue. Then there was Namek. Both Namek and Earth contain a sacred set of artifacts called the Dragon Balls. Collecting all 7 allows you to summon the Eternal Dragon and ask him to grant your wish. I went to Namek to get the Dragon Balls and wish for the one thing that would permanently solidify my position as the absolute ruler of the universe, immortality. But I was not the only one after them. Kakarot's friends had also come seeking to use them for more noble reasons than I. But the greatest danger to my ambitions came in the form of the powerful space tyrant and my former master, Frieza. Vegeta paused, mentioning that name had caused him to quake with great anger. Frieza, that is the name of the person that Goku said was responsible for murdering his people, recalled the vampire. She continued to listen intently as Vegeta resumed his tale. Frieza had come for the same purpose as I, and he would not be denied. And then came Kakarot, who had recovered from our battle and was journeying to Namek to help his friends. His allies and I had made a temporary alliance in attempt to resist Frieza. We were about to be slaughtered at the hands of his elite soldiers, the Jinyu force, until he stepped in. Once again I found myself being saved by this supposed low-born, and what's more, I thought he had done it. I thought he had become the legendary Super Saiyan. There had not been one in over 3,000 years. I was furious at the time. It was supposed to be my birthright, but he had claimed the prize, or so I thought. But later he actually ascended and beat Frieza. His actions had saved my life and avenged our race. After that I desperately struggled to attain the power, and finally it happened after putting myself through a rigorous amount of training. However, he was always one step ahead of me. It tore me to pieces that no matter how much I tried, I could not surpass him. I harbored these feelings until I came to realize that my anger had been blinding me to the truth in a fateful battle. We were fighting a creature called Majin Buu. No matter what happened, Kakarot never gave up, giving everything he had to protect everyone but himself. He was always like that, ready to face the next challenge, even if it was bigger than him. Vegeta stayed silent for a moment, trying to rein in his emotions. He never fights out of malice or for power. He has only ever strove to be the best he can be and to push his limits beyond what is possible. His fighting ability is unparalleled, yet he is so gentle at the same time. He cherishes all life. Kakarot showed mercy to everyone, to his worst enemies. I realized that day that Kakarot is the best, and though I would never tell him, I am proud to call him my friend. Finished the emotional Saiyan. I told you this because there is something about him that changes people. I, his worst rival, was brought around by his compassion. He is a one-of-a-kind person. But you will never have him if you do not tell him, Vegeta said as he headed off to find Goku and Bulma. Why are you telling me this? The vampire questioned back to him. Because having a girlfriend might distract him from his training. I may finally be able to beat him. Just because I have made that admission to you does not mean I have given up, laughed the prince as he left her company. Moka remained motionless, captivated by the Saiyan's jarring speech. She resolved that she would make him reciprocate her feelings and headed off to dinner. The next day Moka decided that she would start her attempts to seduce the Saiyan passive-aggressively. She would not overtly throw herself at him like other members of the harem he had somehow cultivated. She was far too proud to stoop to such levels. She was also afraid of him rejecting her, and she did not think she could handle that. Moka was going to subtly make him love her no matter what. Goku, would you like to go shopping with me? The vampire asked hopefully. Goku scratched the back of his head nervously. He remembered the trips to the mall he took with Kai and shuddered. He did not want to go, but he decided that it would be rude to decline. Yes, I'll go with you, he said, slightly uncertain. Good, we will leave for the malls in a half hour. At the mall, Moka paraded the Saiyan boy through a bevy of stores and began trying on clothes in order to gain his attention. Much to her annoyance, he did not pay her much heed as she modeled various dresses for him. Goku, you know you can shop too while you're here, you don't have to watch me, she said, trying to implant the idea in his mind. Well, I've never been much of a shopper, and besides this is a girl's store, the Saiyan reasoned. You can roam the mall if you want, unless you want to stay and keep me company, the vampire added hopefully. Oh, I know, I'll go look at the restaurants they have here. Thanks, Moka-san, I'll see you later, he said eagerly and rushed off without a second thought. She's great, Kai would never have let me leave like that, though enthusiastically. Moka, openly frustrated, watched the spiky-haired boy make his way to the nearest eatery. He didn't even look at me when I put that revealing dress on. Maybe he does not think I'm pretty, she thought sadly. Why doesn't he want me? Ira, since when do you care about Goku? I thought he was just a blood bank to you. Ah, shrieked the surprised girl. She shuffled back into a changing room to avoid the startled stares from the other customers. Amit, since when can you communicate to me? The Rosario is in my purse right now anyway, this makes no sense. So does your liking Goku when you told him that you weren't even friends? Maybe he thinks you're mean. I don't like him, it's none of your business anyway, Amit thought the vampires defensively. Do you really think that he doesn't like me because I was mean? She added, letting down her guard. Ah, I knew you liked him, Yura, because we are the same girl after all. Shut up. I'm just teasing you. Look, just try to behave like a normal girl instead of using conniving tactics to get him to like you. Be honest. There is nothing to admit, but if there was, do you think I should? No, you should put the Rosario on and let me do it. You are bad at feelings, Yura. But I am not. Moka sat on the dressing room bench and thought about her situation. She wanted to march up to him and kick him in the face for being so ignorant. If he doesn't tell me he likes me, I'll just attack him in his sleep. Because that's healthy. What is this all of a sudden? You would talk back to me. The vampire ignored her teasing other and decided to find the Saiyan. She was going to have him, period. She found him standing in front of a video game store, watching some youths play a fighting game called Budokai Tenkaichi. The kid playing as Hercule Satan was beating his friend, who was playing as Cell. That's strange, that's not how it happened at all. This is like that video I saw where Mr. Satan beat Cell at the tournament. Also, their fighting techniques are terrible, the confused Saiyan thought to himself aloud. A smile crossed Moka's lips hearing the comment. but it also raised a question. Hello Goku, who's this L? Oh hey Moka-san. You really don't know? I guess there is a bit of a disconnect between the human and Imkai worlds, huh? Well he tried to destroy the earth, but my friend beat him. Really? And who is this friend of yours? The vampire asked curiously. Goku sighed realizing that he should come clean with the girl, he promised her after all. Okay Moka-san, there is one thing I have not been completely forthcoming with, he said carefully. It's just I didn't know how to tell you and the others, please do not be angry. And what might that be, Moka said with a hint of anger. Well, I'm kind of older than I look. Technically I am in my late 50s. I was married and had 2 sons, he said timidly to the fuming vampire. Wait, she shrieked. Her rage was close to the breaking point. Of all the secrets he had or could keep from her, this one struck a nerve. The boy who she liked already had a family. Goku, this King Kai. I need you to come up here immediately to talk about some things. Oh hey King Kai, your timing is perfect, I'll be there right away. So Moka, I actually have to go because something urgent has come up, the Saiyan stated quickly and raised his fingers to his forehead. Goku, don't you dare, he warned Moka. She was about to throw the full might of her power into a kick but stopped her leg to realize that he had disappeared. When you come back I'm going to show you your place, she yelled, disregarding the bewildered looks her actions received. Hey King Kai, what do you need to tell me? Goku asked. He usually only called upon the Saiyan in times of duress. Is there a problem? The Grand Kai asked me to summon you. I was actually supposed to do it earlier, but I was amused with your shopping trip. You saw that, huh? Ha ha, well she's probably pretty mad at me, Goku laughed. The furious vampire's outbursts caught the attention of many a mall-goer. Hey gorgeous, aren't you too beautiful to be angry? The name is Sharpner Jr. and I am pleased to make your acquaintance, a blonde-haired boy laid on thickly. He flashed his sparkling smile at the angry girl and moved closer to her. His advances were not well received. Moka, who was in no mood to deal with the overconfident boy, dealt with him accordingly. She planted her foot directly into his abdomen and headed for an exit without saying a word. Super Saiyan or not, I'm going to kill him dead, the vampiress thought in a redundant rage. It's not that bad, the Kai lied. We should probably head over to his palace. The two walked over to meet the Grand Kai, whose purpose for wanting to meet with Goku still remained a mystery to the Saiyan. Not even King Kai was certain of what his superior wanted. Grand Kai, it's not time for my private lesson yet, is it? No Goku, that is not why I wanted you to come, although it is slightly related. You see, the Supreme Case have asked me to train in a specific technique that you may need should the evil Akami, called the Aki, be resurrected. If it comes to that, you will not be able to battle them on a planet. The amount of energy that will be unleashed in this conflict will shatter worlds. So you are going to need to fight them in space. And since you cannot breathe in space, I will need to teach you a special technique, finished the Grand Kai. Wait, you are going to teach how to survive without air? Goku asked incredulously. Yes. I will show you how to channel your Kai so that you will be able to live without relying on oxygen, the Grand Kai explained. Both Goku and King Kai were intrigued with the idea, but before any more questions could be asked on the topic, the Grand Kai motioned for Goku to come with him so that they could begin. The Saiyan was slightly taken aback at the idea, but soon hurried after his new sensei. In order to master the technique we must first assume a meditative state, explained the Grand Kai. Goku sat down across from his teacher, closed his eyes, and began to relax his body. He drew long, deep breaths and cleared his mind. Good, now focus on your energy. Try to imagine your body as a pump that continually cycles energy throughout your body. The energy is distributed to every cell and is recycled back into your body. Once you have your mind focused on this concept, I want you to hold your breath and try to sustain the pump for as long as you can. Goku took one last deep breath and began to cycle his energy through his body. His Kai would pass into his cells, eliminating the need for cellular respiration, and would be released back into his body. But he soon found that he was building up used energy that had nowhere to be released. His face started to turn a dark shade of blue. Now when your energy leaves your cells, it is no longer pure, and so you must use your Kai reserves to clean it, if you will, so that it can assimilate with the rest of your Kai. Otherwise you will be suffocated by your own power, explained Grand Kai with a chuckle to the blue-faced Saiyan, who was wondering why his sensei waited to tell him. Goku concentrated on using the rest of his body's power to re-energize the depleted energy, and thus he learned how to sustain the cycle. Wow, I think I've got it, exclaimed Goku excitedly. Yes indeed. I would have expected it to be easy for you to learn because you have been controlling your energy for a long time. The technique also requires one to have a sufficient reserve of power, which is obviously no problem for you. So there you have it, finished Grand Kai. Say, how come Supreme Kai asked you to do it? I'm of course thankful, but aren't you really busy? Pondered Goku. Well. Flashback. Hello Supreme Kai, what brings you to my humble planet? The Supreme Kai had never before visited the Grand Kai, so the scenario that was currently progressing was most unusual. I would like you to teach Goku the survival technique. He may need it in case things take a turn for the worse in what's to come. Ah yes, but I can't just give lessons out freely, some people have been waiting a while and… I'm well aware of this, but let me ask you, when is the last time you did anything other than watch the Otherworld tournament or listen to rock and roll music? I'll get started right away, sir. Then flashback. We both agreed that it would be important for you to learn this technique, so I set aside my other duties in order to help you. Okay, well, thanks for taking the time to help. Don't mention it. Goku knew it was time for him to leave, although he was not too anxious on returning back to face the wrath of the vampire. But King Kai said she wasn't too mad, so she's probably over it by now, thought the gullible Saiyan. Goku arrived back at Capsule Corporation and looked for the girl so he could apologize. He found Moka in a heated discussion with Bulma, the prince of all Saiyans was nowhere to be found. Oh, look who decided to show up after abandoning me in the mall, seethed the silver-haired girl. Sorry I took so long, but I was learning this technique from the Grand Kai, so I had to leave, Goku explained, not quite understanding the vampire's tone. Grand Kai who? Apparently this person didn't instruct you on manners, for if he did then you would have at least apologized for leaving, after revealing that information to me, she hissed. Bulma nodded in agreement, carefully concealing an amused smile. You're right, I'm sorry, Moka-san, the Saiyan apologized. You are lucky you are a super alien monster, otherwise I would have kicked you so hard you would have passed through the Imkai barrier. But I know how you are going to make it up to me, her scornful glare was replaced by a deliciously evil smile. Turn your head to the side right now. Goku was confused at first, but soon realized what she was after and complied. Moka approached him and brought her snarling lips to his neck. Papuchu. Out, Goku cried out as the girl sunk her fangs into him as hard as she could. Goku's face became gaunt as he allowed the angry teenage girl to drain the plasma from his body. Don't you think that is enough, Bulma said, slightly alarmed. Goku's face had quickly grown corpse-like in appearance. Making a loud smacking sound, the vampires finally withdrew her fangs from Goku's neck without concerning herself with being gentle. The Saiyan's eyes were swirling around in his head. Now we are almost even, she said smugly. I want you to make a grand gesture of apology to me to show how sorry you are. She was extremely irate at first with the Saiyan, but after talking to Bulma about how Goku ended up in this predicament from Emperor Perilous' wish to Kai's last request, the conniving vampiress realized that this was an opportunity for her to get something from him. Goku thought for a moment on how he would make amends. An idea struck him. Well, there's something I just learned that I want to try out, would you like to come with me? Goku, I didn't mean take me to train with you, I want you to do something nice for me, stated the vampire coyly. She shared a knowing look with Bulma. It had been the blue-haired woman's idea to use Goku's conscience as a way of bringing the two closer together. Here, just come with me. I promise it will not be disappointing, said the spiky-haired boy enthusiastically. Moka relented, caving into his boyish excitement. Oh, I almost forgot, do vampires need air to survive? Well, we can go quite a while without breathing if we need to, Goku, but why do you ask? Inquired the puzzled girl. Grab a hold of me from behind and you will see, he responded. Moka blushed at the thought, but wrapped her arms around the Saiyan boy, ready for whatever he was planning to do next. Goku placed his fingers to his head and the two disappeared. Ah, screamed the vampire as she found herself floating in space above the planet. She was embarrassed by her outburst, but the shock of finding herself orbiting the planet caught her off guard, to say the least. Don't worry, it will be fine, said Goku soothingly. He propelled himself forward and began to circle the earth. Moka held on tightly, but began to relax as she let her fear be replaced with awe at the sight. It was completely silent, there were no interruptions as they circled the serene blue sphere. The stars glittered in the background. Their light coruscated off her silvery hair, her eyes were lit up, her serpentine eyes with an OTHERWORLDLY2 effervescence. Using Goku's body to shield herself from the sun, Moka began to drink in the surreal scene and let herself enjoy the moment. This is actually kind of romantic, she thought with a smile. She nuzzled the boy's back intimately. Feeling the girl's heart rate accelerate, Goku asked, hey, are you nervous? Don't be, I would never let you go, he said, trying to put her at ease. No, I'm not afraid, the red-eyed girl responded, trying to regain control of her pulse. It was difficult because her mind dwelled on the words never let you go. He had no idea the effect his words had on the vampiress. They finished circling the globe, and Goku transported them back to Capsule Corporation in the blink of an eye. Hey, so was that a worthy apology, Goku asked hopefully. He would be quite pleased if he was able to appease her while testing his new ability. She remained silent for a moment, her thoughts lingering on the experience. Yes, I think that will suffice, she understated. The ruby-eyed girl went quiet again and reflected on the time she had spent awakened. The longer I stay out, the more I am becoming like Ahmed. Perhaps it is time we switched back, Moka realized, feeling embarrassed by the influx of emotion she had been feeling. Goku, it hasn't been too unbearable spending time unsealed, but I think it's time I put the Rosario back on, she announced nonchalantly. The Saiyan nodded as the girl left to find her limiter. Moments later a pink-haired girl reappeared and threw herself at the Saiyan. "Oh Goku-kun, it's been too long since I've seen you," she exclaimed. "And there is one other thing," she whispered in his ear suggestively. The Saiyan prepared himself for what was inevitably coming. "Capuchu. MMMMMTTT Hatsu good," moaned the euphoric girl. "Drinking your blood is the best." Moka began giggling uncontrollably and savored the aphrodisiac. Bulma threw a, let us say, inquisitive glance at the Saiyan. He just shrugged and laughed as was his custom. "Bulma, do you know where Vegeta is? I think it's time for us to have a talk, and there is something I need to teach him. I think he went to go see Trunks, who is on a date right now. He probably is going to embarrass him, so you should hurry over and stop him before it's too late," Bulma said with a sigh. Her husband was always meddling in their children's lives. "Okay, let me just sense where they are and got it, I'll see you two later," Goku said, preparing to leave. "Goku-kun, would it be okay if I came with you? I have not spent much time with you since my other has been unsealed," pouted the emerald-eyed girl. "Sorry Moka-san, but not this time. I need to speak to Vegeta privately," Goku explained. "Well, I guess I can spend some time with Bulma," then she responded, turning towards the woman. Moka reintroduced herself and the two quickly fell into conversation. Bulma by now had seen plenty of oddities her life and was unfazed by Moka's hair dye and new eye color. The Saiyans of course have their own cosmetic makeover after all. Goku waved goodbye and dissipated. Goku reappeared in front of a restaurant and saw Trunks with a blonde girl in the window. He felt Vegeta coming and spotted the spiky-haired man a block down. The prince, upon noticing Goku, was surprised but quickly put that aside and demanded to know why his rival was here. "Kakarot, did Bulma send you? I swear she is always trying to undermine me. If it were not for me our son would be a complete weakling, honestly, I do not know why I even bother," growled the prince. "No Vegeta, that's not why I am here, although you should cut Trunks some slack. He's grown up now, so maybe you should take a step back as a father." "Ah, as if I would hear parenting advice from you. At least I am around for my offspring, which reminds me, where is Bulma?" "Well, that was just a low blow. Putting aside your overbearing parenting, it's time I told you about a potential threat that may arise in the near future," Goku stated seriously. Vegeta perked up at the idea. It had been a while since someone had attacked the Earth and he was eager to have a challenge. "Interesting, tell me more." "There is a chance an ancient race of deities, called the Aki, could be resurrected, and if that happens, well, apparently the entire universe will be destroyed." "Business as usual then?" "More or less," Goku said, throwing his hands up. "Well, I can't wait, I'm ready to fight," Vegeta exclaimed. His Saiyan blood boiled at the prospect of a good battle. "Don't be too eager. Or did you forget about how you let Cell become complete, or that you caused Majin Buu to be released?" Goku chided his enthusiastic rival. Vegeta's hunger for battle had clouded his judgment on numerous occasions in the past. "That's what I thought. As much as I would like to fight too, I think it's best if their resurrection is avoided. But in case the Aki are revived, I need to teach you a technique so we will be able to engage them without endangering the planet in the battle. I've learned how to use my energy to survive without any oxygen." "Are you serious?" blurted out the prince incredulously. "That would have been a useful trick in helping me rule the universe." "Vegeta. Joking. Anyway, let's leave Trunks alone and get to work." Before Vegeta could answer, Goku placed his hand on the prince and transported the Royal Saiyan back to Capsule Corporation. They arrived and Goku found both Moka and Bulma where he left them, except his longtime friend had an envelope in her hands. She noticed the two Saiyans had returned and walked over to hand the letter to Goku. "I just checked the mail and a letter came from your school. It seems that your break is over and classes will begin tomorrow." "Really? That was fast, the chairman must have worked overtime on rebuilding it," mused the amazed Saiyan. He turned back to Vegeta and motioned for him to go to the gravity room. The two left the girls alone to go train. "Are you excited to go back?" Bulma said, turning to the pink-haired girl. "I never thought I'd say this, but I really liked being in the human world with Goku, even if it wasn't exactly me that spent time with him. Of course I am excited to see my friends, but unfortunately they are also interested in him, the vampire sighed. Looks to me like Goku has become quite the ladies' man. I'll be rooting for you too, but what are you going to do to keep him away from the other girls?" "Kill them all." "Bira, we are not going to do that to our friends. Then when we get back we will show those fools their place." Moka shivered at the thought of what her inner self was planning. The academy grounds had been rebuilt to be almost like it was before, but with a few differences. Even though the dormitories had been mostly unaffected in the Security Enforcement Committee battle, they were torn down. The boys' and girls' dormitories were constructed directly across from each other to increase unity within the student body, as the chairman put it. As you can see, everything has been completely restored here at Imkai Gakuen. We all owe a great thanks to those who help extricate tyranny from this institution. However, I now find that we are in need of a new kind of policing establishment. Therefore I have decided to make Son Goku the head of the new Academy Police Service, finished the robed man. The new auditorium boomed with applause. A Saiyan rose from his seat and left unnoticed. Thanks for making a new uniform for me, I'll try to take better care of it than the last one, haha, Goku said, laughing. Yes, please do. But just in case, I'll have a few extras made and sent to your room, replied the school's tailor. Great, well, thanks again. The Saiyan nodded appreciatively and headed for his first class. I don't think I am suited for running the police service here, I need to let the chairman know I am turning the job down, Goku thought as he hurried off. Imkai Gakuen was buzzing with gossip about the Saiyan and his battles with Caillou and the mysterious pointy-haired fighter. Most of the school witnessed that battle unfold in the stolen crystal ball, but the few students who missed it quickly heard rumors. Goku had been worried his strength would alienate his classmates and make them feel uncomfortable, but the exact opposite occurred. Oh my, it's Goku, we should say hello. Goku quickly found himself swarmed by excited girls seeking his attention. However, his existing harem was not excited at the prospect of adding new members. Who do they think they are, hanging on my destined one like that, shrieked the jealous succubus. They seem to be all hot and bothered, I think I should cool them off, whispered the Yuki-onna. Magic wand, golden washtubs, yelled the tiny witch, and a downpour of metal resounded in the hallways. The huge crowds began to disperse. Moka stood quietly and observed the situation. She was nervous that the new suitors would take up Goku's time, leaving none for her. Even though she had spent the short break with him, it was not really her but her inner self. The young vampire felt her position in Goku's life was tenuous. The vampire was not the only one feeling threatened. Every boy in the academy, although they respected the Saiyan's power, was jealous of all the attention he was getting. A blonde-dyed bedhead epidemic became widespread as every male student tried to copy Goku's hairstyle in order to regain the attention of the female population. The entire school had seemingly become obsessed with the spiky-haired boy. Goku was unsure of how to react to his fans, some of which were unconscious on the floor with bruises on their heads. But knew he would be late to his first class if he spent any more time in the hallway, so he tapped his fingers to his head and disappeared. Hey everyone, Goku exclaimed as he walked into homeroom. Goku-kun, shouted the flying succubus. She jumped onto the surprised boy and pushed her chest into his face. Her grip abruptly relaxed as she fell down with an ice kunai in her head. Good morning, Goku-kun, did you miss me? Miser asked shyly. Of course, I missed all my friends, Goku stated happily. And how have you been, Yukari-chan? He asked his youngest friend. Break was lonely without you and Moka-san, but now that you are back we can have a threesome, the witchling blurted out, much to the vampire's horror. What do you mean? Asked the puzzled Saiyan. You can always hang out with Moka-san and I, Goku replied, unaware of the pink-haired girl's mortified expression. We should make arrangements soon, Dezu the witch agreed happily. Your fight was amazing, by the way. Huh? How do you? We saw it on a crystal ball, exclaimed the succubus. She attempted to press herself up against the golden-haired boy before being hit in the head with an ice spike. Goku, I would like to know more about your Saiyan heritage, stated Miser plainly. The entire class perked up at the question. Nekonom-sensei even seemed to be intrigued with the boy. Goku thought for a moment about what his friend asked. Deciding it could not do any harm, he announced he would give a demonstration and turned to leave. Everyone in the room quickly scrambled to follow him. The commotion in the hallways caused a stir in the other classes. Soon the entire school was following Goku into the forest. The Saiyan stopped when he reached a safe distance from the school. He relaxed his body and for the first time in a few days he returned to his base state. He surveyed the entire crowd, sighed, and began. There were only 2 surviving full-blooded members of my race, the Saiyans. They were warrior people from another planet. He paused as he heard a murmur spread through the crowd at the realization he was an alien. I guess you all saw the fight, so you know that my opponent and friend is the other Saiyan. What you are seeing now is me in my base state. But there are other forms my people can ascend to. He brought forth his Kai and released the light from within. His hair became rigid and once again glowed with his energy. He gazed at the spectators with his bright blue eyes. This is a Super Saiyan, he explained. He pushed deeper into energy and exerted his aura once again. His hair increased in rigidity and sparks now danced around him. This is what happens when you ascend past a Super Saiyan. Or you can just call this a Super Saiyan 2. This is the form you saw me fight in on the crystal ball. The crowd nodded their heads, amazed at the power that the boy put forth. Now it's time for the fun part, Goku thought. He delved deeper into his power and prepared to bring forth the next wave of energy. And this he said, slightly hunching over. "What's he doing?" asked the surprised inner vampire. Outer Moka looked on with apprehension at what was about to unfold. "Is to go even further," he finished and started to yell in exertion. The onlookers began to back up. The energy he was putting out shook the ground. Clouds began to rapidly form around him. His aura condensed and he began to glow like a star. Carefully bringing his power under control, Goku ascended. A huge cloud of dust kicked up around him, briefly obscuring him from the surprised crowd. As it cleared, every person present became dumbstruck at what they saw. Goku's hair had greatly lengthened. His golden locks wildly flowed down to his waist. More aggressive electricity constantly shot around him. His aura was even brighter than before, radiating an inconceivable amount of power. "This is what I call a Super Saiyan 3, he stated casually. The silence that fell over the crowd was soon broken by a gruff voice. A large blonde man stepped forth from the startled audience. His dark eyes set their gaze on the Super Saiyan. "I Chopper Rikishi challenge you, Son Goku," he spat. "I do not think you are as strong as everyone thinks you are, and I will prove it." His threat fell short when he realized the Saiyan was gone. "Howard, where are you?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Goku, so good of you to come. I have, of course, been expecting you. I see you have changed your appearance," the chairman stated calmly. He was becoming more accustomed to the Saiyans' unexpected visits. "Board Chairman, I am honored that you would want me to lead the new police service, but I think you should pick someone else." The robed man sat quietly for a moment as he thought upon Goku's request. "Don't be so hasty to pass up this opportunity. This position will bring about the respect and admiration of our school's community. Do you not wish to have such prestige?" "I don't care about status. I do not think I should be the one to represent this school. I am not even an Ayashi," Goku replied plainly. "And I don't deserve the honor. I killed the last leader in anger. I am ashamed of that." "I see. Be that as it may, I want you to reconsider. In fact, I will consider a refusal as a request to withdraw from this school." But Goku blurted out. "I promised Kai, there is no way I can leave school now, and I've made so many good friends, I can't just leave them." "I guess I have to," the Saiyan announced dejectedly. "Wonderful, you will need to assemble your new team as quickly as possible. So we need to do a story on the new renovations. Maybe you and I can work on it together," Moka-chan the werewolf slyly suggested. "Well, I'm kind of busy doing a story with Goku-kun," the vampires lied. Jin looked over at the empty chair with a smug glance. "Oh really, and what story is that?" "He isn't even here," the club president announced triumphantly. "What?" "Hey everyone, sorry I'm late," said the boy who had just appeared in his seat. Everyone was surprised except for Moka. "Goku-kun and I are going to do a story on exercise," Moka thought quickly. Goku peered at the girl curiously. "Alright, fine. Kurumu-chan," with the werewolf began. "Never," Kurumu breathed out. "How about you, Mizur-chan?" Mizur stared at her elder blankly. "Well, I think Goku-kun and I will be going to work on this story, see you guys," Moka said, pulling the surprised boy from his chair. "Wait, Moka-san, that sounds like a good idea. I think I'll come and work on it with you too," the succubus exclaimed. "The more the merrier," Goku happily agreed. "I hope you don't mind, but I would also like to participate if you're going to be involved," Goku-kun, Mizur stated, the faintest hint of red appearing on her snow-white skin. "Why does this always happen?" thought the annoyed vampire. She turned away from the group to hide her twitching eyebrow. "Great, we'll all work together," Goku exclaimed. The group started to head out, though the usually clingy girls were slightly weary of his sparking body. Every time they were about to pounce him, a sharp jolt of electricity deterred them. "Well, I guess that leaves just us, huh?" said the werewolf. "Yeah right, I'm going with them," Dezu the witch proclaimed, leaving the older student by himself in the club room. They had decided on working outside when they once again were approached by Chopper. "Pound you, now I'm gonna pound you and become the alpha at this school," he declared. "Look, I don't have time to fight right now, I'm working on a club project with my friends," Goku explained. "It doesn't matter what you are doing, you will fight me now," Ryu shouted the challenger as he unleashed his monster form. He towered over the blonde-haired boy and his friends and growled. "Behold, weaklings, I'm a troll and I will show you what strength is." Topper swung his fists at Goku, but was surprised that none of his blows connected, even though the boy was still standing in the same spot. He unleashed his fury in a volley of attacks, in attempt to crush the boy with gigantic arms. But everything he threw at Goku seemed to pass right through him. It looked like the Saiyan had never moved. "He is moving too fast for our eyes, Amit. He dodges every attack, but it looks as though he has not moved. He is most impressive," glowed the Rosario. On the outside, Moka just nodded. The other girls seemed to be quite taken with his display of power as well. Topper quickly became exhausted and was unable to continue fighting. He collapsed on the ground out of breath in front of his opponent, who had not even so much as thrown a punch at him. "Goku-kun, that was amazing," shouted the succubus and leaped onto the boy. Uncomfortable, Goku squirmed away from the suffocating chest of the blue-haired girl. It really wasn't anything, Kurumu-san, Goku explained modestly. Goku-kun, I'm curious, how long does your kind live for? Why do you ask, Mizur-san? I want to know how many years we will have for making babies, the frosty girl replied. The entire group fell over. Babies, Mizur-san, what are you talking about? He said, scratching his head. Actually, Goku, I would like to know as well, Kurumu stated with curiosity. Moka also appeared interested in the answer. The rosario on her chest glowed. Well, according to my friend Vegeta, no Saiyan has ever died from old age, so I'm not sure. I know that my race ages very slowly in comparison to humans, but I'm not sure how long my lifespan were to be, and I'm an oddity myself. What do you mean? The witch piped up. Well, I've already told Moka-san this, but I've already lived a life. I had a wife and my children are still alive. But I was accidentally returned to my youth by a wish. I think I'm about 60 years old in human years, Goku finished. Silence overtook the group and all but Moka were stunned. Kurumu was the first to break the silence. Oh, so my destined one is experienced, now I am really excited, the succubus stated. Mizur nodded in agreement. It is commonplace for Ayashi to have many partners and families over their long lifespans, and I look forward to joining yours, Kurumu stated proudly. Goku was too relieved that his friends were not angry with him to realize the implications of the girl's declaration. Now all he had to worry about was his new duty as the head of the Academy Police Service. They don't seem to understand that he is ours, the next time you feed from him, Ahmed, you must mark him. Inject our blood into him and he'll be ours forever. He will be a most impressive mate, don't you think? We can't just do that, we haven't even been on a date yet. We need to tell him how we feel first. I will not lose him to one of these indecent girls. Moka felt conflicted. She did not want to lose him, and his confession seemed to make the other girls want him more. Something needed to be done. I tell you to be careful, but you look like you can handle yourself, the bus driver chuckled. His eyes glowed from beneath his cap, observing the departing passenger. The white-haired boy nodded and got off the bus. His heterochromatic eyes scanned his environment briefly. He headed towards the newly built academy, moving with purpose. In the middle of the deserted wood he approached a figure dressed in an all-black academy uniform. He turned his bespectacled dark brown eyes towards his visitor and addressed him. Glad you could make it, there is much to discuss. Yes, I heard Midu was dispatched by the leader of the Security Enforcement Committee, Caillou. And he himself fared no better. Looks like that little side operation is over, said the white-haired boy. His slitted eyes, one vertically the other horizontally, expressed no concern. Indeed. There is a very interesting student in attendance at the academy. His name is Son Goku. I suspect the chairman orchestrated that little stunt with the sec, report back to headquarters and let them know about the situation. I think it would be wise to delay our operations until we know what we are dealing with. Do you want me to get someone to watch the kid? No, I have already taken care of that matter, stated the one in charge. He turned his back abruptly and headed back to the academy. The pale blue sky brought a hazy luminance to the deserted campus. An occasional rustling could be heard from the forsaken land. One might mistake it for leaves blowing in the wind, if there were any. The large metal barrel edged slightly over the railing, bearing down at the world below, supported under 3 aluminum legs. Light glinted of the dark enclosure on the front of it. A hand reached forwards and removed the cap. He aligned himself to take aim, his finger at the ready. A hollow thud echoing intermittently caught his attention. Directing him toward its source, the barrel rested on its target. Click. Nice, that's a keeper. The boy holding the camera grinned wolfishly. Morioka Janae, as was his custom, awoke early in order to photograph Imkai Academy's co-eds who engaged in morning jogs. They should rename the jogging club. I think Sports Bra Club would be more appropriate, haha, he chuckled perversely. Before he was able to further indulge in self-congratulations, Jin's keen senses picked up something else. Shuffling around on the school rooftop, he repurposed the tripod. He settled his lens on the source of the disturbance. A boy lay out on a dirt path panting. Sparks danced along his flowing golden hair. Goku? He seems exhausted, I've never seen him like that before, Jin whispered to himself. I should go help him. The young werewolf began packing up his gear but was soon stopped in his tracks. His keen senses tingled, the female members of the jogging club had entered the locker room. Sendo Yukari. Here. Shiryuki Mizur. Here. Why are you under the table? Sit in your seat properly this instant, Shizuka Nekonom called out. It was often a mystery if the Yuki-onna would show up for class. Son Goku. The name was met with no response. Son Goku. The cat lady called again. Does anyone know where he is? Sorry, Moka called out. But I haven't seen him today, but I'm sure he will show up soon, she added hopefully. As if on cue, the Saiyan burst through the door, splintering it to pieces. He hustled to take his seat. He did not appear to notice the terrified expressions on the faces of his classmates. "Sorry I'm late, Nekonom-sensei, I won't let it happen again." Satisfied with his apology, or perhaps too intimidated to make further inquiries, Miss Nekonom continued roll call. "Wait, why does he get to stay in his true form?" a student questioned. "It's not fair." "He is a special case," Miss Nekonom said dismissively. "Now moving on." Moka poked the butt of her pencil into the Saiyan's back to get his attention. "Goku, where were you? It's not like you to be late." "Yeah, Goku-kun, I was about to go look for you myself," Kurumu added. They noticed the spiky-haired boy was sweating profusely. Missia shifted the lollipop in her mouth and tilted her head, her unnerving gaze was unwaveringly set on him. "I'm feeling yawns tired. I just deep exhale and need to rest a little bit, that's all," he said with drooping eyes. It had been over a week since he had transformed into his Super Saiyan 3 state. His body had resisted succumbing to the stress for a while, but the drain on his Kai was wearing him down. He was approaching his limit. Time slowed and faces blurred as the Saiyan felt himself rock forward. He hit the floor completely oblivious to his own collapse. The shouting that erupted was completely washed out. A clumsy smile lit his face and he closed his eyes. The harem was amassed in force around the Saiyan's hospital bed. They were all deeply concerned that someone like Goku could be in this position. "Do you think he was fought someone and lost?" the succubus offered. Her question was met with a falling washtub that appeared out of thin air. "Hey, what was that for?" Kurumu screeched. "You're doubting Goku-kun. After what we have seen, how could you think anyone could win against him? You must be thinking with your boobs again," Yukari said with a sneer. "How, you're just jealous. Goku-kun would never go for such an underdeveloped child," Kurumu said, poking at the witch's chest. Missia stared absent-mindedly at the feuding girls before looking to her own breasts. She began feeling herself up, much to Moka's embarrassment. "Can we stop fighting, please? Goku is unwell, and we need to show him our support," the vampire asserted. "You're right, Moka, I'm sorry," Kurumu responded, withdrawing her claws. Yukari nodded in agreement and lowered her wand. The temperature in the room dropped sharply. The shivering vampire shot a surprised glance at the Yuki-onna. "Hey, didn't I just say we need to behave?" Moka blurted out in shock, pointing to their now frozen friends. Missia shrugged her shoulders. "I guess I just don't know how to hold back. Anyway, I don't take orders from you." Moka was about to respond but stopped herself when she heard the bedridden Saiyan's voice. "What happened here, Shivers? Where am I?" Goku asked, confused. He took in his surroundings and noticed that Kurumu and Yukari were encased in a block of ice. He knew he needed to conserve his energy, but he reached towards the Imkai cycles and began thawing them out with his Kai. "You passed out in class, Goku, so I brought you here," Moka stated. "The doctor says that you are suffering from exhaustion. What's going on?" The worry in the girl's voice was unmistakable, unless of course you're Goku. "Well, I've been training my body by staying powered up, but it's putting a huge strain on my energy reserve," Goku said, scratching the back of his head. He noticed a medical tray at his bedside and froze up. "I wasn't worried, but if you want some company, I'm here for you." The ice girl pressed her frigid body up against the tired Saiyan, not noticing the boy had become catatonic. "Call me your little snow bunny," the girl said in a hushed voice. "What?" the vampire exclaimed. Her surprise drew her attention from the horror painted on Goku's face. By now Kurumu and Yukari were completely defrosted and had heard their rivals' remark. They tackled Missia, and the fight quickly escalated. The trio of girls flung themselves out of the infirmary room and continued beating each other in the hallway. Moka, uncertain of what to do, turned her attention back Goku. "Goku, what's wrong?" she asked, seeing his nervousness. The Saiyan said nothing, instead pointing to a needle on the tray beside him. "The needle?" the girl questioned. "I'm out of here," the boy suddenly yelled. He summoned his remaining strength to make a dash out of the room. "He's afraid of needles, this could be useful." Moka's mind became filled with evil thought chuckles. Ignoring her inner self, the pink-haired girl rushed to stop the fleeing patient. She did her best to wipe off the blood dripping from her nose, induced by the lack of modesty his medical gown provided. "Goku, that's silly, a little needle isn't going to hurt you," she said while trying to restrain the Saiyan and wipe her nose off. He pushed past the girl and was about to leave before he was stopped by the nurse who had just walked in. "You're in no condition to be getting out of bed, young man, I need to run some tests to make sure you're okay. My name is Nurse Ikumuro Mako, and I'll be looking after you," the brown-haired woman said with a curt smile. Moka shuffled past the nurse and went to stop her friends from destroying the school. "Sorry Goku, but I have to go." "No, don't leave me," the Saiyan yelled after her. "Don't worry, this won't hurt a bit," the nurse said while flexing her fingers. Struggling against his nagging vertigo, Goku made his way to the club room. His arrival was greeted by the usual female frenzy. "Goku-kun, hopefully you're feeling better now so you and I can have some alone time. Why don't you stop by room and I'll fix us something to eat," the succubus suggested slyly. Thank you for the offer Kurumu-san, but I think I'll pass. After club I'm going to go back to my room and rest, the Saiyan wearily replied. The room's occupants fell over in I'm style. Did he just refuse food? Quick, get him back to the infirmary. He must be relapsing, Dezu. Yahoo, I'll take him there myself. Leave it to me, Ice Kunai. Please, only a snow woman's hands can tend to such ails. Goku-kun, I'll take care of you. Goku, why don't you just go back to normal? I think you are overdoing it, the vampire noted in a concerned voice. I'm doing this to train. If I master this state then I'll be able to increase my stamina, Goku explained. But aren't you strong enough already? I don't want to see you suffer, she pouted. There is always someone more powerful, Goku said with a chuckle. Anyway, it's okay. I'm fine, the boy lied. So what's on the agenda for club today? Well, I was thinking that we should do a story on how you're the new Academy Police Captain, Goku the werewolf stated. It will be a good exposition piece and your association with the newspaper club will boost its standing. The girls did a double take. Did Jin-senpai just say something sensible? They collectively thought. It seemed that the chairman had failed to inform them it was opposite day. What? I have good ideas too, you know, the werewolf said defiantly when he saw their surprised and suspecting looks. You guys should get to work, I have a few leads I'm going to chase down myself, the club president explained hurriedly. Before anyone could protest he grabbed his camera equipment and left. Dear Goku, let's go back to my room so I can interview you, Kurumu said, taking advantage of the situation. She pushed the club room's window open, grabbed the Saiyan's arm, and took flight before any of the other girls could react. That big boob bimbo actually got the jump on us, the witch exclaimed. No, I can't allow this, Goku-kun belongs to Moka-san, and the three of us shall soon unite our bodies, she said with traces of drool on her lips. Yukari, the vampire shrieked. She was unable to stop her friend from going after the succubus. Mizer's ice claws extended from her hands and she followed Yukari out. You are too weak to keep the others away from. We should mark him. Yura, we can't just do that, we have to at least ask him first, the outer vampire reasoned. Who says he has to even know? Goku-kun, tell me about your duties as the new police captain, Kurumu said whilst leaning over, displaying an ample amount of cleavage. She began to slowly rub herself up and down the spiky-haired boy's shoulder. Goku was having a difficult time concentrating on his answer, but not because of the girl's advances. The atmosphere of Kurumu's dorm room was composed of the following. Heavy perfume fragrances 20%, pheromones 70%, oxygen 10%. Goku often found he needed to employ his energy circulation technique to survive in her room. Well, there isn't much to say. There have not been many incidents to take care since I was made captain, Goku responded honestly. I have not even got around to recruiting new members yet. Oh, I know. Make me your lieutenant. That way I'll be by your side. I'm sure I can take care of your needs. Before she could make another move, Kurumu's door bust open. Mizer and Yukari led the charge into the room, followed by an angry Moka. They glared daggers into the succubus before all three of them attacked her. Goku, who was thoroughly confused as usual, stood by and watched the mayhem unfold. Stop trying to seduce him for yourself, you know Goku-kun belongs to Moka-san, and I, the witchling yelled. She was hurling magic tarot cards around the room in a fierce whirlwind. That over it, witch, he's not interested in a little girl like you, the succubus defended. I'm the only one here who can satisfy him. He is my destined one. She slashed away Yukari's flying cards, only to be hit in the face by a barrage of ice shards. You're so oblivious to Goku-kun's needs. I watch over him every day, so I know what is best, the Yuki-onna stated plainly. She froze Kurumu's legs to the floor and moved in for a finishing blow. Stop it. Everyone turned their attention to the exasperated vampire. The normally peaceful girl had her fist clenched and was holding back a scowl. We are all supposed to be friends. Why can't we stop fighting with each other and just ask Goku what he wants? Whoever he chooses, that will be final. We will all have to respect his decision. The girls all looked at the Saiyan expectantly. However, Goku was having a hard time maintaining consciousness. At the moment he felt as though his body wouldn't implode from the pressure his Kai had created. His brow furrowed as he began to concentrate. If I can make it past this, my body will recover and I will regain control. The principle of mastering the Super Saiyan 3 form was based on the Zenkai ability. This allowed Saiyans to recover from a near-death experience with even greater strength than before. Goku knew if he could survive his breaking point, his body would adapt to the Kai drain permanently and his mastery of the form would be complete. Darkness hung over him and he began to feel his own life force crush itself. He fell to his knees but held up his hand as the other girls rushed to his side. No, don't come any closer, he said in warning. He felt the full weight of his power push him down to the floor. He began screaming in pain, the girls' dormitory began to shake from his bellowing. He held onto a thread of consciousness keeping him from being devoured by his own Kai. He groaned one last time and went limp. "He's not moving, we need to get help," Kurumu yelled. "Hurry and inject our blood into him, it should save him. As well as make him mine." "Don't you mean ours?" Semantics. Moka internally accepted her inner self's plan and turned to the others. "I think I can save him with my blood," she muttered quickly. "Like I'd let you, I know that in vampire culture that means you'd own him," Missia stated impassively. "This isn't the time to argue," Moka pleaded. She was too concerned with Goku's safety to ponder how Missia knew that about her race's customs. The pink-haired girl rushed forward to the placid body on the floor. She knelt down next to him and opened her mouth, baring her fangs. About to sink into his flesh, she pulled back when the body began to course with lightning. A golden aura swept around it, its force threw the vampire back. Goku pushed his body up with his energy and levitated himself into a standing position. He seemed completely at ease, and he smiled reassuringly at the astonished girls. Sparks more frenetically danced around him than before. His skin had an unearthly glow to it, it shone with a similar hue as his flaring aura. His eyes were an even brighter blue than before. His presence seemed even more impressive. "That was a close call," Goku finally said. "I wasn't sure if I would be able to adapt to that kind of strain, but it looks like everything turned out okay, haha," he chuckled gleefully. "I finally perfected my Super Saiyan 3 form." Darkness crept over Azure Planet. The endless sea, dominating its surface, momentarily rested perfectly still. A hollow silence washed over the large blue sphere, somewhere in the West Galaxy. The tranquility did not last long. Erupting from the quiet blackness came a bright light, illuminating a small portion of the pitch-black sky. The scaly jade tail of a massive serpent sprung up from the bottom of the light and seemed to stretch endlessly. It finally reached the apogee of its length, bearing its deep red eyes. The ruby windows lit up, conjuring another form before it. A tiny speck of golden light appeared next to the mighty serpent. The small dot glowed so brightly, it might have been mistaken for the sole star in planet Asanari's dark nightscape. "Are you ready, Goku? Once I start the test, there will be no going back until we reach maximum velocity," cautioned the mighty dragon in a deep roaring voice. "Yes, Shenron, I'm ready." "Go for it," spoke the Saiyan child. He relaxed his body and focused his energy. Goku was currently in his first Super Saiyan form, though his power level would not matter for this test. The challenge he now faced would depend solely on his ability to use a special technique, one which he had lost the ability to use because of his immature body. Earth's greatest hero strove for 3 years to gain back his instant transmission. And with the help of the Eternal Dragon, he exceeded his previous capacity for its use. Now it was time to push his new abilities to their limits. The dragon's eyes glowed. 4 tempests exploded in a quadrilateral formation around the Saiyan. The cyclones began to rapidly expand until they each stood over a mile tall. They violently churned the usually calm sea below. The storms emitted a dark crimson light, similar to the dragon's eyes. Red electric sparks pulsed from within the center of the wind tunnels. The speed of their rotations began to increase at an exponential rate. Goku posed himself into a fighting stance and prepared for the incipient attack. He curled his golden tail around his waist to protect it from harm. "So be it," boomed the dragon. Red Kai orbs poured forth from the turbines at speeds undetectable by even the keenest of eyes. Goku began to dodge the endless barrage of energy attacks. He was using his instant transmission fluently to move without having to focus his energy each time before use. His ability had become an instinct, and even though the attacks were moving more than 10 times the speed of sound, they seemed slow to the Saiyan. However, the challenge was just beginning. The turbines began to increase their rate of revolution. Goku soon found that the speed of the attacks had increased substantially, though he did not seem fazed in the least. As long as he was able to use instant transmission, he would easily be able to dodge the attacks. The local atmosphere began to feel the effects of the endless and rapid release of energy. The air quickly became superheated, and a red-tinted plasma sphere began to form around the training Saiyan. The water beneath the boy had begun to evaporate, and waves of steam rose up from the bubbling blue surface. Goku's Saiyan durability was able to mitigate the effects of the intense heat being generated by the exercise. But the billowing steam began to cloud his vision. Soon his visibility of his surroundings was reduced to a 1-meter range. "I'm going to have to start sensing where the blasts are if I can't see them," the Saiyan child thought to himself tersely. He closed his eyes and focused his body on feeling the incoming Kai signatures. He was able to make the transition smoothly and hardly missed a beat when the attacks began to launch at the speed of light. He soon felt the use of his instant transmission wearing on him as the dodging practice continued. There was no time for him to catch his breath or wipe the sweat from his eyes. He had to keep going. Stopping now would be catastrophic. "Prepare yourself, Goku, the attacks will now be launched instantaneously," cautioned the dragon. The turbines began to spin faster until their rotations became completely imperceptible. They were now completing their rotations instantly. "This is what I've been working towards." Goku gritted his teeth and used his instant transmission to its fullest potential. However, the Kai cost soon began to wear him down at a rapid pace. The plasma ball surrounding him began to expand at an alarming rate and threatened to melt the entire planet. Up, down, sideways, the Saiyan impossibly moved beyond the limits of motion. I can't keep this up, the exhausted Saiyan thought. The deadly drill seemed to last for an eternity at this point, as an infinite number of attacks were launched at the golden-haired boy, who was transcending the time-space continuum with his movement. Enough, Goku called out, unable to handle the stress anymore. He still had to dodge innumerable attacks for an unlimited duration before the words, traveling merely at the speed of sound, reached the eternal dragon's ears. Finally, the onslaught ceased. The air began to cool, and the makeshift star quickly disappeared. Goku had let his guard down a moment too early, however. The last volley shot across his back before he could even detect the danger. He frantically tried to put out the fire behind his back and dove into the boiling ocean below. Moments later, he emerged steaming, clutching his singed tail in his hands. It hung completely motionless from Goku's lower back. There was only one thing that could be done. Goku bit back the tears in his eyes and firmly grasped the appendage. With a decisive yank, he ripped the crippled tail from his body. The night sky boomed with his painful cries. At last, he pulled himself together and turned to face his teacher. "That was well done, Goku. You were able to sustain instantaneous movement longer than I thought you would have been able to on your first try. However, now that you've lost your tail, you will not have as much energy reserves. The next time we practice, you will not last as long," the mighty serpentine creature noted. "Well, I'm used to being without a tail, and I wouldn't mind living like this again," Goku noted. "So what should we work on next?" "Your mastery of that technique is nearly complete. To fully realize the potential of the instant transmission, you must be able to move unbounded by sensing energy, as the Kais do." "How will I be able to do that?" the Saiyan pondered aloud. "I must rearrange your energy to mimic the Kais, which will allow your body to be transported more efficiently," spoke the eternal dragon. "The process will be painful, do you accept?" "Yes," spoke the determined boy. "It shall be done," thundered Goku-sensei. The ancient creature's eyes lit up and a deep red flame surrounded the golden-haired boy. Goku did not notice his body temperature rising at first, but soon the amount of heat let off from the rearranging of his body began to cause his skin to steam. His insides began to flare from the transposition of energy occurring from within his body. The pressure amounting inside him was rapidly increasing, and it felt as though the process would make his body explode. "Aye, Goku reared back and shrieked. His electric blue eyes faded and every vein in his body began to bulge. His muscles expanded with great force, sending out shockwaves in every direction. The still bubbling water beneath him began to rise, slowly at first, but quickly burst upwards. Watery tendrils surrounded the Saiyan on all sides. Violent streaks of red thunder struck down around the transforming child, while the dragon held his glowing ruby gaze on his writhing body. Internally, his energy was literally being torn out and relocated by an invisible hand. It felt as though his bones and muscles were melting, sinew and tendons seemed to snap. The Saiyan was being torn asunder from the inside out. Goku began to leak blood from his mouth and all-white frenzied eyes. His screams intensified. He had almost reached his body's breaking point when he felt the temperature drop and the pressure alleviate. His pupils became visible once more and his inflated muscle began to return to normal. The turbulent water around him receded and the scarlet thunderstorm abruptly halted. Steam and blood were still seeping from his body, but the Saiyan ignored his inflamed skin and wiped the blood from his face. He recovered himself and examined the changes. Goku flared his aura and felt an enormous surge of Kai feedback given off from his exertion. "I feel stronger," he mused. "One of the side effects," the dragon responded. "Shenron, has my energy signature changed at all?" Goku asked. "Yes, but it will only be detectable when you unleash the full extent of your power. So I have to power up fully in my Super Saiyan 4 form, right?" "Yes." "Well, I'm ready to try to transport myself," Goku stated. He closed his eyes and focused his energy. The boy began sweating from an unseen internal struggle and grunted. At last he opened his eyes and looked at the dragon. How do I do this exactly?" he asked sheepishly. "First empty your mind. Next focus on the concept of the place you want to go to. Even if you have never physically been there or even know its name, you can still get there as long as you can conceptualize it," the dragon offered. Goku listened to his sensei's advice and cleared his mind of everything, something which was particularly easy for him. He remembered Shenron virtually showing him different planets to train on and decided to try to go to the runner-up in the selection process. The gray sphere appeared in his mind as he remembered it and tried to focus on a key attribute he remembered being told about it. Lightning, the Saiyan thought, raising his fingers to his forehead. His presence fluctuated erratically. It felt like his essence had been sucked into a vacuum. Goku was free falling through time into an endless void. He kept focusing on his destination and he felt his body dematerialize and turn into pure energy. His Kai form erupted through a narrowing kaleidoscopic tunnel and he exploded forth. Goku's ears were met with the sound of roaring thunder and he opened his eyes. The dark sky was constantly lighting up from the eternal electrical storm that raged in it, illuminating the dull gray planet. Now I remember why I didn't pick this planet. Shenron said the gravity is too low here, Goku mused. Still, it wouldn't be a bad place for a little one-on-one, the Saiyan said as a smile crept over his face. The Super Saiyan took to flight and began to explore the planet. He looked up and noticed 3 silver moons in the sky. Let's see if I can go to one of those. The Saiyan tapped his fingers to his head. The image of one of the moons appeared in his mind and he soon disappeared. He landed on another lifeless gray rock and surveyed his surroundings. I think I'm getting the hang of this, Goku thought proudly. It still feels weird using the instant transmission without focusing on a person's Kai, but I think I'll get used to it soon. Goku scanned the stars and planets and decided to visit as many places as possible. He located his first target and raised his middle and index finger to his forehead. Another large mountain formation was shattered in the wake of the man's wrath. He momentarily took pause from his landscaping activities and surveyed the damage. The terrain had been completely flattened as a result of his training. Before he could find another rock to crush, he heard a ringing sound emitting from the belt on his waist. "What is it, woman?" he yelled into the device. "What's with you? Oh, I see you're training to keep up with Goku, aren't you?" A woman's voice asked slyly. "Accurate, ran off with that infernal dragon and I will not fall behind again," he yelled with determination. "Now what do you want?" "Oh, nothing, I just thought I'd remind you that Bulma is bringing home her first boyfriend. If you're done taking out your frustration you should come back. And by the way, you need to be on your best behavior." "Alright," the woman said with a sassy menace. She received no answer. "Vegeta? Vegeta, are you there?" Click. "Oh yes, I'll be on my best behavior." Ahahaha, the Saiyan prince laughed maniacally as he took off for Capsule Corporation. Snap. Another wooden writing implement shattered by the power of the Super Saiyan 3. The entire class looked over to the golden-haired boy who innocently asked Moka for another pencil. He was unaware of the killing intent leaking from the bespectacled woman who was currently crushing a white stick of chalk with her trembling hand. "Goku?" Ms. Ruriko snapped. "I've had enough of this," she said, gesticulating wildly. "You will change back immediately. That is the 7th pencil you've snapped today, not to mention all of the damage that you have incurred this week," the Lamia screamed. Indeed, the Saiyan had been wreaking havoc in his powered-up state at Imkai Gakuen. Flushed with embarrassment, Goku stood up immediately and bowed, professing an apology. Streaks of lightning pulsed from his aura, electrocuting those unfortunate few who had chosen to sit next to him. Not even the vampire escaped the inclement weather. Moka lay on the ground behind him, her spirit comically rising from her body. "Bet. Ooh, out," Ruriko shouted. "But Moka-sen, I have to apologize and she needs my help," the Saiyan pleaded. He knelt down beside the girl and put his hand on her forehead. "Please for help," suddenly erupted from the room. "Oh Goku, please help me, I'm injured too." "Don't listen to her, I need you more." The class's females began to fight amongst one another while Kurumu Kurono, who had miraculously escaped the small lightning storm, attempted to insert herself into the situation clandestinely. However, before she could so much as utter a word to the yellow-haired stooge, she froze in her tracks. "Ignore them, Goku-kun, they're just trying to use you." "Let me help you," the Yukiana whispered in the boy's ear coolly. "I'll give you all the personal attention you need." The entire class fell silent for a moment, startled at Mr. Shirayuki's sudden appearance. "Out." Now Ruriko reiterated. "But Mokina." "No, let her die, I don't care. Just go," the angry teacher interrupted. The Saiyan's shoulders dropped and he reluctantly stood up. He grabbed his backpack and left, much to the chagrin of the co-ed teenage monsters. Outside of the stone building, the Saiyan began to contemplate the consequences of his training. "Being in this form will keep increasing my stamina, but I might become a danger to those around me if I can't control it. But I won't be able to control Super Saiyan 3 if I don't stay in it at all times," he thought. He continued to ponder his predicament and lost himself in his reflection. The man observing the golden-haired terror pushed up his glasses sliding down his face and prepared to walk over to greet the much-talked-about student. It would serve his purposes to get close to the Saiyan, he decided. It was finally time for introductions to be made. He followed Goku down a cobbled staircase descending to the newly situated dorms. His hand pressed to the railing, he called out to his query. "Heyo son Goku, my name is Kaneshiro Hawk." A stray spark from Goku's aura flickered onto the railing. He cautiously continued to his room, unaware of the boy convulsing on the staircase. Goku took off his school uniform and slid into his black Saiyan armor. He found himself struggling to squeeze his hair through the tight-fitting, expandable material. Reluctantly, he powered down for the first time in a month to fit into his clothes. The Saiyan finished suiting up and resolved to head off to paradise to train. Racing through the space, the metal sphere hurled itself towards Earth. Initializing wake up, a hollow voice sounded off inside the vessel. Gas was released from vents positioned above the sleeping passenger, rousing him awake. He oriented himself and read the data on the holographic screen in front of his face. Scan the area for the indicated energy signature, he commanded. A few moments passed before the automated voice responded. No match found. That can't be right, try again, he said quickly. He tapped his fingers impatiently as he awaited an answer. No match found. He has to be on this planet. Maybe there is some kind of interference. Check to see if there is any unusual energy spots on the planet that might block power detection. The computer hummed and scanned the Earth using the requested measures. Low levels of interference detected at the planet's poles. One other possible acknowledged. Lock into the orbiting satellites and get me coordinates for the indicated spot, he said, while combing his hand through his wild black hair. Earth satellites give the coordinates as 25.0000 degrees N, 71.0000 degrees W. Give me an intensive analysis of the area. His eyebrows narrowed at the hovering screen, his hands curled in anticipation. Low levels of electromagnetic interference detected. Unusual weather patterns relative to the surrounding area. No, that's not it either, he said with frustration. That wouldn't block an energy level of this magnitude. He pounded his fist on his chair's right armrest, crushing it. Realizing the fragility of the craft, he quickly recomposed himself. If not there, then maybe computer, I want you to scan the planet for areas where there is no life energy at all. Include even microorganisms in your sweep. He wiped the sweat from his brow and tensed for the incipient response. Located. Area showing no signs of life energy. Lock into planet satellite system and obtain guidance. System lock. Display read out on screen and adjust course to new flight path. Prepare the pod for entry. A flickering dot appeared above a large landmass. He looked over the area's details on the screen. It seems to absorb all of the energy around it, he observed. It's like a black hole in space. Interdimensional barrier. Determine the frequency and match the sonic pulsar to it. He opened a control panel on the roof of the pod and entered in a code. Frequency matched. He nodded in silent affirmation. Time to break through this barrier, he said, flipping an overhead switch. Engage sonic penetration on my mark. The craft hurtled through space, approaching its blue target. Approaching planetary exosphere. From the heavens a streaking orb came upon the Earth. Perhaps the common observer would mistake it for a comet, but the blazing fire kept drawing nearer and nearer. The citizens of South City began to take notice. They looked up to see the extraterrestrial object speeding with dazzling brilliance. A divine chariot, the spacecraft moved with an unnatural grace while cutting a path through the atmosphere. A small device extended from the underside of the pod. Piercing waves of sound swept through the city. The pitch, indiscernible to the human ear, went unnoticed by the local populace. The sky seemed to open up on its own. A round dome of energy revealed itself under peeled-back clouds. Before the spaceship's witnesses could ascertain what they had seen, the pod was swallowed up by the air and the shimmering dome disappeared. The pink-haired demoness scoured the academy grounds for the Saiyan, the rest of his harem following her in a relentless pursuit. We haven't seen him since math class, where'd he go? The succubus complained. She lamented any missed opportunity to smother the poor boy with her sizable chest. Eriko-sensei spoke harsh words to him. Perhaps he went to his room to cool off. I, of course, who is best suited to the task, will volunteer to check on him, Missia announced with her usual apathy. Kuruma rolled her eyes at the predictable response, while Yukari giggled. I think it best if just Moka-san and I go. Too many people could overwhelm him right now. And if we are able to get him alone with us, I may finally have my chance at being with them both, Dezu the witch said happily. The notion of an incipient Minaja Troy sent shivers down her spine. It had a similar effect on the vampire as well, although for different reasons. You're in no position to do that, Moka said, raising her voice at the witchling. She took a breath and composed herself. Listen, we are all his friends, so we should go together to check on him. She quickened her pace and consulted her inner demon. Where do you think he is gone? You don't think something has happened to him? His level of strength makes that unlikely. I assume that Baka went to cafeteria, the vampire from within the rosary commented with an apparent indifference. Why aren't you more worried, Yura? The outer one asked. Because unlike you I have true pride, Ahmed. You and this pathetic lot of beggars allow yourselves to be so easily carried away. You and your friends have no control of your feelings and are full of openings, Inner Moka answered with distaste. I know you like him, to the pink-haired version countered. Those are strong words indeed. I merely see him as a potential mate. Which is why I have advised you to mark him so as to solidify our claim. I don't understand you, Yura. Your feelings seem to change every time we talk. Are you so afraid of getting close to someone that you must close yourself off? The vampire's dark side seemed to be casually bipolar on the topic of Goku. HMMPH, the demon impressively managed to mentally snort. So naive, as is expected of you. The mental conversation ended abruptly as the four girls reached the boys' dormitory. So how do we get in? Visiting hours have passed, so if we get caught we'll be in a lot of trouble, Kurumu pointed out. Thanks for stating the obvious, boob monster, Yukari sneered at the well-endowed succubus. What did you say to me, Kurumu hissed, baring her finger claws to the witch. The situation seemed to be on the brink of escalation before Missia surprisingly stepped in. Sneaking in is no problem. However, if you fight now even I would be hard-pressed to avoid detection. The method we'll use in this case is simple. Just follow me. The cold-blooded Imkai proceeded to walk parallel to the building until stopping just past midpoint. Line up behind me, she spoke softly. She backed up from the dormitory and the other girls fell in behind her. The Yukiana began to step forward. A block of ice appeared beneath her foot and she started to ascend an ice staircase that materialized after every step. The other girls were quite impressed with this ability. Even inner Moka found herself respecting the Yukiana's technique. Vizir, how are you doing this? Kurumu wondered aloud. The chilly female gave no response. She must be manipulating the water in the ground, Yukari observed. For each step she draws more of it out to make the next one higher than the last, she concluded, obviously admiring her rival's resourcefulness. SHHH, we're here, Missia pointed out in a hushed voice. How did you know where Goku's room was? The succubus asked. SHHHH, the Ice Queen reiterated. She peered in the window, the lollipop in her mouth nearly falling out over the view. What is it? I want to look, Kurumu cried out. She struggled to push past the Yukiana, who was hogging the window. Yukari attempted to scramble over top the tussling duo, only for a massive nosebleed to blow her off the ice staircase. Yukari, Moka shouted, concerned for her perverted little friend. She was caught between her desire to help the young witch take a look in the window herself. Temptation got the better of the innocent vampire. Leaning off to the side precariously on the staircase, she glanced past the catfight in front of her to see inside the room. Goku had just finished his training regimen and was taking off his black armor. Moka, despite herself, felt blood beginning to drip from her nose. Kurumu's face was too busy being smushed by Missia's ice claws to get in on the action. Missia was having a similar reaction as the other girls, but she had cleverly frozen the blood in her nose. However, this forced her to breathe with her mouth and the window quickly began to fog up from her untimely respiration. She desperately tried to wipe off the window, but mistakenly forgot to transform her hands back to their human form. Missia's ice claws shattered the glass and she lost her balance, taking the succubus with her on her descent. Goku, who was half naked at this point, looked over to the broken window to see a familiar vampire with her hand over her nose. The shameless Saiyan, although surprised, did not bother to cover up. Moka-san, what are you doing? He asked. Hey, did you learn to fly? That's great, he said with sudden excitement. Goku's current view on the situation restricted him from seeing the large ice platform Moka was standing on. To him it appeared as though she were floating in midair. Completely flushed, she struggled to answer him. Well, air muffled sounds. Omen, Moka-san, but I can't hear you. I think your hand is in the way, the Saiyan noticed. The pink-haired vampire almost moved her hand away before she remembered that it was the only thing separating her from bleeding out. Her embarrassment reached its breaking point and she fainted. Moka toppled off the ice and fell on her partners in crime below, making a nice neat pile. Goku simply shrugged his shoulders and rubbed the back of his head, laughing. I guess she needs more practice, he thought aloud. This is my body as well. Do not act like a fool, the demon berated her unconscious other. Did he say learn to fly? The Saiyan finished undressing and grabbed a towel. Although his room had a shower, he felt more comfortable bathing in the academy lake. Wasting little time, he flew out the open window, oblivious to the girl pile below him. Pushing the dark brown hair out of his eyes, the tall boy made his way into the academy infirmary. He opened the door to the last office in the hallway. His entrance was immediately greeted by the room's current occupant. How did your introduction go? Were you well received, Kaneshiro Dono? The woman asked. In her hand was a thick manila file folder. The name Son Goku was printed on the top. Thus give me the results from the tests you ran, the boy snapped, clearly irritated. He would not reveal the embarrassment of his failure to his subordinates. Obediently she opened up the file and began her report. Let's see. His anatomy was very human-like. However, I observed dense bone and muscle structure in the subject, far greater than any Imkai I have ever studied. The subject also had a particularly strange bone formation on his lower back. There was an external nub protrusion. X-rays indicate that it might be some kind of tail, probably a vestigial organ. It was lined with some kind of receptor sites, but I'm not sure what their purpose is. She paused for a moment while flipping through the pages of her report. His blood was unusual as well. It seemed to be charged with energy, similar to Imki, but it gave off a different frequency. Strangely, I can't sense his energy though, so I assume it must be that monsters are not attuned to detecting this type of power. His body seemed to be constantly irradiating it, the woman concluded. The boy cringed from the memory of his electrocution and pushed his glasses against his face while thinking over what he had heard thus far. Anything else? He asked after a moment of pause. Well, CT scans indicated that his brain is hardwired for violence. He has an abnormally large amygdala and it seems to release a strange neurotransmitter. Well, he was sedated, which by the way took all of our supplies to do. You're serious? The boy asked with a distinct alarm in his voice. Very, and this was after he powered down to his regular form and relaxed. All in all, it was a very long and arduous process. Anyway, as I was saying, right, I stimulated his amygdala, which released an unidentifiable neurotransmitter into his blood which seemed to excite the energy that resides within it. The woman refilled her papers and put them back into her folder. I must apologize, Kaneshiro Dono, but many of the results require more time to be analyzed. The boy waved his arms at her statement. No need, you have been very thorough, as to be expected of Yakimaru-san. Please make another copy of your file and give it to Kiria. That is all. The woman bowed and left the room, leaving the boy to mull over the findings. Where did it come from? I saw full from above. Did it break through the barrier? No, that's not possible. Curiosity swept through the crowd that had gathered around the strange sphere. It currently lay in a large crater just outside of Imkai town. Thus far no one had been brave enough to get within 10 meters of the strange object. They continued to stay at a cautious distance, murmuring amongst themselves when the craft hatch opened. Smoke poured forth from the now open vessel, obscuring the crowd's view of the strange pod's occupant. A hand masked in a white glove grasped the side of the ship, pulling a humanoid form out from the smoke. The townspeople gasped in surprise at the visage of the passenger, who was garbed in what appeared to be a strange form of armor. He surveyed his surroundings, his eyebrows furrowed in concentration. The Imkai onlookers squinted at the foreign device the man held in his hand. He raised the device and affixed it to his left ear. One of his eyes now resided behind a rose-colored lens. Tapping a button on the side of the device, he scanned his head around, as if searching for something. Strange symbols cycled through on the screen until settling to a fixed point. A smile briefly crossed the man's stoic features. Found you. The King of Hell, a title well earned by the Namekian who had been presiding over the Dark Realm for nearly a decade now. Countless uprisings and attempts to escape had been quelled and many shown their place. Piccolo, the Super Namek, currently found himself enjoying the longest stretch of peace yet since his de facto reign began. He often spent his time and deep periods of meditation in the shadowy cavernous solitude of his kingdom. But today something unprecedented occurred. One of his subjects had made an unusual request of the king. Omen Piccolo Dono, but we could not stop them. We said you were meditating, but they would not listen. The Red Ogre apologized profusely while kneeling before the hovering green man. Behind the servant of hell stood two men of average height. One had long wild black hair, his face utterly expressionless. The other had spiky hair of a similar shade with a blood-red cloth wrapped around it. But compared to his companion, one distinguishing feature stood out. A large X-shaped scar adorned his left cheek. The floating king opened his eyes and uncrossed his legs, touching his feet to the ground. Saying nothing, he waved the ogre off and took his place in the throne of stone his servants had carved for him. He patiently waited for his visitor to announce his request. We've come here today to ask you to speak with King Yama on our behalf. We would like to be freed from hell, the man with the scarred cheek said succinctly. Piccolo scoffed at the bold request. And why would I do that, he said in a harsh tone. His severe eyes bore down at the two unannounced visitors. We have not caused any trouble for you, have we? My son and I even assisted on a few occasions. We at least deserve a chance. Your son's good behavior is a result of cowardice, not of goodness. I might be inclined to speak for you, Bardock-san, but not for him, Piccolo said distastefully, while pointing a green finger at the long-haired man. How dare you? Without Kakarot's help I would have destroyed you, the accused raged. He raised his arms preparing for a fight. Piccolo merely smirked at the gesture. That's enough, Raditz, we did not come here to fight, Bardock said, turning to his aggravated son and striking the back of the impudent man's head with his hand. Taking in a deep sigh, he turned back to the Namekian. Piccolo, I vouch for my son's change of character. It may not seem it, but he has changed. You're really going to vouch for him? The man on the throne asked, unable to completely hide his skepticism. Yes, I am. Well then, I suppose I can ask Yama. See that he does not cause any trouble in the meantime, the King of Hell replied. Bardock bowed and, noticing that his son was not following his lead, drove his elbow into Raditz's stomach, causing him to hunch over. Piccolo nodded at the gesture with an amused smile, crossing his usually stoic features. The two Saiyans left without exchanging any more words. From the corner of the room 2 ogres came forth with shocked expressions painted on their faces. "Excuse us Piccolo Dono, but are you really going to help those two?" one asked incredulously. "Yes," the Namekian replied simply. "But why?" the other asked. Both he and his compatriot were scratching the horn protruding from the center of their foreheads in disbelief. "Bardock has done more to keep the peace than any other in this prison. If anyone deserves to be released, it's him. I don't particularly care for Raditz, but if Bardock swears his son has changed I can't ignore him," Piccolo concluded. But nothing," the king barked. "Shouldn't you two be keeping an eye on the prisoners instead of asking me questions?" "Omen Piccolo Dono, we'll get back to work right away," they said in unison before turning to run out of the cave chamber. Piccolo breathed a sigh of relief as he watched his irritating minions flee. He stood up from his throne and resumed the meditative position he was in before the interruption. Focusing his energy, the Namekian cleared his mind of all thoughts before attempting to reach out with his consciousness. "King Kai, can you hear me? It's Piccolo. I have a request, can you hear me?" Piccolo thought yelled. "Yes, I can hear you, what is it?" The short blue man replied somewhat annoyed. "Honestly, some people just think too loudly. I need you to get a message to King Yema. I want you to ask him if he'll consider allowing 2 residents of Hell to leave." I suppose I could do that. But I doubt he'll go for it," King Kai replied with doubt in his voice. King Yema was not known for reversing his decision so easily. "By the way, are you still living on the Grand Kai's planet?" the Namekian asked. "Actually, I was able to get a new planet now and it's much bigger than my old one," King Kai answered gleefully. Just thinking about his new planet put him in a good mood. "And one more thing. When's the next tournament?" "I think maybe 5 months, why?" the Kai responded, clearly puzzled by the inquiry. "I want in." "Let's see," the cat lady said while scratching her pointed ears. "Son Goku?" she asked, peering around the room with her eyes closed. Here the spiky black-haired boy called from the back of the classroom. "Good to see you back in your human form again," Ms. Nekanum said appreciatively. "Actually this is." "Moving on, let's begin the lesson," the feline interrupted dismissively. Moka gripped her pencil nervously and prodded the Saiyans back to get his attention. "Aheyo Goku," she began nervously. "Aheyo Moka-san, how are you?" Goku asked politely. "I'm fine, it's just, well, about the yesterday, Don't worry about it, I'm sure you will get the hang of it in no time," he said reassuringly with his usual beaming smile. "Wait, what do you mean?" the vampire asked in a confused hushed voice. "Flying, of course." "Flying, what is he talking about?" "Either his knowledge of vampires is lacking, or the inner demon answered. "Or what?" the innocent one asked. "Or I think it's time for us to start training with him," inner Moka finished. "Moka? Moka Akashiya Moka." Moka had disappeared into an inner conversation only she could hear and did not notice the impatient English teacher that had called her name. "Omen Moka-san, but I think that the Nekanum sensei wants your attention," the Saiyan whispered into the comatose vampire's ear. Startled, Moka stood up with an awkward suddenness that got a rise out of the class. She struggled to wipe the blush from her face while listening to her peers' laughter. "Why is Nekanum sensei?" she whinnied. "Please translate the passage," the good-natured teacher said with an unusually stern tone. She did not like being ignored. "Yes, of course," Moka answered, recompassing herself. A blazing blue flash sped through the yokai half-dimension, blurring against the crimson sky with a burning intent on reaching its target. The visitor from space was in a rush, there was no time to waste. "His power is now suppressed, but I still have a general location. I'll search the perimeter and with luck I'll find him soon enough," the armored alien thought to himself. Ahead he could make out a few stone buildings rising above a barren forest. He slowed his pace as he approached and touched his feet to the ground. The interdimension was enormous, and it seemed that the access point he came through spat him out on the farthest side of the haunted world, but he had finally reached his destination. "You don't look like you're from around here," a low voice rumbled. The armored man cautiously gazed in the direction of the word's origin. "I'm looking for someone, one like me, perhaps you might have seen him?" he asked dryly. "Depends, what are you here for?" the man said, stepping forward. He tilted the cap on his head downward, concealing his glowing eyes. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Taking a puff, he blew rings of smoke towards the strange man's face. The alien seemed unaffected by it. "That is between me and him," he stated succinctly. "Usually I tell people to watch themselves when they arrive here. But you seem like you can handle yourself," the man said, tipping his hat. He flicked the cigarette at the visitor's feet and walked away. Wasting no time, the visitor hastily sped off toward Imkai Gakuin. With a hurried pace he began his trek through the forest towards the campus buildings. No inch of the wasteland was spared of his watchful gaze. As he neared the largest of the stone structures, he heard 4 successive chiming noises that put him on guard momentarily. He flung the 2 thick oak doors open with no effort and entered the academy castle. The man pushed past a flood of students in the hallway His appearance quickly gave rise to a sea of whispers. As more students began to take notice, they moved out of the man's path with haste. All parted before him, except one. "Excuse me, can I help you?" a boy said while twiddling a wolf pendant on his thumbs. He was bearing an unusually bright smile. "I'm looking for someone. The name's Morioka Janae, but just call me Jin. If you need something you should ask the chairman." The spiky-haired man seemed to consider it for a second. "There's no time for that, I'll just find him myself." The young werewolf sidestepped and intercepted the man's path. "This is a school, you can't just walk around as you please without permission," he said with a wolfy grin. The man narrowed his eyes. "Is that so?" The Lycan nodded. Jin had not noticed it at first, but he now saw the man had begun to unravel something wrapped around his waist. Before he could react, his face was struck with a fur-lined appendage which sent him crashing through the building. The student body immediately panicked and began to flee through the halls. "Did you hear that?" the vampire asked. She was currently walking with Yukari Sendo when her vampire senses, though dulled, picked up a noise on the other end of the school. "No, not a thing, Dezu," the witchling replied with happy obliviousness. "Hey, what is this all of a sudden?" she said, startled as the vampire had suddenly grabbed onto her. "Come on, let's find out what happened," Moka urged. Racing through the halls, they quickly confronted the source of the commotion. The Imkai gasped. "That armor, it's like Goku's," the vampire thought, slightly panicked. "Are you a Saiyan?" the vampire asked bravely. She clutched Yukari's hand tight for support. The man's attention was immediately focused on the two girls. "Yes. I'm looking for Kakarot-sama, can you tell me where he is?" "Kakarot-sama, isn't that Goku-kun's Saiyan name?" Yukari thought aloud. Moka nodded in confirmation. "I need to find him. It is a matter of great urgency," the mysterious Saiyan stated vaguely. Moka was unsure what to do. Based on what she had heard from Goku, she knew the Saiyans had been a violent-prone race. She was not sure if this man could be trusted or not and decided to approach the situation cautiously. "Why do you need to see him?" the vampire pressed. He growled, obviously annoyed. He pressed his hand to the scouter on his ear and tried to pick up a reading from Goku. The two girls stared curiously at the symbols flashing on the rose-colored lens. Still not picking him up, the man sighed. "I think I can get his attention though." His right hand began to glow with energy, causing alarm in the two girls. Moka and Yukari began to back up nervously from the Saiyan. They were both well aware how destructive a Kai attack could be. The energy ball flared with a surge of intensity and began to expand in his hand. He raised his arm above his head and fired the ball of light straight up. The attack cut through the roof of the school and exploded upwards. Well, you see, I'm just so nervous," the Imkai girl said, twiddling her thumbs anxiously. "There's nothing to worry about, just tell me why you want to join the academy police," Goku said openly. The Saiyan had been tasked by the chairman with assembling a new police service at the academy. However, the process was. Flashback. "Takahashi Kenichi reporting in," Goku-san, the boy said formally. He paused to get the Saiyan's approval before continuing. Goku nodded. "I will now demonstrate the strength of my technique," he said. The Imkai male took a deep breath and readied himself. Turning towards a mannequin, he struck a sudden pose by raising his arms over his head with one knee up. He curled his hand slightly down and leaned forwards. "Kind of looks like a Jinyu pose," Goku thought while scratching his head. "Serpent form, third technique," the boy yelled. He dove his hands downwards toward the target. A sneaky double-fisted snake stab. The forward momentum of his arms caused his body to tilt over and he fell directly on his face, knocking the mannequin over. Goku surveyed the scene contemplatively. "Needs work." Then flashback. "Okay, I'll do my best," the girl smiled. "My name is Satu Shanaton and this is my technique. I call it the Bakayugi punch," she said with murderous undertones. Strangely, her demeanor had changed from shy to wrathful quickly after naming her technique. Folded up in her pocket, the girl took out a picture of a Japanese boy that had pencil markings scrawled over his face. Throwing it up into the air, she poised herself in a fighting stance and got ready to attack. "Yugi Yubei Ake," she roared, punching the photo with all her might. The picture fluttered away undamaged across the room. Panting heavily, she turned back towards the confused Saiyan and bowed deeply. Goku was completely unsure of how to respond to this particular situation. "Satu-san, who is Yugi?" he finally asked, at a loss for words. "Babaka," she stated flatly. Goku combed his hand through his black spiky hair and decided to forget about it. "Arigato Satu-san for coming here today, I'll let you know if the police service needs you," Goku stated. "Wait, I haven't shown you my true strength yet," the girl spoke up. "Urusai Fias," she yelled, thrusting her hand outward. Boom. A sudden explosion shook the very foundation of the academy. Goku immediately knew what caused it and made for the exit at once. Shanaton looked around the room slightly startled and then back to her hand. She stared at it intensely, as if reveling in her newly discovered ability. "Did I do that?" the girl asked aloud. Of course it was me as expected of one of my power, she said triumphantly. Did you see the Toku-san? Hey, where are you going? She called after the departing Saiyan. Goku headed off in the direction of the Kai spike, feeling worried that the school might be in danger. As he neared the origin of the blast, he began to recognize the Kai signature. It was a power he had not felt in a long time. His black eyes opened to a blurry all-white medical room. Brushing his brown bangs out of his eyes, he searched for his glasses. While in human form, his vision required them. In a daze, he flung his arm about the room and felt around before resting his hand on their metal frames. Sitting up, he slid them over his ears and pushed them up to his nose. The woman in a nurse's outfit came in looking slightly surprised. You're up so soon, Kaneshiro Dono. After the shock you took, I would have at least expected you to be unconscious another hour or so, she said while checking his vitals. The brown-haired boy rolled his eyes and snarled. My personal constitution will not allow it, Mako, he grumbled. A small smile spread across the nurse's lips in response. Of course not. In any case, what of Son Goku? It seems he is even more powerful than anticipated, he mused. Indeed, he defeated you without even trying, Yakimaru, Mako said while suppressing a chuckle. The thought that merely the Saiyan's aura had hospitalized her master was cause for amusement. Bakuto shot her a dangerous look. It does not matter. It's a manageable parameter that I can plan around. How soon will we be ready to make our move? Very, he responded through gritted teeth. He appeared in an instant. His black, serious eyes narrowed and surveyed the damage. A clean hole had been blown through every floor straight through the top. Standing in the epicenter was a familiar face garbed in Saiyan armor, his expression pained. Goku noticed Moka Akashiya and Yukari Sendo, who bravely stood their ground against a foreign man, whilst the entire school fled his presence. The armor-clad man was first to speak. Akarit-sama, he said hurriedly and awkwardly bowed. My apologies for the damage, but due to some trouble, he said looking at the two girls, I was not able to find you quickly. I need your help, he finished pleadingly. His frantic state seemingly blinded him to Goku's young appearance. Goku sighed. Tarble, please stand. Yukari and Moka looked at him questioningly. Goku-kun, who is that, the vampire asked. He is Vegeta's brother. The name instantly registered with Moka. So he is a Saiyan too, she thought aloud. Is Vegeta the man you were fighting on the crystal bowl, Yukari asked. Goku nodded. No one was hurt, so I'm not mad. But what do you need, Tarble? I'll explain on the way, the Saiyan prince answered. We do not have time to waste here. He quickly flew through the gap he had made and waited for Son Goku to follow. The young-looking Saiyan was about to take off after him but was stopped by his two girl companions. No, not again, Yukari said indignantly. You are not leaving without us, Dezu. The young witch crossed her arms and looked at the Saiyan expectantly. Moka nodded in agreement. Goku was unsure of himself. There might be danger and I cannot risk taking you with me, okay? Aku, are you okay? He heard a voice call out from across the hallway. He ran his hand through his hair nervously and turned just in time to see the succubus propel herself through the air. Her generously sized chest caught him full on in the face, smothering him. He began to flail, forgetting his energy respiration technique. Oh Goku-kun, I was so worried that something had happened to you, I came as quickly as I could, the succubus excitedly stated. She began grinding herself on the sexually challenged boy. For someone with super speed, he avoided that rather slowly, Dezu the witch mumbled under her breath. She looked to her left to see a very unpleased vampire. The pink-haired girl was impatiently tapping her foot, waiting for Kurumu Kurono to release her sexy death grip. I think that's enough, she said brusquely. Her upper lip was slightly curled into a demented smile, a deathly purple misted aura surrounded her. Everyone took the hint and backed up at least 3 full paces. Goku, a voice whispered from above. The group looked up through the hole to see the Yuki on his head poking out from one of the devastated floors. That ice woman always appears in the darndest places. Akarit-sama, we need to leave now, the prince yelled down. Take us with you, the girls yelled in unison. They were determined not to be left behind anymore on the spiky-haired boy's exploits. Goku caved. Alright, you can come, grab on and well go, he said, preparing for instant transmission. The girls struggled in a frenzy to wrap their arms around him. Once they all had a grip, somewhere, he teleported to the roof of the school and looked up at the hovering prince. Where to, Tarble? I can use instant transmission to get us there in no time. The Saiyan shook his head. It's no good, you will not be able to locate it at this distance. And there are no Kai signatures on this planet that you are familiar with. We need to head to my ship, from there I can call in another pod currently orbiting the Earth. You will have to leave your friends behind, he said with a hint of impatience. Actually, I can go anywhere unrestrained now, as long as I know what the planet looks like, Goku replied enthusiastically. Tarble's eyes widened. Is that even possible? He wondered aloud. The prince slowly descended toward Goku, struggling to keep his shock in check. It seemed as though there were no limits to what Kakarot could accomplish. "You changed," Tarble Goku noted. "You seem more serious now." The prince looked back at his friend with sullen eyes, revealing the deep pain that weighed heavily on his heart. "It's my wife," he started, pausing to wipe a stray tear running down his cheek. "She was taken." Goku nodded for him to continue. The Imkai girls directed their full attention to the grieving man with keen interest. "I'm not sure why I was surprised, it seems as though such a person always arises with time. There is one who attempts to succeed Frieza as the supreme ruler of the galaxy I am residing in." Compassing himself, he recounted his tale. "When we last parted ways, my wife and I met with a nomad race that was intent on settling down. We managed to find a small uninhabited planet, and after some time I was chosen to be the leader of the new world. We were happy." He sighed. He took his time before continuing. "But then came Phasian, who used to be a lowly ranking enforcer numbering among Frieza's ranks. His power has increased substantially, and he has been looking as many supporters and soldiers to his side as possible. He tried to recruit me and convince me to enslave my own people, but kidnapped Guru when I refused. Even if I cooperate, I'm sure he will kill her. I was given 2 days to decide, one of which was spent getting here. Of course, I can't ask my brother for help in this matter," he said with regret. "I don't want him to think I am weak." Goku put his hand on the man's shoulder. "I understand. I will do everything in my power to help you. And since we'll be getting back to your planet earlier than expected, do you think we can get something to eat?" "I am starving," he exclaimed with shameless laughter. Despite the dark circumstances that loomed over Tarble, he was defenseless against Goku's lightheartedness and could not help but feel better about his situation. The girls merely rolled their eyes at Goku's predictable request. Goku's expression straightened a little. Concentrating, he placed the palm of his hand on Tarble's head. "What are you?" "I'm going to read your mind," the cheerful Saiyan cut off. He relaxed his thoughts and touched Tarble's memories. The planet in question came into focus in little time. "Alright, I'm ready," Goku announced once he felt he had a firm grip on the destination. The group placed their hands on his body and readied themselves for their incipient journey. Goku raised his fingers to his head and left his body to the slipstream of space. 6 pairs of eyes slowly took in their surroundings. They landed in the heart of a turquoise forest. A high canopy loomed overhead, blocking out the intense rays of a brilliantly white star, casting its shade of protection on those that were dwelling below. A menagerie of blue flora colored in the gaps in between the titanic trees, weaving a finely knit aqueous tapestry. Soft purple-white vines looped around wide scaly dark brown trunks. The undergrowth rustled with sounds of the forest's inhabitants flocking to the location of the visitors. Dark yellow eyes peered between thistle and thicket, their numbers giving rise to a mellow amber illumination that modestly lit the canopy's encompassing silhouette. A stream could be heard nearby, though no water was in sight. The wooded alien planet was novel and foreign, yet vaguely familiar. "The Celesteran forest," Tarble commented with notes of appreciation. "It's one of the most beautiful regions of the planet. We are not far from the main city, so I have time to show you around. Welcome to Missia." The girls clingled enthusiastically to Goku and hurried after their guide. True to his word, it was not long before they came to a clearing in the forest. Approaching the edge, the group overlooked a city densely populated with off-white oval buildings in the U-shaped valley below. "From here you can see all of the city of the Pan. We better fly down from here," Tarble mentioned briefly before taking off for the sprawling metropolis. "But Moka and I can't fly, you have to take us," Goku-kun, Yukari pleaded while tugging on the spiky-haired boy's green school jacket. "Take me as well," said the Missia in a chilled voice, with slight husky undertone. "Wait, Goku-kun, you can't leave me," Kurumu whined. The witchling rolled her brown eyes at the comment. "Baka, you can fly, boob monster, so take Missia-san with you and we'll meet you at the bottom," the little genius stated plainly. "Well, Ms. Know-it-all, I can't be certain of how my wings will react to flying in this unfamiliar atmosphere," the succubus countered sassily. Yukari was baffled for a moment by the pseudo-acumen displayed by the succubus, almost buying into the argument. "You just stated something stupid in an intelligent way," she accused after a moment. "It's not stupid. Is too. Wait. I can take everyone with my instant transmission," Goku proposed soundly. He did not want to see his friends fight over something so trivial. The girls reluctantly yielded to this logic and put their hands on him. Kurumu yapped, quickly withdrawing her hand. She blew on the puling red, star-shaped imprint left on her hand. She looked up too late to see the young witchling smirking. She thrust out her hand into the faint afterimage of her rivals and true love. "She'll pay for that," the blue-haired girl gritted. She spread her wings from behind her back and dove off the cliff after them. "Yukari, you should not have done that," Moka chided the younger girl. The witch simply shrugged and started giggling. The vampire peered up to see furious succubus swooping after them from above. But Kurumu unexpectedly kept her anger in check. Without a word, the group proceeded to Tarble's house. The odd assembly huddled inside a small oval dome in the middle of the city. Goku lay contentedly next to a monstrous pile of stacked dishes, each one licked clean. Having gotten the business of food out of the way, Tarble was ready to explain his plan. "I'm sorry for the cramped accommodations, but my wife finds this layout cozier," he explained quickly. "Tomorrow a small scouting party will be sent to hear my decision. It may consist of 20 or so men. They would be easy to deal with in a head-on confrontation, but Phasian will come here himself if they do not make a report within reasonable parameters. Accurate-sama, you can easily beat him, but I suspect he will come while holding my wife elsewhere. Any move made against him will prompt him to end her life. So we must figure out her location before her gets here. Hopefully we can interrogate one of his scouts for information," the prince concluded. It's easy to see the resemblance between him and Vegeta. He certainly has his brother's mind for planning, Goku thought upon hearing his fellow Saiyans' plan. "Alright, it's settled, we'll capture one of them and ask him where Guru is," he replied, standing up. Tarble nodded. "Let me show you to your sleeping quarters," he said, leading them through the narrow nooks of the house. They came to a tiny diverging hallway. "The girls can take the room on the end there," he said, pointing to the left. "Kakarot-sama, you and I will stay in the other room." Before the girls could protest, he led his old friend down the corridor. Finally, having some space unto themselves, Tarble pressed Goku for answers. "I think I was in too much of a rush before, but you seem to have aged considerably down," the prince observed. "Well, it's kind of a long story," Goku said, laughing. "It was an accident." Tarble desired to know more, but decided to leave the matter be for the moment. "Interesting company you keep," he said, changing the topic. "They're friends from school," Goku replied simply. "I see, well we should get some rest for tomorrow," Tarble suggested, ending his limited prodding into the other Saiyans' affairs. "Wake up, Kakarot-sama, it's time." Goku's eyes lazily peeled open. Rising slowly, he gave himself time to let the room come into focus. "There is a clearing to the west of the city, that's where we'll find them," Tarble stated. He tapped the wall, and a small hidden drawer slid out. He rummaged through its contents and produced the newest model of space armor available. "This might be more comfortable for you to fight in than your current attire," he said, offering the outfit to Goku. Goku kindly accepted and changed. "These pretty well," he commented once fully dressed. "Still, nothing beats my old guy, but your brother insisted I accept Saiyan style armor that Bulma made for me." "They suit you, Kakarot-sama," the prince nodded approvingly. "Honestly, I was never fond of these things. You know that I'm no warrior, but somehow it feels right to wear them, like I am honoring my father's memory." "Yes, we should go," Goku replied. The armor-clad pair exited the room and made for the front door. Their departure was intercepted by the four girls, who having come this far, were determined to continue the journey. "Well, I think I can find some women's armor, hold on," Tarble relented, realizing the situation. He soon returned with 4 sets of them. But there would soon be a problem with one of the individuals. Gurumu Kurono struggled to fit her chest within the confines of the effeminately shaped breastplate, causing Yukari to mock her. Tarble looked away to hide the red coloring that crept up on his cheeks. "I can't wear this," Kurumu burst out, giving up on the outfit. "I don't know what to say, they are supposed to expand to almost any size," the Saiyan prince said in a muffled voice. "I guess you'll have to do without because we need to get going." Moka lagged slightly behind the departing group to look over her appearance. She was wearing a black elastic undersuit. Small, silver plates adorned each shoulder. The armor itself was a plain white, but with a curious scarlet emblem over the breastplate. It looked like a trident with a U underneath it. Both the boots and gloves were a dark red. It did not suit her well, or at least this side of her. The city roared to life. Outside, the citizens had gathered to bear witness to the burning spheres falling from the sky like a meteor shower. Just as Tarble had said, the spacecraft seemed to be landing in a grassy blue plain away from the city. The party of 6 materialized at a safe distance from where the pods had cratered. The pristine blue flatscape was of the grassy plains outside the city was marred by smoking craters dug into its surface. The land backed up to the edge of the valley, which was surrounded by the cliffs topped with a surreal forest. A total of 27 ships had landed, each with a carrying capacity for a single passenger. The air filled with the sound of metal doors opening and with subsequent smoke released from the interior they protected. "They don't seem strong. I think we should let the girls handle this," Goku suggested. "Can they handle it?" Tarble wondered aloud skeptically. Earthlings typically were not very strong. Sure, it won't be a problem. Most of them except for Weight 3 have very low power levels. They should be able to win," Goku stated confidently. Tarble, who could not sense power levels, decided to take his word for it. The vampires tugged at her Saiyan's arm. She wants to be released, do you think you could?" Goku nodded and tugged at the rosary dangling from her neck. The alien scout party had already organized into ranks, just in time to witness the vampire's transformation. The crystal blue sky became muddled from the release of the demonic energy. Moka's body glowed a deep red, her soft green eyes hardened into piercing crimson orbs. Her fangs enlarged and now protruded visibly from her mouth. Innocent pink hair darkened to sinister silver locks. A wicked smile was painted across her lips. The scent of battle filled her senses with excitement. The majority of the scouting party felt threatened by the release of energy. They had never seen anything like it. Their leader, a purplish creature with overpronounced oral canals on the side of his head, stepped forward fearlessly. His face was adorned with a clear pink scouter. He smirked at his men's display. "You bunch of weaklings, you would cower at this level of power," he hissed in a raspy voice. "That is nothing unless you want to end up as slime on the bottom of my boot. You will pull yourselves together." The men quickly compassed themselves at his command. Satisfied, the leader turned his attention to their welcoming party. "I am Oog, leader of this sorry bunch. You Tarble were supposed to meet us here alone. And, by the looks of them, your friends don't seem to be from around here." Pausing, he began to scrutinize Goku. His eyes widened with realization. "He's a Saiyan, isn't he?" he said, pointing with a crooked finger. "Did you bring him as a recruit as well? Vegeta will be pleased." "I want my wife back, Oog, and I'm not going to give in to your requests," Tarble defiantly replied. "Well then, I suppose you leave me no choice. After my men slaughter you, I will personally execute your wife. Vegeta will destroy the planet and take your people as slaves. Just remember, you had your chance." Oog waved his hand, ordering for the attack to begin. "Let me handle this," Moka asserted. She strutted out confidently to meet her challengers, flicking her finely spun silver hair behind her ear. She was rushed by 24 attackers in the blink of an eye. They cheered, assured of victory, but she easily dodged their wild strikes. Grinning, she began her counterattack. Faster than they could react, she planted firm kicks into the midsection of two enemies that had strayed from the group. She dropped her elbow into one of the hunched-over opponents, instantly dropping him. She grabbed the other by the leg and flung him into the herded group of his surprised allies. "She's stronger than I would have guessed," Tarble observed. "But those other three will not go down as easy." Yukari, Kurumu, and Missia could not help but feel impressed by the overwhelming inki they felt from Moka's inner self. "I knew vampires were strong, but Kurumu trailed off, unable to finish. Her power is way above anything I have ever felt. Even vampires shouldn't be that strong," Missia said, wincing at the blood-curdling scream emitting from the direction of the brawl. The grunt swung his arm at Moka's head, but she easily caught. Gripping it with two hands, she applied pressure on the joint, pushing and pulling the forearm and bicep in opposite directions. The bone shattered under the pressure, the owner of the arm squealed. On the sidelines, Oog was getting impatient. "And you weaklings do anything right, she's picking you apart," he raged at his devastated henchmen. Even Goku was feeling uneasy at the devastation Moka was inflicting. She seemed to be enjoying brutalizing her opponents a bit too much. But she had no intention of slowing down. She drove the flat of her hand into the base of an attacker's jaw, used her elbow to parry a jab sent from behind her, and then used the broken-jawed opponent as a shield. Whirling him around, the poor grunt received a barrage of punches from his own comrade. Moka dropped the incapacitated body bag and drop-kicked a surprised alien directly in the chest. What remained of the scouting party desperately tried to regroup. Summoning the energy, they directed a combined energy blast at the silver-haired demon. She slapped away the Kai blast with ease while slowly walking toward the quivering men. Pressing the button on his scouter, one of the assailants tried to assess her power. The flashing symbol settled on his answer. "ITTTS 12,000," he shrieked. The average combat power of his group of 24 was about 5,000. They were clearly outclassed. Oog merely scoffed at hearing that. "Don't go blubbering about such measly power. Do your job and finish her," he screamed. "She wasn't that strong when I last saw her fight," Goku said. "She must be at least 10 times stronger than before. I guess my blood really did power her up." Tarble looked at him strangely, but let it go. Moka continued her onslaught. She effortlessly dispatched the remaining foes until only one was left. "No. You're Ploxy," she screamed while exerting the full force of power into her leg. She drove a kick straight into the man's face, sending him flying into the surrounding forest. "Don't get cocky, Princess," Oog grunted. "Tarble, is this all you brought? Even you are stronger than that. You know you can't win. Tor and Craig here are at 25,000 each. I myself am at 50,000. You are barely 18,000 last I checked." Moka rolled her eyes and walked back to her group. "Let's see you top that," she slyly whispered to her love rivals. "Oog, you're right. I can't beat you. But my friend Kakarot can," Tarble retorted simply. "So he is a Saiyan, well he won't save you. Let's see here. The scouter says his power is only at 3,000. He's weaker than that girl over there," Oog responded gleefully. Moka harumphed. "There's no way he's that comparatively weak," she thought to herself. Having witnessed Goku's power before, she knew that he was stronger than her. Even her vampire pride had to yield to that fact. "Don't always believe what the scouter tells you. Kakarot will break that scouter once he releases his full power. The trio remained silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. I would have expected better from you, Tarble, that is a horrible bluff. These scouters can go up to 100 million, hahaha, but there's no way a weakling like that would even reach 10,000. You bursted out, self-assured of his assessment. Tarble grinned. Get ready to witness what true power really is. Kakarot is the Super Saiyan that defeated Frieza. The smirks disappeared from their faces. Did you say Super Saiyan? It was preposterous. They had heard rumors, but to think it was true was. Show them, Tarble said, turning to Goku. Goku stepped forth and prepared himself. For a moment nothing happened. The ambient noise disappeared from the background and all grew silent. But then. HRRRRRRRRRRR. It started as a low rumble, a guttural sound swelling with power. Goku's voice trembled from the resonance of his own energy. His sharp black eyes faded to an electric blue-green. The air pressure suddenly increased, crushing his witnesses where they stood. The ground at his feet cracked, sending tremors throughout the valley. The golden aura formed around him, a divine halo heralding the coming of something great. The characters on the pink lens ticked away in a fury. Oog and his subordinates could not believe their eyes. At first they thought it was a malfunction, but when the power output became physically palpable, they could no longer ignore the truth. Clouds in the sky whirled around overhead. The entire planet began shaking. Goku's yell was soon drowned out by the deafening roar of his awakening. 3 pairs of lens burst in shards simultaneously. "It is not possible," Oog cried. The girls threw up an arm to shield themselves from Goku's energy. Moka had known Goku was powerful, but he had just caused their enemy's scouters to literally self-destruct. Devices they claimed could detect energy up 100 million. Yet she was only at the level of 12,000. She knew that gap between them was large, but 8 million times. It was too much to wrap her head around, and he was getting stronger still without a hint of slowing down. "Aye," roared the Saiyan, unleashing a blinding flash of light that blotted out the planet's own star. Thus that had been kicked up shrouded his transformed body. As it cleared, Oog slowly lowered his arms, revealing Goku's unleashed form. His jaw dropped. Tarble smirked triumphantly. "Now you are going to tell me where Guru is being held, understand?" he directed to his shocked advisories. They nodded in docile compliance. Obeying the prince's commands now seemed like a good idea to them. Upon giving up the location, Goku was able to transport himself there instantly and returned Guru to her husband. The reunion of the two was moving as they rushed into each other's arms as soon as they saw each other. The girls, with the exception of Moka and Missia, swooned over the sight. All was well, or so it seemed until a large black craft came into view from above. Its presence cast a shadow across the entire valley. It lowered itself to a comfortable hovering altitude directly above the city. A hatch on the side opened up and a humanoid-looking specter stepped out into the midair. "Asian, he's come," Oog cheered. "Super Saiyan or not, you won't be able to stand against him." Asian, a lightly green-skinned alien clad in black armor with a red cape, sped off from his craft until he was within earshot of the resistance group. "I don't know how you did it," he said, motioning to Guru, "but your efforts are fruitless. It's such a shame to destroy a planet like this, but you leave me no choice. I can't let anyone live who opposes me." He cupped his hands and raised them above his head. Red electricity crackled in his hands and a crimson orb began to grow rapidly. "Yes, master, destroy them. I'll wait. What about us?" Oog cried out. "For failing me, you will die with them." Goku lowered his stance, cupped his hands and pulled them behind his body. "Ka. Everyone take cover," Tarble barked quickly. "Mia. And who is this that would try to stop me?" Phasian called to the blond man below. "Ha. What a strange name," the overlord remarked. "No matter, Ha, I will destroy you with ease." "Mia." Tarble had grabbed his wife and the girls and tried to fly them to safety. Moka refused, stating she needed to see the fight play out. "We need to go now, it's not safe here," he pleaded. Moka looked at him with distaste. "If you're Prince Vegeta's brother, that makes you royalty as well. Stand your ground with dignity. There's nowhere to run to anyway," she dictated with authority. "Now die with this planet," Phasian yelled, hurling his energy attack towards the ground. Hi! Goku released a massive blue energy wave from his hand sent on a collision course to the giant red ball. The energy collision sent a massive shockwave in all directions, shaking the planet to its core. Phasian poured all of his energy into the attack, but somehow his opponent was matching his strength. Much to his surprise, it was his power that was being repelled. "No, that's not possible," he exclaimed. Goku pushed his Kamehameha into the red energy attack without holding back, sending both blasts slamming directly into Phasian. He screamed, trying desperately to repel his destruction without success. The blue stream of power sent him crashing into his own craft, moving the black ship further into the atmosphere. It erupted high above the city in a flash of blue light, consuming everything around it but leaving the city below untouched. Pieces of the ship, glittering in the sunlight, rained down on the city like dazzling confetti. Oog, Craig, and Tor had taken the opportunity to escape, but the day was won. The girls immediately rushed to the Saiyan side. Goku, that was amazing, Kurumu voiced. Moka nodded approvingly. The Saiyan could only laugh at the enthusiasm of their praise. Accurate Sama, I can't thank you enough, Tarble started. It was no problem, Goku interjected. But we better be off, we still have school to attend to, you know. Moka left the group momentarily to grab her Rosario. Once assembled, the 5 Imkai Academy students said their goodbyes and were gone in a moment. Clotho, status report. My lord, we will need to conduct renovations on the school again, the faithful servant of the chairman replied. No, not that. I mean about Kaneshiro-san, the robed master replied. But I can't even imagine what our trustees will say when we send them this bill. He is getting ready to make his move. We need to be ready, cautioned Clotho. He is a clever boy, but I have something in the works that will best him. What are you planning? You'll see, the chairman said with a glint in his eye. The end. Thanks for watching.